And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Go down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Orange 45. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Décollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, everybody. You are taking a live look at New Glenn. Yep, New Glenn, one of the biggest rockets in the world, is standing by for a launch in under 3.5 hours' time with 2 spacecraft on board, which are destined for Mars. It doesn't get much bigger than this. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Ryan Caton. This is NSF's live launch coverage of the ESCAPADE mission to Mars, New Glenn's second flight. Fingers crossed we see a fully successful launch today, and fingers crossed we see a fully successful landing, because yep, Blue Origin on the second attempt is going for that landing on the Jacklyn landing platform downrange. It couldn't be any more exciting. Alongside me, joining me for yet another stream, he made his stream debut last week. It feels like it's been on every stream since. Marty, how are you doing?
I'm fantastic. We've got 3 of my favorite things: a Mars mission, big rockets, and a landing attempt. So I couldn't feel any better than today.
And of course, we have the full field team coming out in force. First of all, one of them is on commentary with us, I believe, for the entire stream. Sawyer Rosenstein is in Florida. How are you doing, Sawyer?
I am doing fantastic. Looking at this monstrosity on the pad it's humbling. It's amazing that we get to do this, and hopefully 3.5-ish hours from now we won't see it on the pad. Fingers crossed.
For a good reason, that is. For a good
exactly.
reason.
Yes.
Also in the field, we have the entire field team. We have Max Evans, we have D-Wise, we have Jerry Pike, we have absolutely every single asset we have deployed for this show, for this launch. We are L-3 hours, 24 minutes and 30 seconds. And if you are new around here at the top of the show, we of course want to be answering as many questions as possible, responding to as many comments as possible. So do remember to tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight at NSF. You don't need to super chat, you don't need to do a store message, just put it in chat. And if it's a good enough question, if we find it interesting, we'll bring it on stream, we'll talk about it. But to kick things off here, Marty, as we've been alluding to, this is a big mission today. So why don't you take us through some of the key facts to open up the show here?
Yeah, it certainly is a big mission. This is New Glenn's second flight. So the second time Blue Origin is going to attempt to fly this mission. The first time went already very well, except they didn't stick the landing because they didn't even get to attempt the landing. But more interesting, in my opinion, than just New Glenn flying is its payload, because we're having 2 payloads on board this rocket encapsulated in its fairing, which are the 2 satellites of NASA's ESCAPADE mission to Mars. And ESCAPADE stands for Escape and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorers. And these 2 satellites will be put onto a trajectory first to Lagrange point L2, and then finally they will from there continue their journey to Mars, where they will study the red planet's magnetic field.
I'm getting some beautiful views courtesy of Jerry Pike and his drone. Just look how beautiful it is. It's so wonderful being able to fly the drone in the daytime and actually, get some foreground action. And it's not just the launch pad lit in the middle of kind of a black abyss. Beautiful shots as always, and it gives us a great opportunity to also spot out those huge flare stacks as well at Launch Complex 36. Also, we of course need to give a big mention to the producers behind the scenes producing today's show, Kevin, Michael Reed and Jay Keegan. Thank you very much for pushing all the buttons and doing all the operating as you always do. But yeah, just look at this. Sawyer, I'll toss to you for a weather report because from this beautiful drone shot, it's clear blue skies to the east. It's a bit cloudy to the west. How's it where you're looking?
Yeah, I have a somewhat similar view from where I'm located, right near the Cocoa Beach Pier. And yeah, it is a light breeze, so wind doesn't really seem to be that much of an issue currently. There is some cloud cover. Of course, there are storms that are starting to form off to the west that may work their way over. And the biggest concern at this point is the clouds themselves. And in particular, we're talking the anvil clouds or cumulus clouds. These are the ones that if the rocket flies through it, it could create its own lightning and cause damage to the electronics on the vehicle. So that is why currently the latest forecast that we saw was 65% favorable, decreasing to 55% as the window goes on.
Escapade, of course, a uncrewed mission, so there's nobody on board to flip SCE to AUX.
That is true. And you can see those storms starting to form. Of course, the cape right in the middle where it's jutting out, working their way over. But again, this is still plenty of time until the window, and the window itself lasts until about little after 5 p.m. Eastern time. So there's still going to be plenty of time to try and get it through the clouds and hopefully into clear blue skies.
Yeah, today's window opens 19:45 Coordinated Universal Time, closes 21:13 Coordinated Universal Time. So just under 2.5 hours of window in order to get this rocket off the ground. And Marty, as we saw with New Glenn 1, it took them a few attempts, a few different T-zeros to get that rocket off the ground, didn't it?
It did. But they finally got off the ground. Bit slowly, but hopefully they will nail the process down this time. And it may still take them a few attempts, but for now it seems that they're aiming for the start of the window or very soon after, and hopefully it will get off the ground a bit quicker than last time. At least that's what I'm hoping.
Fingers crossed they've increased the throttle limiter in the VAB. You drag the line up. That's how it works, right? Like in Kerbal, you just increase the line, and then it gets more throttle, right?
It's better to do that before the launch than after the launch.
Indeed. And I'm just hearing that apparently a lightning watch has just been declared, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that. But of course, we are 3 hours and 20 minutes away, Sawyer. So we have seen many times before where poor weather has rolled in before a launch, but the actual weather conditions, they only really matter at the time of launch.
Right. And even so, at this point, I mean, there's still concerns always during fueling about weather conditions. So a lightning watch basically just means be on the lookout for it. If it goes into a lightning warning, that means that lightning is more imminent in the area. And that's basically when anybody that would be outside in that area is required to go inside and stay indoors until it passes. So not horrible yet. And again, the fueling began at about T-minus 4.5 hours, or 4 hours. So the prop load has been underway, and it goes till about 1 hour before launch.
Yeah, it's a very, very long fueling process. Marty, if you have the timeline, if you want to take us through how things kind of progress from now until the time of launch, because, how do I say this politely? Some other rockets, which we cover quite a lot, they fuel a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Well, Blue Origin actually started fueling the New Glenn rocket that's on the pad now, I think just over an hour ago. So at T-minus 4.5 hours. And then that process that takes all the way up to T-minus 60 minutes. So a full hour before launch will be when the rocket is already fully fueled. And from that moment on, like, it's filled with cryogenic propellants, which will boil off, but to combat the propellant loss from that process, Blue will actually replenish the tanks and put them in a replenishment state to make sure that they are and remain fully fueled. Then at T-minus 30 minutes, they will do a weather check. At T-minus 17 minutes, they will do a go poll for the terminal count, which will begin at T-minus 4 minutes. Then just 2.5 minutes before the launch, tank pressurization will begin to get the tanks up to flight pressure. A minute after that, the vehicle will switch to internal power. And then half a minute before launch, the water deluge system will turn on to suppress all the heat and energy from the launch from the flames at liftoff. And then just over 5 seconds before liftoff, the engines will ignite so that New Glenn can take off at T0.
Wonderful. Of course, you can see there that countdown timeline on the left-hand side of your screen, and Jerry is taking a wonderful look at the clouds above Port Canaveral right now. He's having fun flying the drone. But yeah, as those different milestones progress, we'll be ticking them off throughout the day, so do keep an eye for that graphic as it pops up. But yeah, I mean, Sawyer, we're looking a bit more south now to where you are. This looks all right. These clouds don't look too bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me. I'm waving to the camera. I'm actually not that close to it, but again, they don't look bad right now. Of course, the ones that are rolling in, the cumulus clouds are the main ones to look out for, and of course, any clouds that have an anvil top to them. Those are typically thunderstorm clouds, which even if they don't produce the thunderstorms themselves, still have that static charge in them to worry about. So we have time. Again, like I said, the breeze is very light. It's warm. It's in the mid 70s right now, upper 70s Fahrenheit. I apologize. I don't know the Celsius conversion off the top of my head.
Whoa.
I know, for shame. But yeah, otherwise, everything seems fine. The only thing that's super hot right now are the flare stacks for the hydrogen and for the methane.
And over the last few minutes, we've been getting some excellent questions, some excellent comments. Again, if you want to have a chance of bringing them on screen, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. First of all, before we even got the stream going, we did get a little bit of support. We had Mustang 6 The Force, we had Marshall Gates, and we even had Gangster Daddy 510 becoming a Red Team member. So thank you very much for joining the membership program to all of those people. But let's go through some questions here. First of all, Brett Jones is asking if the landing is going to be streamed. Fingers crossed that will be, because even on the first flight of New Glenn, Sawyer, they had a live camera on Jacklyn, and they even had a live camera in the engine bay, I think, of the booster.
Exactly. I'm sure that there are cameras there. I hope that they will stream them. It's worth noting that there are probably a whole bunch of engineering cameras as well that we may not see on board that they will be using to obviously track the entire progress of the flight. But it looked as if we might have had some camera views for Flight 1 had it actually made it through the entry burn and gone ahead with the landing. And as you pointed out, yes, we did see live views from Jacklyn in that previous stream. So fingers crossed that we will indeed see something, and also double fingers crossed that it makes it to that point.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of Jacklyn, we have a couple similar questions here. First of all, Angel Scott is asking how far down range is Jacklyn, and Space Duck Josh is asking how does the barge position itself compared to Falcon 9, closer to the shore, question mark. Marty, I haven't seen a specific, I don't know if Blue has released a specific number, but at least on the timeline, the landing is scheduled to occur at T plus 9 minutes and 9 seconds, whilst typically for Falcon it's kind of T plus 8 minutes. So maybe that indicates it's a little bit further away?
I believe it is a little bit further away. Just a few days ago, Blue Origin released a video in which they said that the barge would be positioned beyond the Bahamas. And I believe that barges for Falcon 9 are usually just a bit closer. And indeed, as you said, the timing is also slightly different, suggesting that New Glenn makes it a bit farther downrange.
Yeah, I believe from our tracking that we saw from Gav, who tracks all the boats here, it was last seen about 600 kilometers downrange for the landing. And yeah, in the meantime, kind of like the ASDS, like the ones for SpaceX, it does have thrusters on it that will be used to help keep it in place. But in terms of getting out there and coming back, there is a towing vessel called Harvey Stone that goes out along with it and has all the support crew, while no people are allowed on the deck.
I think I'll go around everyone here, because of course this is the second attempt of landing the booster for New Glenn. Marty, do you think they'll stick the landing this time?
I'm hopeful, yeah. Remember that I also nailed the landing on the second attempt for New Shepard, and I've learned a lot from this first flight. So it might still be a challenge, but I'm hopeful that they will be getting very close to a landing and actually stick the landing, in fact, this time around.
What do you think, Sawyer? Do you think they're going to stick the landing?
I mean, I think they have a really strong shot at sticking the landing. The big thing for me is making sure that they go beyond the landing burn that we saw last time and actually get to an attempt at landing. I think that alone is going to be a major success. And of course, if they touch down, that's all the better and great for their future cadence as they're then able to start refurbishing, see how it handled, and potentially reuse it. Because right now, that seems to be the larger backlog is lack of first stages that we haven't seen, at least from our flyovers and everything, where we've seen them test, I believe, 2 additional second stages still.
I'm going to open this up to the chat. I want to know what chat thinks. If chat thinks they're going to stick the landing or if chat thinks they're going to fall short again, because I have to say I'm feeling very confident. And I'll be honest, I was feeling confident last time, and I might have predicted maybe a bit too favourable last time. But you know, this time I'm feeling good. The last attempts, it was actually nothing to do with the landing, right? It was the engines failed to relight, meaning they couldn't go through the entry burn. So, you know, I'm feeling optimistic about it. Let's see what chat says. Raptor says falling short. Greg says yes, definitely. Gabriel says 75%. We have a Space Gnome saying yes, 80%. Feast of Antarctica saying no. Michael saying yes. Well, it's kind of 50-50 in chat, yes and no's, to be perfectly honest with you right now. Although Kodra just said 90%, whilst LKHR said 41%. So, mixed opinions in chat right now. Some positive, some negative. So yeah, we'll fingers crossed we'll see in about 3 hours and 19 minutes time who was actually correct. And earlier on today, when propellant load started, we got a tweet from Blue Origin confirming that, with a beautiful picture of New Glenn there. So yeah, that is good to know that things are officially underway, of course. And we can also see there the storms continuing to do storm-like things to the north and to the west of Cape Canaveral at the moment. Have a look through here for some more questions as we see that flare stack on the right-hand side continue to burn, as expected. Have a look through here. We have an interesting question from Mechazilla. They're asking, will we have a VAB squeal? And their friend is also asking, what is a VAB squeal? So Sawyer, as somebody who has heard the VAB squeal, I'll throw that one over to you, even though you're not in the position to hear the VAB squeal this time around.
Yeah, from the location where we normally are at the Launch Complex 39 press site, you don't really get a clear view of of LC-36. Excuse me, almost made a mistake there.
Harry Stranger was about to have your head off.
No kidding. That's why I did the quick correction. But yeah, so basically, it's typically something with the Merlin engines on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, where the resonance with them somehow matches up with the paneling on the vehicle assembly building and rattles them in such a way that you hear what sounds kind of like a fire, like one of those fireworks where it makes the squealing sound. That's typically just from launches from 40 and landings that were at LZs 1 and 2. I don't know if we will hear it with these engines. I don't think that they will resonate the same way, but again, this is only the second flight of the vehicle, so I can't say for certain.
We, of course, have one of our 24/7 microphones at the press site, so fingers crossed we'll be able to go back and listen in after the fact and see if we hear anything. But yeah, as Sawyer said, Launch Complex 36 is, even though it's only 3 numbers away from 39, it's literally on the other side of the Space Coast. 39 is the northernmost pad, and 36 is almost the southernmost pad. So, well, it might actually be the southernmost pad, because I know there's a clean pad in there as well, which Astra used. I'm not sure if that's further south, but anyways, you know my point. It's 2 different launch complexes very far apart. Have a look through here, and NCC is asking, is Blue Origin still looking for a West Coast launch site for New Glenn? I certainly haven't heard anything official as of late. Marty, I don't know if you've heard anything, because of course we saw not that long ago SpaceX is doing a huge ramp up on the West Coast with Slick 6, but I'm not sure if Blue have said anything.
I haven't heard anything in quite a while.
Yeah. So, not the longest answer for you there, NCC, but it'd be interesting to see if they do work on development on the West Coast. It's certainly a advantageous location if you want to be good friends with the NRO and the Department of Defense and things like that. But yeah,
I do just remember that Blue Origin is actually leasing Slicks 9 at Vandenberg. So maybe at some point they could start refurbishing that for New Glenn, and we might see launches from California. But that might be still a couple of years out. I don't know.
yeah. If the residents of the Los Angeles area are already concerned about Elon Musk's UFOs flying over every other day, then it'll be interesting to see how they fare with Jeff Bezos's UFOs when they light up the sky with their exhaust. That'd be rather impressive to see such a huge rocket launching from that location. And speaking of launch pads, Marty, you had a bit of a fun fact about Launch Complex 36 because ESCAPADE, it turns out, isn't actually the first mission to Mars that will launch from this launch pad.
No, you're absolutely correct. This launch pad, Launch Complex 36, goes back all the way to the 60s. So in that time, it was actually split in two. We had 36A and 36B, and both of them have been home to Mars missions and some other interplanetary missions as well. So from 36A, we had Mariner 6, which flew past Mars, and 36A is actually the site of the current New Glenn launch pad. And 36B is the site of the building you see on the screen on the left side now, Blue Origin's integration facility. And that was the location where Mariner 7 and Mariner 9 lifted off from. And Mariner 7 flew past Mars. Mariner 9, if I recall correctly, became the very first to to enter orbit in around Mars. And then there were some other interplanetary missions to Venus, and even the Pioneer 11 mission, which went to Saturn and Jupiter, or probably in the other way around, because that makes more sense with the layout of the solar system.
Yeah, it'd be quite fuel intensive to go to Saturn first and then go to Jupiter. So that'd be spend a lot of delta V in order to make that maneuver.
I just read my list backwards, so got a bit confused there.
And Sawyer, even though ESCAPADE is going to Mars, it's not exactly taking a direct route to Mars, because ESCAPADE was originally going to launch on New Glenn 1 when it was a Mars transfer window, but it's no longer a Mars transfer window.
Exactly, yeah. So this one is going out near what's known as the Lagrange 2 point, or L2. If that sounds familiar, that is the same kind of area that James Webb was launched into. But it's not going into full orbit that far out. It's basically, as I heard it described the other day, and I've loved it ever since, it's going to be kind of kidney bean shaped. So it will go outwards all the way towards the Lagrange point. New Glenn will get it most of the way there, and then the spacecraft will kind of do the rest. That will allow it to sort of meander out there and hang out until the Mars window comes back around in November of 2026, so basically 1 year later. That's when it will use the Earth and do a sort of gravity assist, swing around the Earth and use that momentum to send it out towards Mars, getting it to the red planet about 5 to 7 months after that.
And ESCAPADE, of course, Marty, even though it's a NASA mission, the twin satellites, they were built by Rocket Lab, weren't they?
Exactly. They are based on Rocket Lab's... Originally, it was called the Photon satellite bus, but then they renamed different versions of Photon, and now I'm constantly confused about which one it actually is. But yeah, Rocket Lab built the satellites, the two satellites. There's one named Blue and one named Gold, and they were both built by Rocket Lab, which will now make their way to Mars.
And in case you're wondering about the names Blue and Gold, that is because this is a mission for UC Berkeley, which is one of the California universities. And so their colors are blue and gold. So as a result, when they got to name their spacecraft, they chose the colors of the university, blue and gold.
Very fitting, of course, for that mission. And these are relatively small payloads. They're only just over a metric ton combined, I believe. So that really goes to show you have such a huge rocket, but even with a payload so small, it's sending them out to L2. So this goes to show the mathematics involved with being able to send something that fast away from the Earth, even though it's only going to 1.5 million kilometers away, give or take. Only 1.5 billion kilometers. It's 1.5 million kilometers is still quite a distance, but we've certainly it's going on much further than 1.5 million kilometers at the end of the day. Fingers crossed at the next Mars transfer window. And you can see there in the bottom right a picture of the two spacecraft in the clean room before they were sent to be integrated into the rocket itself. Looking quite snazzy there with their solar panels retracted. And yeah, pretty cool spacecraft indeed. We continue counting down. We're almost L-3 hours exactly, which is very exciting indeed. We have another question here from Sky Reaver, which is an interesting question, but they're asking, why aren't there electric rockets like electric cars? Sawyer, electric propulsion is kind of a tricky subject when it comes to launch vehicles, but electric propulsion has been done in space with satellites for quite some time.
Exactly. There's ion thrusters, Hall effect thrusters, things out in space that are less, shall we say, typical commodity dependent, such as hydrogen or methane or kerosene. So it's doesn't provide as much thrust as you would really need to escape Earth's gravitational pull to get to that point. So that's why you need these monster engines like Raptors, like 9 Merlins, in this case 7 BE4 engines.
And even though they're really efficient, they don't have an incredible amount of thrust to weight, let's put it that way. So they work great in space, where weight isn't really a consideration. There is, you can just, you're already in orbit. I'm sure Marty is going to complain about me using the complete incorrect terminology here about physics and whatnot. But you're going so fast that you're not going to be pulled straight back down. So you can push mass with much less efficient in terms of thrust to weight ratio engines, kind of. I think someone else should do that. Maybe when Alex comes on a bit later, we'll get him to do this explanation, because I'm doing a complete and terrible job of this explanation. But fingers crossed it makes sense what I'm trying to say. Considering the booster had that horrific thrust to weight ratio on the last flight, I think New Glenn should probably stick with its liquid propulsion engines for the time being. Maybe focus on increasing the thrust to weight with them. Under 3 hours to go now until the window opens for New Glenn 2 and the launch of ESCAPADE. So things getting very exciting indeed. And of course, if you're just joining us, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. And second of all, if you have any questions or comments, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. Quick little shorthand for you there. And speaking of that thrust to weight ratio, we have a question from Isaac. They're saying, what is everybody's thrust to weight ratio predictions? Sawyer, let's start with you. Do you think they're going to need to speed up the footage again? Or do you think they'll have a better thrust to weight ratio this time?
If I had to put money on it, my guess is once the thrust to weight hits 1.01, it's going to lift off. Oh, that's not what you mean, is it? It sounds like there might be some lightning additions here. But anyway, yeah, so one more time, what was the question? Sorry, I got distracted. Oh, the thrust weight ratio prediction. I think it's going to be a little bit faster, but not dramatically faster, because this is still a very heavy vehicle. It's still massive, so it's going to take a little time to ramp those up, especially, again, if you think, well, Starship goes fast. Yeah, that's 33 engines. This is 7.
Mm-hmm. Marty, what do you think? Do you think they're going to have a better thrust to weight ratio this time around, or you think it might still take a hot minute to crawl off the pad?
I kind of agree with Sawyer in this one. Last time was so slow, so much slower than we expected. So I think they may be trying to speed it up a bit. But if anything, it would be a very small incremental improvement. And maybe in future missions, we'll see them get off the pad a little bit quicker.
I'm seeing some predictions in chat. KNSU Colorado says 1.02 this time, a bit better than 1.01. We have Liam who says 3.6. I think that might be a bit optimistic, but we have a Wheatbread saying 1.2. Joe saying 4.2. If you have any more predictions, chat, make sure to put them in and we'll read them out. But yeah, we have everything. So we have everything from 0.01 more to almost 4x the thrust weight on the previous flight. Boris says 1.35. Ryan says 3.6 if the front falls off. I hope the front doesn't fall off. That wouldn't be a great day for Escapade. Yeah, a lot of thrust to weight ratios in the ones though. There we go. Some more sensible answers. 1.3, 1.15, 1.10, 1.08, 1.2, 1.5, 1.2. WVG says -5. I'm not quite sure how that would work. But yeah, chat all seems to be in agreement between 1.1 and 1.3. So fingers crossed we get a smooth bit of quicker liftoff this time around.
By the way, if I can just jump in real quick with a moment where I was like, oh, lightning something, the noise that I heard, that was the lightning warning for the area. So you can see on the radar there are still those storms nearby. See that green box that kind of popped up right along the Space Coast area. So there are concerns, obviously, with lightning in the area. So everyone's just going to kind of stay where they are and be safe at KSC in that area. In the meantime, though, they're still proceeding as is from what we can understand here with New Glenn's propellant load, which still has another 2 hours left in it ish.
And to note the box that does pop up, there you go, just for a second. If you look at the southern edge of that, the southern edge is still further north than Launch Complex 36, so that only appears to be impacting the kind of the KSC work area at the moment, 39A, 39B. The other areas don't really seem to be that impacted for the time being. So of course we'll keep tracking that as always. And yesterday, the weather was a little bit nicer, at least last night at sunset. It was pretty golden hour. So Max and Dee, thanks to Starfleet, they got out on a boat and went out to see New Glenn on the pad from a more front-facing angle. And luckily, Blue Origin had turned the pad lights on. And so we have this beautiful Night Before Glory Escapade print, courtesy of Mr. Max Evans, on the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So if you want a picture of this beautiful rocket in front of a beautiful sunset, with the beautiful kind of copper-coloured thermal protection there. I mean, you can put it on your wall. You can get a metal print, get a matte print, a paper print. You can get all different kinds of prints at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, available to you there. So you think that I'm kind of tempted to get that one, to be perfectly honest with you, because it's a very pretty shot indeed. Slightly less prettier conditions right now. It's a bit grey and it's a bit dull. So how are things continuing to look for you a bit further south? Do you still have blue skies, or is it kind of looking a bit grey? I
mean,
guess
further
blue skies
south
in that picture.
Yeah, further south it's definitely blue, but you can see there towards the west from the drone view, the clouds are starting to thicken up a bit, and that is one of the main concerns weather-wise for this window is that cloud thickness. So even if we don't necessarily get the rain and the lightning, that is still the watch item there. So not the prettiest view from that camera angle. I mean, pretty view because the area is gorgeous and Jerry's doing amazing work, but weather-wise, less pretty.
Yeah, it is a bit cloudy. And with a daytime launch, I don't think we're exactly going to get that kind of spotlight effect we got on New Glenn 1 with the nighttime launch. But yeah, we will, of course, keep tracking. I mean, it's blue out to sea. Look at that. It's almost like a strong border. Directly over land, cloudy. Directly over the sea, blue skies.
Yeah, I can see the division line where I'm looking right now, because I'm currently looking east-northeast-ish, and there's a very clear line of it is gray and it is blue.
Yeah. At least there's a nice blue patch that New Glenn can thread through. Look at that. Fingers crossed that sticks around for 2 hours, 53 minutes and 20 seconds time. Anyways, continuing to move on, let's see some questions. Gabriel has an excellent question here, asking, why does Blue Origin call New Glenn new? Well, Marty, New Glenn is called New Glenn because it's named in honor of a rather important astronaut.
Yeah, it's named after John Glenn. So the first US astronaut to orbit our lovely home planet. The much smaller vehicle, the suborbital vehicle, is named New Shepard, after Alan Shepard, who, as you might know, went on a suborbital hop. So the Blue Origin's first orbital vehicle is named after the first orbital astronaut, John Glenn.
And there were also rumors, at least a few years ago, of a new Armstrong. I'm sure everybody knows where that name comes from. For an even bigger evolution, bigger rocket than New Glenn. And New Glenn is already huge, so if anything materializes of that, Blue haven't said anything about that for a long time at this point, unfortunately. But if anything does materialize, an even bigger rocket with even more BE-4 engines on the bottom, I'm sure everybody would be very excited to see that.
Yeah, and in fact, if you're looking at the pad towards the left, the reason that one lightning tower looks a bit beefier than the others is because that is literally designed to be an access tower, so that eventually, if they so choose to have an even larger rocket with a crew arm on it, they could.
Yeah, these towers, I think, I'm trying to remember from New Glenn 1, but I think Harry said that that tower is the tallest tower at the Cape. Unless it's been beaten by the Starship Tower at 39A. But it's certainly bigger than any of the other towers. We'll have to check that.
Not sure the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I have to look that up.
But it's definitely huge. Like, that rocket there, New Glenn, that's the size of SLS. That's barely shorter than the Saturn V. That is a ginormous rocket. And you can see the tower is like 1.5 times the height of that rocket. So, definitely a very, very beefy tower indeed. And whilst we have the opportunity here, why don't we talk about the mission profile? Because, of course, this is intended to be a partially reusable launch vehicle, at least in the current configuration. We have a reusable booster, theoretically, or theoretically for the time being, an expendable upper stage. So, Marty, I'll toss this one over to you if you want to talk about some of the things we are expecting for today's mission profile of New Glenn 2.
Yes, of course. I'd say about 3 minutes and 5 seconds after liftoff, the first stage is supposed to cut off its main engines, followed by stage separation a few seconds later. And as you alluded to, from there, it's not the end for this first stage. In fact, it will reorient itself and prepare for re-entry. It should perform a re-entry burn at T plus 6 minutes and 48 seconds. As you may remember, the last flight, the first flight of New Glenn, didn't do that. But hopefully it will do it this time around. Then, if my maths is correct, it's about that burn will last about 30 seconds. And then at T plus 8 minutes and 27 seconds, it should start up for its landing burn to land on the recovery ship, the landing platform vessel, also named Jacklyn.
Beautiful, beautiful drone ship. I have to say, I'm sorry, but I think Jacklyn looks better than the SpaceX drone ships. There's just something about there's something about the white and blue, the fact that Blue Origin have kind of color in their brand, and it's not just black. Everything's black. I am a fan of the blue and the brighter colors. Maybe that's just me. Chat, let me know if that's just me, but I do like the blue.
The other
adds
thing,
a bit of flair.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the blue holds up after all of the landings on it eventually. But the other thing to note is when you compare it to the SpaceX drone ships at port, they're kind of hard to notice, the SpaceX drone ships, if you don't know what you're looking for, because they're very flat. There's one, again, the tiny little garage where the octograbber hangs out to grab onto it. But beyond that, it's not very tall, whereas this has a gigantic wall basically on one side of it and has the garage for those ROVs there. So it's a lot more prominent looking compared to the SpaceX drone ships.
And so if you want to talk about those ROVs, because it's a robot with kind of like an arm on the end designed to plug itself into the booster. It's kind of funny looking.
It really is. By the way, just want to note that the lightning warning has been extended to the Cape Canaveral area. So that's, if you hear those alarms, that's what those are. But yeah, in terms of, I'm sorry, I just got distracted again. What was the question one more time?
the ROVs, they're kind of like
Yes.
little robots with arms sticking out the top of them.
Thank you. Yes. So there are 6 of them rather than one octograbber to grab on like SpaceX has. There are 6 of these individual little ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, that will roll out, and each of them grabs onto one of these 6 landing legs of New Glenn. That's what will then be used to kind of hold it in place. And once those roll out and grab it, and the vehicle is all safe, that is when the crew that is aboard Harvey Stone will be able to come onto the deck of the drone ship and firm down all of the connections and everything before it's about 600-kilometer return to Port Canaveral.
And we can see that on the radar. There's some storms bubbling up over to the west. They've moved now to kind of the north of Titusville, and they are forming over Titusville as well. So those are the storms that are currently of concern for this lightning watch, which has now been implemented to Cape Canaveral itself, which is of course where Launch Complex 36 is. But I wouldn't be too worried about that for the time being, because of course, Marty, the weather conditions before launch are not as important as the weather conditions at the time of launch itself. We've seen numerous instances where it's been terrible weather, cleared just in time for launch, and beautiful weather, which has deteriorated just in time for a scrub of the launch.
You're absolutely right. Like, from time to time, we've seen SpaceX preparing, fueling a rocket in absolutely horrible weather, and then just at T0, they find a perfect window of great weather to thread the needle and launch through. So, it can go all ways. We don't know where it will go. But just because there is some bad weather now, that doesn't mean anything for what we'll be seeing in 2 hours and 45 minutes. 46.
Yeah, my heart would be quite a surprise if it was suddenly launching in 2 minutes' time. Fingers crossed it doesn't, like the Chinese static fire.
Let's not do that.
Unintentional launch. That would be rather unfortunate.
It's not even fully fueled, so that would definitely.
That would give it a better
a
thrust to
massive
weight
problem.
ratio because there's less mass. You know, could launch faster.
That is true. That is true.
In-flight refueling, just to match them. Anyways, let's get back on track.
Well, they tried to do that in orbit, not just off the pad.
Yeah. Let's wait until we're in orbit until we attempt to do some in-space refueling. We have Techran here with a $5 super chat. Thank you for the support. They're saying, I hope New Glenn is successful. The competition for orbital class commercial rockets is good. I wish I had something more pithy to say, but there you go. Yeah, I mean, Sawyer, this rocket, if successful with its landing today, would make Blue Origin the second organization in the history of aerospace ever to land an orbital class rocket booster. I think the success SpaceX has had and the fact they did it 10 years ago next month, I think people have kind of forget just how revolutionary that is. Like, SpaceX has made it normal, but across the industry, it's not normal. This is still kind of newfangled technology, and Blue Origin is trying to take it to an entire different scale with New Glenn.
Exactly. I mean, in terms of recovery itself, as you pointed out, SpaceX the only one that's done it from an orbital class rocket that has basically delivered a payload to orbit and landed it either back on land or on a drone ship. Rocket Lab attempted it. First, they tried to catch it with a parachute, which didn't quite work. Then they just ended up fishing it out of the water. And then, as Sir Peter Beck told us on one of our NSF lives, basically they kind of just ignored that for a little bit. He's not a fan of marine assets, and as you can see why in the past, it has been a bit of a struggle to get successful landings. It took SpaceX quite a while to do it, and as you can see, there is Jacklyn in the bottom right with some of our awesome drone footage from Jerry Pike, and it's ready to try and make the catch. But remember when Elon posted a whole video of how not to land an orbital class booster? That's why it's very difficult.
Yeah, it is literally like aiming for a teeny tiny little spot, like a grain of dust in an ocean of nothingness. We see it from on board with SpaceX's cameras, with their drone ship landings. I mean, you literally cannot see. This drone ship is like the size of a football field, and that doesn't matter how you define a football field. It is the size of a football field. It is huge, yet you can only see it in the last few seconds before landing from the onboard cameras. That is how. That is the scale we are talking about here. We are talking about something the size of a football field, hundreds of miles away, and yet they need to target it with like sub-meter precision in order to get this thing right in the center, and successfully land it. But you know, Blue Origin have successfully landed a good number of boosters in the past. It's been a while since they've had a failure of New Shepard, but Marty, suborbital hops are kind of a bit of a different ball game. Even though this is technically a suborbital hop for the New Glenn booster, it's a completely different scale.
It absolutely is, and that all comes down to velocity. The New Glenn booster will accelerate to much higher speeds than the New Shepard booster, which also means that it has to bleed off all that velocity upon re-entry and before it touches down on the drone ship. And bleeding off more velocity means also heating up a lot more. So that makes this a whole lot more challenging than launching and then landing a suborbital New Shepard booster.
Yeah. And also, not only the velocities, but also, this thing is huge. Like, I don't know how many times we're going to say this today. New Glenn is huge. And I'm going to keep saying it because I think people need to, like, understand this. This thing is 7 meters wide. This thing is the height of SLS. This is 100 meters tall. This is ginormous.
It's an orbital class building.
It is. It's literally a skyscraper that they want to land on a barge in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. How the words cannot comprehend how cool this is.
Yeah, stage 1 alone, by the way, is 57 meters tall, or 188 feet. And that's just stage 1. That doesn't count stage 2. That doesn't count the payload fairing. That is just the booster that they're going to try and land.
Yeah, I cannot wait for launch. I just cannot wait for launch. 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 50 seconds to go. Fingers crossed. Stay positive about the weather. We've got another question in here from Dougal, and Sawyer, I'll toss this one over to you. They're asking, does Blue Origin integrate the payload vertically or horizontally? And I believe we have a tweet even from Dave Limp to help answer this question.
Exactly, yes. It is integrated horizontally. They have their horizontal integration facility. You can kind of see it in that top left box in that giant building there. And inside that building is what you see in the bottom right. That was one of their kind of testing stages that they have in the middle. That's not a flight booster, but the one in the background there by the flag, that is this rocket. After they integrated the 2 ESCAPADE satellites on board, blue and gold. There's also the Viasat demonstration on there too. But yeah, that is the full vehicle integrated horizontally there, and then they roll that out, and the transporter erector helps in the erector part and transporting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, that TE, we can see it from our kind of southern-based views. Sawyer, I'm sure you can see it from where you are. That thing is probably even more impressive than the rocket itself, because that is like the beefiest, I think I might be correct in saying, since the N1, the old Soviet moon rocket, that is the beefiest transporter erector the world has ever seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, the N1 was transported horizontally, I believe. So yeah, it is absolutely massive. Again, keep in mind, it goes almost the entire height of the vehicle, as you can see. And we've been talking about a 321-foot tall vehicle here. It's massive. I mean, just for scale, by the way, it has the grid fins on it. Each of the grid fins is about the size of a car. So just for reference there.
Blue Origin will use any unit other than the metric units. I've seen them use cars. They've used trucks. I can't remember some of the other units they've used.
I got the Strakes. Each of the Strakes is about the size of an F-16. The aerodynamic forces pushing on the fins during flight is equal to the weight of a 737. How's that for using anything but metric?
They will literally use anything but metric. You know, Blue Origin, they always love to flex that New Shepard, rather, crosses the Kármán line. This arbitrary, I can't speak, put my teeth back in, arbitrary line, 100 kilometers in the sky, and yet they measure everything with feet and miles per hour. You're basing your classifications around a 100 kilometer metric unit line, but yet you measure it in feet. What are you doing? Just use meters.
Yeah, their graphics as well for the launch broadcast for New Shepard also use feet and miles per hour. And I should say they generate as much lift as the wings of an F-16, but still, again, not using actual numbers, just F-16.
Yeah, because I'm sure, I mean, I've flown an F-16. Marty, I'm sure you've flown an F-16. Sawyer, you've flown, everyone knows what an F-16 is like to fly, so, you know, it's a perfectly relatable comparison.
I sat in the cockpit of one, but it didn't take off.
Anyways, thank you, Dougal, for that question. That was a nice discussion to have there. Let's have a look through some here. Space Gnome says that we need some love for New Glenn. I will not say the word you exactly said in your comment. I think that word should be banned from chat personally, now that we don't have Mr. Jack Byer to back up that word. But yeah, I am not in that word fan club at all.
Yeah, that's true. He's not here to say anything about it.
Exactly. We can say so many wonderful. Sawyer, what is the official company NSF definition of a bagel?
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to get started on that right now.
I mean,
Eric,
there's not going to be any dissenting opinion anymore. It's going to be wonderful.
Well, I know
we can
Eric's
agree
gonna come
finally.
in. Eric's going to message me now instantly saying, see, you're already deflecting because you don't have the answer because you don't know because what Jack was talking about was. But anyway, that's for the Flame Trench. I will happily give my full definition next Flame Trench, which is every Friday, typically about 5 p.m. Eastern. And that's our news show where you can come and ask questions.
And we can see there the average Port Canaveral traffic still making its way in and out, as we can see there from the port. Marty, of course, we're not too concerned about any wayward ships or wayward planes at the moment. We're still 2.5 hours away from launch, so those hazard areas are not closed just yet.
No, I don't think so. But they will certainly close just before the launch to make sure that New Glenn is safe to launch and that there is no one in the path in potential harm's way should anything go wrong. Fingers crossed it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't.
And in terms of priorities here, would you rather watch the launch or go gambling? Because this is the Victory Casino boat going out. So that is a gambling ship, in case you're wondering what that boat is specifically. So yeah, there are people for some reason deciding to lose their money on a boat instead of lose their money trying to come up to watch rocket launches.
Well, I think Jeff Bezos has decided he's going to be gambling all of his money into Blue Origin. He's not putting his money on red or black. He's putting his money on blue because he definitely wants this booster to be landing this time around.
That was good.
I think that is the highest praise you can get from Sawyer Rosenstein, the pun master himself. Anyways, Sawyer, but I can throw that one back at you because Real Sarik is asking, since Jack is now leaving, is it now time for Sawyer in a kilt?
Oh my gosh. No, that would be a little bit more of an issue because I do a lot of sitting, and sitting in a kilt can be dangerous. So
yeah.
No.
Oh dear. Oh dear, Sawyer. Eric is in chat. He's saying I like to live dangerously. Yeah, you called it. You called it. Anyways, Derek has a great question in the chat, and they're asking if you can give us a size comparison of this booster versus the Falcon 9 booster in order to get a better understanding how much harder it is to land on Jacklyn. Sawyer, I believe Blue provided us with some information beforehand on the actual size of this booster called GS1, and it is, I mean, I've said it so many times, but it's truly ginormous.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely massive. So in reference, by the way, the Falcon 9 booster, I believe, is about 70 meters, 229.6 feet. I'm trying to recall. I think that's the entire vehicle, just for reference there. This whole vehicle stacked is 321 feet, which is, let me get the metric for everyone, 98 meters. So we're talking about 100 meters tall here. Stage 1 itself, with its 7 BE4 engines, has a height of 188 feet or 57 meters. So it's almost about the height of, or about almost the height of a full Falcon 9 in a single stage here. So it is quite massive. And of those, again, it has 7 engines. The 3 ones towards the middle are the ones that actually gimbal or turn the vehicle. Those are the ones that will also be used for the entry and landing, starting off with the 3-engine burn and then the single engine burn for the landing.
For the numbers on Falcon 9's first stage, it is about 41 meters tall, whereas New Glenn is 57. So that is, if you put them next to each other, the first stages, then Falcon 9 would be roughly 75% of New Glenn. But Falcon 9 is also much smaller in diameter. So it's a whole different class, really.
That is a good point. That is a 3.7 meter diameter versus a 7 meter diameter.
And I think not only is the landing going to be really incredible to see with that size of a booster, but Sawyer, are you going to stay in Florida and wait, or stay at the port, or stay around Cape Canaveral and wait for this thing to come back into port? Because this is going to be huge when it comes back into Port Canaveral. Like, that's going to be, I think that is the point where everyone's minds are going to be absolutely blown to pieces at the immense scale of this recovery operation.
Yeah, I don't know if I will be personally. Depends on other launches and timelines and things, but our team will absolutely be out here for it. I'm sure Jerry will bring his drone out as well if all works out weather-wise and everything. So the team will be out in full force for this recovery because I, too, am excited to just see the scale of everything and also how they're going to offload it because they do have cranes and infrastructure here at the port, and it's kind of obvious to know which is theirs because it's blue.
Branding is on point. You've got the color name and the company name. Just make everything that color, then everybody knows what all of your where all of your infrastructure is. Okay, let's see. We've got a bit more support that's coming in as well, so I'll quickly thank those as we approach L-2 hours and 30 minutes, which is very exciting milestone indeed as we continue to count down towards the opening of the window for New Glenn 2 and the ESCAPADE mission to Mars. We have Ironworks Gaming with the $2 saying fingers crossed they show the attempted landing. I have no doubt that they will want to show this landing because Blue Origin have actually been very open and very transparent as of late, especially it's definitely increased since Dave Limp took over as CEO of Blue Origin. He's been tweeting much more, they've been sharing pictures, they've been sharing information, and there's also the fact that they're going to be sharing information on the second stage because the second stage is going to be going into kind of a graveyard heliocentric orbit around the sun, and Blue will actually be sharing the details of that orbit with the space community, which is very nice, very cool from Blue, and that's something that we love to see. So Blue have actually been very open compared to some other aerospace companies and organizations around the world. We also have Let's Manuel becoming a Capcom member. That means you now have access to the Discord server, as we see a replay, I believe, of the static fire from the other week. That was not last Thursday, but Thursday before at Launch Complex 36. We have Ethereal Swordsman. Hello, Ethereal Swordsman, with the $5 super chat saying, for Old Man Jack's retirement fund, I guess you won't be needing to bring boxes out to Starbase anymore. Anyway, time for awesome slow blue rocket. Yeah, Jack isn't retiring. He's moving on to an even better opportunity at a startup in the Los Angeles area. So I'm not sure if he needs a retirement fund. I think it's probably still more years before he retires. Fingers crossed there, but that's appreciated nonetheless, Ethereal Swordsman. Thank you very much for that. And Bideford, of course. Bideford, I'd love to see you in chat. Bideford gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for those. And of course, if you received one of those gifted memberships, make sure to thank Bideford in chat. They're always in chat supporting the show, handing out gifted memberships and that. So there we go. Thank you very much, Bideford, of course. And let's have a look through here. Sawyer, I'm sure from your position, you would absolutely love to see a New Glenn return to launch site. But Gabriel is asking, why can't New Glenn do return to launch site landings? I'm not sure if it's that they can't do it, but it's just they don't really have any plans to, right?
Exactly. As of right now, there's no plan and no need to. Even if they pick up their cadence to say once a month, they're easily able to accommodate that. It's not like SpaceX where they're launching from 2 different pads multiple times a week, and that is of the essence. They have the drone ship, they can place it where they need to. Also, keep in mind that would be additional land that you need, that is additional permitting, that is additional clearance needed for the landing in said landing zones. You would have to build it, you would have to do all the environmental studies, things like that, that you don't necessarily have to do if you're landing 600 kilometers downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. So it really comes down to simplicity of how big their rocket is and the ease of just, hey, let's land it downrange and bring it back rather than having to build something brand new out here.
And we can see a picture there from Julia Bergeron, who was at the LC-39 press site a few moments ago. And we can see, Marty, that is a bit cloudy behind the VAB, just a little bit.
Yeah, I hope that stays away from New Glen's path, because otherwise, I don't know if we'll see a launch today. So everyone think positive thoughts. So hopefully we can tell these clouds, tell these storms to stay away from New Glenn and stay away from the rocket's path.
Yeah, we can
I'm
see that
certainly
from
crossing my
Jerry's
fingers.
drone. Yeah, cross your fingers. We can see from Jerry's drone the different cloud formations kind of over mainland Florida to the left-hand side of the picture there. On the right-hand side, it's still pretty blue, Sawyer. Still pretty blue.
Yeah, from where I am, again, if you look due east where I am, it is beautiful, almost completely clear skies, a couple of thin, wispy clouds. As you look towards the north, those thin, wispy clouds get a little bit thicker, which, again, as of right now, those aren't the issue. It's the big ones that are on its way behind it that pose the issue for launch weather in particular. But it's amazing how, again, the dichotomy of Florida, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, but it is very much that distinct cutoff line of the shelf of, hey, here's the bad stuff, and here's this is fine.
And in terms of the actual launch forecast weather for the liftoff of for the window, the launch window, rather, luckily because this is a launch from the Cape, we have the weather report from the 45th Weather Squadron of Space Launch Delta 45 of the United States Space Force. They were forecasting with their L-1 day forecast a 35% probability of violating the weather constraints at the opening of the window, which deteriorates to 45% probability of violation at the end of the window, with the primary concerns for launch being the cumulus cloud rule, the surface electric fields rule, and the anvil clouds rules. Solar activity is highlighted as low to moderate, so that's something else they'll be keeping an eye on as part of the additional risk criteria. And the actual offshore landing weather is low risk. So in terms of the landing weather, it's actually looking pretty good according to yesterday's forecast, but the launch weather, of course, is something they're keeping an eye on. And in the event, which I hope they don't have to do, but if they do have to move to a 24-hour delay, they actually have better weather conditions for launch, with a 25% probability of violating those weather constraints, with the only concern being the liftoff winds, which are forecast to be 33 feet per second, 310 degrees. But the offshore landing weather actually deteriorates to moderate. So if they're more concerned about landing the booster, then maybe today would actually be kind of better forecasted conditions. But of course, forecasts can change. They're called a forecast for a reason. They are a forecast. They are not a foredefinite. They are a prediction of what the weather could potentially maybe be like at a certain time in the future. In terms of the current weather conditions, though, we are of course keeping an eye on those clouds. But I mean, we've got a clear, crispy views from I think this is from the jetty, looking out towards the pad. Has that crane just gone up, or has that crane always been there? I can't remember, but there was a crane behind the flare stack. But you can see there the clouds, that previous shot. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's a crane behind the flare stack. I can't tell if that's just gone up or if that's been there the entire time.
I'm not sure either.
I'm trying to look with my Mark 1 eyeballs here. It doesn't seem much different, at least from where I am.
I have to flick through. I'll open up the stream on my end and flick through it quickly to see if I can answer that question, because that's certainly very...
The comments say it has been there.
Okay, it has been there. Yeah, I've just scrolled back through the stream. It's been there. Ignore me. Ignore me. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see. Nothing to hear. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. We've at least got crisp views looking on to the launch pad here. for a launch just under 2.5 hours from now. Fingers crossed as things continue to count down. But of course, we've been live for a little while now, Sawyer, so if you would like to just give everybody joining us a little bit of a reminder, because this isn't like a Falcon where they'll start fueling at T-minus 38 minutes. They've actually been fueling this rocket for the last over 2 hours now.
Yeah, fueling started about 4.5 hours before the opening of the launch window, and that was basically when they start with the hydrogen for the second stage, and then the rest of the propellant load began about 4 hours before launch. That includes the liquid oxygen oxidizer, as well as the methane, which is the propellant for stage 1. And you could see the flare stack for some of that burn-off on the right there. So it also, I was pointed out, it's a good indicator of the wind. It's basically acting as a windsock, and that is currently blowing east to west, just for those kind of trying to figure out location-wise and where that wind direction is blowing. But that thing on the right is east to west in terms of where the flare stack is going. So that will continue, by the way, for about another hour and 20-ish minutes or so. Propellant load should wrap up at T-minus 1 hour, at which point they kind of go into top off because, as Marty was mentioning earlier, the ambient air compared to the supercool temperatures means that some of it's going to start boiling off, so they just sort of top it off as they go. Kind of like when you do that last little squirt at the gas pump or the petrol pump, when you think it's full, but it could probably take a little more.
And then you give it a little bang to make sure that or a little rattle to make sure that you get all of the fuel out of the pump and it actually goes into the tank so you get your money's worth. Does everyone else do that, or is that just me?
I've never done that.
Oh, you don't? Well, you just put it out slightly, right? Because it goes clunk, and then you can't put any more in because it's like it's a valve or what have you, right? And then you just put it out slightly, and then you just tap it on the edge of the fuel cap, and then you make sure you get the last drop of petrol or diesel. You know, it's expensive stuff these days. Well, it's more expensive here than it is over there, but it's expensive stuff. You've got to make sure you get your money's worth, right?
Yeah, we'll make sure the automated fueling system out there does a little tap before.
Yeah. Make sure that there's a little tap of the LNG and the liquid oxygen to make sure that Blue gets their money's worth. And it already looks like we are seeing a little bit of a crowd form there at Jetty Park. The people are very small, so I'm not sure if we could get Max or D to wave. We probably couldn't see them unless Jerry has his zoom. But yeah, we have cameras right at the end of the pier. We are keeping an eye out. Can we get a wave?
You can see how many people are actually out there, though. I can already see the hat for Max out there. I can tell.
Hey, there we go.
Yep.
Hi, Max. Hi, D.
And D. Jerry would have to go way the other way to find me. So there's the team that's the closest right there. But yeah, you can see there's already a lot of people there. There was a lot of groups that started lining up basically when the park opened to get the view, because that is probably the closest public view that you can get with a clear shot of the launch pad the whole way.
And we've also got some friends in boats and around the entrance to the port as well. So I'm sure they'll be maybe hanging around for the next 3 hours or so to see the launch. But either way, it's wonderful to see just how many people are coming out to see a big rocket launch. Sawyer, have you? I know you don't live in Cape Canaveral. You live a bit further south. You just come up for the bigger launches. But have you noticed it being any busier than you usually expect? Or I would hazard a guess it's maybe not Artemis 1 levels, but what is it like?
It's definitely not Artemis 1 levels. I mean, part of it is also the typical traffic that you would see on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon in Florida when the weather is in the high 70s, low 80s. The beach is relatively busy. I'm down by the Cocoa Beach Pier, which is pretty empty at this point. So, I mean, the hype is probably there. And again, you saw the number of people out at Jetty Park. But in terms of everyone else, it's about the same from what I've noticed. But then again, I did arrive here about 5 hours before launch. So the only time that I've ever seen pandemonium 5 hours before launch was STS-135, Artemis, and Falcon Heavy demo.
Falcon Heavy demo. I mean, even the video that SpaceX released after the fact was just there were more people than you could even conceivably count. I mean, it's absolutely rammed for that launch. It was incredible to see just how many people had turned out for what was a demonstration mission at the end of the day. Like, SpaceX didn't know if that was going to go to plan. And apart from the core booster landing, they kind of knocked it out of the park. As we can see, some people whom have convinced their significant others to come for a beach day, and oh, look, the rocket launched. What a coincidence.
But yeah, that Falcon Heavy demo one, I passed traffic backed up to get into the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. It was probably 6 miles long. It was ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. That's almost like that world record traffic jam in China, which took like 72 or 7 days to clear or something. It was like 40 miles long or something, just to come and see Falcon Heavy demo. Anyways, we are, of course, continuing to... It sounds like it's getting a little bit windy, but we are continuing to track the launch of New Glenn 2 and Escapade. Currently L- 2 hours, 17 minutes, 29 seconds and counting, at least according to the latest information released by Blue Origin. We can see that the vehicle continuing to vent as it is loaded with its cryogenic liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, and of course liquid methane on the GS1 Glenn Stage 1 booster. And we are continuing to track as things progress. Everything looking good so far. And that's not just in terms of the visuals, because it's quite pretty with the blue skies if we ignore the clouds, but that's also the technical side of things. We haven't heard any reports from Blue or NASA or anybody saying anything untoward, so we are feeling confident about today's launch, at least so far. But again, I will hazard a warning, there is still a long way to go until the ignition and even liftoff of those BE-4 engines on the booster. And speaking of the propellant loading, we have Kalanzut. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, but they're asking, when is propellant load complete? So Marty, if you wouldn't mind taking us through when the propellant load will be wrapping up on New Glenn.
That will be in 1 hour and 16 minutes and 18 seconds. So exactly 1 hour before liftoff. As a reminder, Blue started propellant load about 4.5 hours before liftoff. And that process apparently takes about 3.5 hours. So from T minus 60 minutes, approximately, they will start replenishing the propellant because the propellant is heating up in the ambient temperatures of the Florida weather, and that means that there will be some losses. But that's not good, of course. So they will just keep topping up from T minus 60 minutes onwards. And then from that moment on, we should at T minus 30, they will check the weather. If that's all good, they will poll for go at T minus 17 minutes. And that terminal count that they will go for will then start at T minus 4 minutes. And then just a few minutes before launch, at T minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they will start pressurizing the tanks up to flight pressure. A minute after that, the vehicle will be on internal power. And then at T minus 30 seconds, the water deluge will start. So they can ignite the engines at T minus 5.6 seconds and lift off at T0.
Wonderful, of course. And we have another question here from a Mercon. And they're asking, how is Blue Origin allowed to launch at this time with the emergency order from the FAA? So I'll toss this one over to you. I think one important distinction, at least for today's launch attempt, is that the emergency order, although filed on Thursday, doesn't actually come into effect until Monday.
Exactly. That goes into effect tomorrow. So beyond that, Blue would need to get exemptions to continue launching at this specific time window for it. And Blue did say in an X post that they are indeed working with the FAA to coordinate and follow all the restrictions as needed. So they're going to try. Obviously, the goal would be to get it off today before the restriction goes into effect. And it's funny, if you look at the SpaceX website where it has the list of upcoming launches now, you'll notice a lot of them are now at 10:01 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 minute after the ban is lifted each day.
Yeah, it's kind of like, malicious compliance. Yes, we will abide by your ban, but we will launch 1 minute after it lifts. Surprised they're not doing, like 22:00 0.00.0001, just to be, you know, a millisecond within the window there. But of course, that being implemented whilst the US government is shut down and there are shortages with the air traffic control system because of that and various other reasons. Anyways, we don't need to talk about that. We've got an exciting rocket to talk about, so let's talk about the exciting rocket. And speaking of the exciting rocket, Dennis is asking if there's any update on Project Jarvis. Marty, that was kind of a I don't know if it's correct to call it a rumoured thing, but there was certainly like a background project underway at Blue Origin. I think we might have even seen a patent. But they wanted to make a reusable upper stage like Starship, but I don't think we've heard anything for a while on that.
Not for a while. Now, at some point we did see some things during our flyovers at the LC-36 pad, which we're now looking at, like just a ways out of view. They were, at some point, they were building some tanks, but they've since disappeared, and I don't recall hearing anything from this project in quite some time.
Yeah, it's they've been a little bit quiet, but nonetheless, fingers crossed they're working on things in the background. Something else they might be working on in the background, Sawyer. Potentially a crew capsule. I know there's been rumours about that. Alan is asking, can this rocket carry crew? What do you think? Do you think there is a future where Blue Origin builds a crew vehicle for New Glenn, or do you think even somebody else's capsule could fly on New Glenn?
I mean, potentially other capsules, but keep in mind you have a 7-meter diameter rocket, so you would need either something with an adapter for a capsule or a very large capsule. So as of right now, it is not a crew-rated vehicle. So right now, people cannot fly on it. It is something that they have mentioned that they've considered, and as pointed out, that back left tower that looks a bit beefier than the one on the right, that is an access tower. So in theory, you could attach a crew access arm to that and use it to access a vehicle. But as of right now, the main plan is just payloads.
I think even on Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, he was fortunate enough to tour Blue's facilities at the Cape with Jeff Bezos as a tour guide. I don't think it gets much better than that for a tour guide of Blue Origin. But I think he even went up that tower on his tour, and you know the views from up there. As we were saying earlier, I think this is, at least it was, or it even still is, the tallest tower at the Cape. It is absolutely huge. So yeah, pretty cool views you can get from up there. Let's see here. We are now 2 hours, 10 minutes, 20 seconds away. And speaking of that clock, we have Jacob, who is asking, what is the difference between L- and T- times? And they're also asking, if the mission is scrubbed, is there another available launch time taking into account the new FAA restrictions? Sawyer, I'll toss that one back over to you, because even though Blue kind of publicly only used T-, we have seen kind of behind-the-scenes pictures that they've published of their mission control where they actually use L-.
Exactly, yeah. From that behind-the-scenes sort of video and photo that Blue themselves posted, you could see the clock had L-. So L- is time to launch uninterrupted. That means there is no stops, no pauses, no nothing. That will continue to count down until liftoff, whereas a T- clock can have built-in holds into it. So, for example, for Atlas V, United Launch Alliance, they have a point where they will go T- 4 minutes, 30 seconds and holding. They will stay in that for about 20 or 30 minutes, have time to check over everything, and then do a poll if they are go or not. So in this one, they just built that time into it, which is why we have the L-. As, by the way, we could see one of those Coast Guard clippers on their way out.
We could see they literally went phew across our close-up view. Jerry tracking with the drone. They certainly do not hang around. Let's put it that way. But the Coast Guard, of course, heading out. Coast Guard, one of the many agencies involved in securing the range and making sure there's nobody in a location where they shouldn't be when the time of launch comes around. We have airspace restrictions, land restrictions, we have marine restrictions. This is a big rocket. If something, God forbid, goes wrong, which of course we want it to go right, but if something does go wrong, you need to be prepared for that eventuality, which is why we have so many different organisations working to help keep the area secure and keep the general public safe, of course, including those on that casino ship that headed out a few minutes ago. Let's have a look through here. For some more questions, of course, if you're just joining us, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF, and we will do our best to answer as many questions as we can. That's why we're hanging out from 3.5 hours, fingers crossed, all the way up until launch, maybe even longer if they push into their just over 2-hour window today. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us, and we will continue to keep an eye on this vehicle as the clock counts down. And we have Gabriel asking, once never tell me the odds, which is of course the name of this booster, lands successfully on Jacklyn, what are the chances that there will be monthly launches of New Glenn? That's a very interesting question. Marty, I think it's safe to say from the fact that they've static fired 1 GS1 and 2 GS2s at their second stage production line, a bit quicker than their stage 1 production line. Do you think if they stick this landing, they'll be able to do monthly cadence?
Not right away. Definitely not, because as you said, it doesn't seem like they have the hardware to support that launch cadence. But I certainly expect it to speed up quite a bit, because of course the previous launch was in January. And if this one goes well, we might see the next New Glenn launch sometime early next year. And well, if they can keep a cadence going, speed up every time, eventually we might see them end up launching monthly or even more frequently. But for now, I think we're stuck with a New Glenn launch every now and then. But honestly, we saw the same with Falcon, with Electron, and many other rockets as well. So keep waiting a bit, and maybe in a few years we'll get regular New Glenn launches.
Yeah, I mean, I think considering that this rocket is the size of SLS, and if it launches today, it would have launched twice in the span of 10 months, and we've had one SLS launch in the last, nearly coming up on 3 years now. I think they can probably be a bit happy with that cadence. Of course, Starship blows everything else out of the water because they've flown, 11 times since April 2023? But, different evolution, different development pipelines,
2 launches within a year for a new rocket is already very impressive.
And it's exactly the same as what Starship did, to be fair, in its first year. Did 2 launches, so just saying. And of course, this rocket has already deployed something, or I'm not sure if deployed is the right word, but the maiden mission was hosting a Blue Ring Pathfinder. It's kind of like an on-orbit platform that Blue Origin is developing, and that was hosted on the second stage, which was of course successfully inserted into an orbit that did not decay. Something Starship is yet to do. Anyways, moving on. Doug, thank you very much for the support with the 10 Red Team memberships. That is a lot of Red Team memberships gifted to the chat. So if you receive one of them, make sure to thank Doug in chat, because, yeah, that is a lot of support. Not only do we benefit, of course, but the community also benefits, because 10 people who might not necessarily be able to afford a Red Team membership now get access to many photos behind the scenes. I know Chris B is posting all of the photos, behind the scenes photos. We sprinkle some of them from Starbase and from Florida and from various behind the scenes locations as well. So if you're a member, definitely keep an eye out for those. Chris B just said in our back channel here, full caps, so many photos. I think you might be getting overwhelmed with the number of photos we've been getting over the last few days as we've been preparing for New Glenn, of course. So yeah, many photos for you all in the background there. If you go to the YouTube channel, go to the membership tab, and just keep scrolling. There's so many photos. And we have an interesting question here from Leriku, who is asking, do we know of any changes made to the vehicle after NG1? Sawyer, I would imagine Blue have been working to improve their relight ability on the BE4s, considering that is kind of what doomed the booster on the last flight.
Yeah, I would imagine they have. There really hasn't been much that we've publicly seen of those changes. Again, because keep in mind, it's not like SpaceX at Starbase where we have cameras on the roads 24/7 watching everything they're doing, where we see all of it. So I'm sure there have been some modifications to it, but nothing that we know publicly. That's also why we've been guessing of if it will be faster off the pad or not. And I'm sure some of that is related to that. But keep in mind, the BE4s don't just fly on New Glenn. BE4s also fly on Vulcan. So they have flown previously. So they have some kind of flight experience with those engines elsewhere. So I'm sure they've been upgrading and improving with every flight from those missions too.
Indeed, indeed. That's kind of a side benefit, almost. Kind of a side benefit. I suppose another side benefit would be if Blue successfully lands a booster with 7 BE4s, they'll then get to inspect those engines, which would then provide even more data to potentially improve them for New Glenn, for Vulcan, because of course Vulcan is going to be doing quote-unquote smart reuse. At least that's an idea for an evolution where the engine section of the Vulcan rocket will be detached and parachute back to Earth in kind of like an inflatable heat shield thing. So it'd be interesting to see if any of the recovered BE4 engines from New Glenn better inform how United Launch Alliance might recover their BE4 engines from Vulcan. So, different evolution pathways, different mission profiles, different energies. Toy Bruno loves to talk about his high energy rocket. But anyways, moving on. Let's have a look through here. We have another question from 98 Central, who is asking, does Blue Origin plan to recover the fairings? Well, Marty, on this flight, I don't believe so, but potentially in the future, they are huge. I keep saying that. The entire rocket is huge, but those fairings, definitely huge.
I don't believe so either that they will recover them on this flight. But never say never. SpaceX also wasn't going to recover their fairings at first. And I do believe that we've actually seen Blue Origin teams training fairing recovery at the Cape at some point. So they're definitely thinking about it. And we might see it on a future flight as well.
Indeed. I think Max was at the press site when the fairings rolled past after they had integrated the ESCAPADE payload at the Astrotech facility. They then have to roll the fairings all the way out to the launch complex, and Max was sitting along that route, and he got some wonderful photos of this thing rolling past. And these fairings are just, it is a scale. I think, I'm trying to think if there is another rocket with fairings this large, because we have, this is a 7-meter diameter rocket, but of course we have SLS, which is a similar size, but that doesn't have fairings really. It has the Orion on top. Starship doesn't have fairings. Falcon 9's fairings, they are 3.5 meters and they expand up to 4 or 5 meters, I think. And I'm trying to think if there are bigger fairings in the world. These could be the largest, like, detachable fairings in the world, unless I've forgotten a rocket that's really obvious and I'm going to have street cred points taken away from me for not knowing the bigger rocket. Because I don't think, did the N1 have fairings? I think it must have done.
Yeah, but it tapered a lot. So
yeah,
it might have been much narrower at the top. So yeah, I can't think of any other rocket either. Most of them seem to be roughly around the 5-meter mark or smaller. But perhaps we're both missing something, and Alex will correct us really soon. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll get a message saying, wrong, you forgot about the Rocket 1 from the Soviet Union in the 1970s and actually had a huge fairing that is like 50 meters, I don't know. But yeah.
I've seen crazy concepts, but...
Yeah, definitely. If they're not the largest, I'd say they're probably number 2 or number 3. I'll put it that way. Have another look through here for some questions. Again, if you're just joining us, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. We are now under 2 hours until the opening of the window for New Glenn 2 Escapade. We are 2 hours and 8 minutes away from potentially seeing that booster touching down on the deck of Jacklyn for the very first time. If they do that, I think the entire internet is going to go absolutely berserk, because that would be pretty cool indeed. Anyways, Tigers in chat, at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF, if you have any questions. Oh, let's have a gander at this one from Jacob Sawyer. They're asking, how does the height of New Glenn compare to the Saturn V, Shuttle, and SLS? Well, in terms of SLS, I think they are nearly or pretty much the exact same height.
Yeah, they're pretty close to each other in terms of height. I believe SLS current variant is 322 feet tall, and this is 321 feet tall. So missed it by just a foot if you're using Imperial. If you want to use metric, they're both 98 meters. So roughly the same there. In terms of the Saturn V is about 360 feet tall. So about 40 feet taller than that, and yeah, Starship's close to 400 feet tall, so that still takes the cake.
Of course. We can see there the boats continuing to gather, the people continuing to gather for this launch in under 2 hours' time. Getting very, very exciting. The hype is indeed real, everybody. The hype is indeed real. Let's have a look through here for some more questions. Gabriel is asking, how many seconds will it take for Blue Origin to open the landing legs before GS1 touches down on Jacklyn? Marty, I think they said this in the video they released, but it's blanking my mind right now. I don't know. Can you remember?
I can't remember either.
It's like
Unfortunately.
10 seconds or something. I can't remember the exact number, but it's like 10 seconds or something, I'm pretty sure.
Alex is typing. Perhaps he has the answer.
Well, if we stall long enough, then maybe we can get a correct answer for you in the chat, or he's going to say something completely irrelevant, which won't help this stream at all. We'll find out.
It's
something completely irrelevant, which won't help this stream at all. Okay, we will swiftly move on. Never mind. Oh, J-Volt. J-Volt has a brilliant point. I completely forgot about the Saturn V when it launched Skylab. They're saying that Skylab's fairing was 6.6 meter radius, 17.1 meters tall, and was 24,400 pounds, which is quite cheap for a fairing. That's a joke. That's funny. I'm going to actually have a look for the conversion to imperial, correction, to metric, I mean, which is just over 11 metric tons. So, yeah, J-Volt, you got me. That is a bigger fairing, a very, very bigger fairing than New Glenn. Or similar size. It doesn't beat it on diameter, it might beat it on length. Maybe?
We'd have to check the total volume that it could take is probably the best measurement of that. The fairing volume for New Glenn, by the way, is 458 cubic meters or 16,184 cubic feet.
Okay, so if you, J-Volt, if you at NSF again and you manage to obtain the volume of the Skylab fairing on Saturn V, then we can do the comparison and see which one was actually bigger. Because that's certainly, yeah, that completely blanked. Of course, Saturn V only got... Oh, and we're getting an actual replay of the rollout of the New Glenn fairing in that bottom right box from the other evening when the fairing was rolled out from Astrotech to Launch Complex 36. And yeah, compared to the Falcon 9 fairings, Falcon 9 fairings are big. New Glenn fairings are huge, just like the rest of the rocket. I feel like that's going to be the word of the day, huge, because this rocket is just massive. It's a scale which we haven't seen at the Cape before, really, in terms of, you know, like a rocket designed to deliver things in terms of, you know, satellites and payloads and things like that. You know, SLS is designed to carry Orion to the moon. That's pretty much its only purpose these days, unfortunately. And we, of course, don't have Starship at the Cape just yet. So New Glenn is kind of like rules the roost, at least until the Starship launch pad at Launch Complex 39A comes online. Maybe next year, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, absolutely huge fairings there. I've completely lost my train of thought, but we have a tweet from Blue Origin. Let's read out the tweet. They're saying New Glenn is fueled for its second mission carrying NASA's ESCAPADE and a technology demonstration for Viasat in support of NASA's Space Operations Communications Services project. That's a lot of long words in the space of a short span sentence, but there you go. Blue Origin confirming things are continuing to count towards the launch as expected.
I will say, if that means propellant load complete, they're way ahead of their original timeline.
Yeah, which would be surprising, or maybe the information they provided in the press kit was slightly outdated. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I mean, it's better to be ahead of schedule than behind schedule. So
perhaps the timeline is very roomy at this point to account for any potential issues that might prop up.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see on that one. But either way, we are continuing to see venting from the booster, which is what we would expect. So nothing out of the ordinary, nothing we are concerned about at this time visually. And of course, if Blue is reporting everything good in the background, then there's nothing to worry about. Have a look through here as the wind picking up yet again. We can hear on the microphones. Sawyer at Jovikos is asking, what is the fire in the back? So if you wouldn't mind explaining what those flare stacks are. First of all, what a flare stack actually is, and then the different ones that they have for New Glenn.
Sure, if it were methane, it'd be igniting in the flare stack, which it is.
No, don't say that.
Yikes. Anyway, yeah, so that is one of the flare stacks. So this vehicle is loaded up with liquid oxygen as the oxidizer, and the propellants are methane and hydrogen. So as those load up, of course, there's going to be some that needs to be pulled away from the rocket and burnt off. So that is what you are seeing there, is burning off some of that excess methane and the excess hydrogen. So there's a couple of methane flare stacks there. It's hard to see the second one from this view, but there are two of them, I promise you. And so that is what you see burning off.
And we've got another person in chat on the fairing volume question. We have Zynonox07. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, but they are saying New Glenn is 686 meters cubed and Skylab is 585 meters cubed. Well, the number that Blue Origin has provided us is 458 meters cubed. So I would be surprised at your New Glenn number. But if Skylab was truly 585, then that would mean technically Skylab is bigger. And I think we're now starting to hear rain on the microphone, and we can also see the rain from Jerry's drone view there. I'm wondering if our wonderful production team of Kevin and Jay can inform me which microphone we are hearing, because if this is the microphone we have at the Complex 39 press site, then that would make sense. Yes, we are hearing that microphone from the Launch Complex 39 press site, so that makes sense why we're hearing the rain. There is no rain at Complex 36, but there is at Complex 39, slightly further north, literally on the other side of the base here. Oh, there we go. There's the visual confirmation from one of our bots there. It is indeed raining quite heavily. I'm sure the buses, everyone will be hiding inside of the coaches there. The VAB getting absolutely drenched. So yeah, these storms have been rolling in from the west for a little whiles now. And they're kind of forming to the north.
Yeah, they've been hanging out to the northwest
they've
of where
formed
we
on the
are.
west, so they've drifted up north, kind of.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it is kind of drifting southeastward a little bit, so it's starting to head towards this way. But again, right now, there are still blue skies in the area. We'll see what rolls through with the storm and how fast it's rolling. Because as noted in the top left corner, there's still an hour and 50 minutes till the opening of the window, and the window itself is about 2.5 hours. So there's plenty of time to find a spot to launch.
And as a reminder, New Glenn will be launching east. So as long as these weather systems stay north, we might be fine. But if they're coming southeast, I don't know.
Yeah, at that point, that is something we will need to keep an eye on. But we can do the happy weather dance. We can think optimistic thoughts, and we can hope that the weather won't be too poor in terms of a liftoff. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, the official weather forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron at Space Launch Delta 45 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida on Earth. And I'm definitely not stalling because I might have accidentally closed the forecast. Here it is. Let me open it up again for you. Is 35% probability of violation at the opening of the window, 45% probability of violation at the end of the window, with the primary concerns for this launch attempt today being the cumulus cloud rule, the surface electric fields rule, and the anvil clouds rule, with solar activity, the additional risk as low to moderate, and the offshore landing weather risk as low. And in the event that they need to do a 24-hour turnaround, that would improve the weather conditions at liftoff to 25% POV, with the primary concerns being liftoff winds, which are currently forecast as 33 feet per second. However, the solar activity would remain low to moderate, and the offshore landing weather would actually deteriorate to moderate risk. So those are the current forecast conditions for today and tomorrow, in the event that Blue Origin need tomorrow.
Again, pending approval for the launch time, given the orders going into place. But yes,
Pending many
and-
things.
yeah, and it's worth noting again. Right now, as we pointed out, there's still 2 hours until launch. That is why we have the L- clock. If they may go into internal holds on their clock at Blue Origin, but right now, publicly still counting down here from everything we're aware of towards the top of the window, and the launch is continuing. So, people in chat, don't worry. Weather can roll through. The clock is still counting.
Indeed. Wonderful. Pretty cloud formation. Less pretty for those in the field and on the ground. Very pretty to watch from a few thousand miles away. I'll put it that way.
Not too bad from
These-
8 miles away.
These rain sounds are almost putting me to sleep.
Oh yeah, but I mean, if the weather holds wherever people are located in the area, this is where and when you would be able to see it. By the way, I like when launch providers provide these visibility maps. So, of course, starting off in the Cape Canaveral vicinity, then working its way out towards the northern and southern parts of eastern Florida. Starting about a minute to 90 seconds into flight, you get really towards the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, as well as the Jacksonville area, about a minute 20 seconds into flight. If you're still able to see it, about 2.5 minutes into flight. Then if you're on the coast of Georgia, over towards Tallahassee in the Panhandle area, you get to see it. 180 seconds into flight is when we start getting in towards the South Carolina area. Of course, at 240 seconds after that is pretty much encompassing a lot of the Bahamas, out towards Panama City and up towards the southern part of North Carolina.
I think it's only Blue and ULA who put out these graphics, but they're very useful. So, unfortunately, they have omitted the Bahamas and the rest of the Caribbean from their graphic, which would be in the bottom right there of the circle. But I'm sure if you look outside, if the weather conditions are nice, you may be able to see them as well. Oh, and of course, Firefly Aerospace also released those for their launches from Vandenberg. We have collaborated with them. We have provided live stream services towards them for their previous few missions there as well.
But a visibility map is useless for any launch from Vandenberg because you won't be able to see because of the fog.
Well, I will rebut that by saying that their launch, I can't remember which flight it was it 3 or 4? It was definitely visible from further afield. They had videos of people in Arizona who were seeing the launch being backlit by the setting sun, which was quite impressive to be able to see it that far away.
True. If you're away from the actual launch site itself, yes, that's a running joke, by the way, of the fog. And the math shows that there's a 50% chance that a launch there will be fully fogged out.
Top NSF, top tip, if you want to see a launch from Vandenberg, go to Arizona. Let's have a look through here. Actually, I think we should probably hit the support queue very quickly, because we have gotten a little bit of support. Secure Site with the £5 super chat. Thank you very much. We will keep up the good work indeed. And of course, a big thank you to our entire field team. We have Max, we have Dee, we have Sawyer, of course, we have Julia, we have Jerry rolling out, deploying the full force of NSF at the Cape for today's launch. Fingers crossed in an hour and 44 minutes time. Fish Video File, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. They're asking any re-entry videos like Starlink on the booster. Marty, I don't believe they will have Starlink on board because, of course, Amazon has Project Kuiper. I don't think they would have a Kuiper constellation capable of doing live video just yet, but never say never.
I think I would agree with you because Kuiper has only had a few launches so far, and it takes quite a while to get a constellation to a point that you can reliably stream video through it. So, no Kuiper yet. I also don't think they will install Starlink on the booster, but they might have other ways of downlinking this telemetry. And if I'm allowed to go off on a tangent, because speaking of telemetry...
We've got an hour and 43 minutes. Go on as many tangents as you like.
Yeah. So there is another payload that will be installed on New Glenn that has to do with telemetry. It's Viasat's in-range launch telemetry relay service, which is for NASA's communication services project, and that is NASA's project to replace its TDRS service. And I believe that this Viasat payload will be installed on New Glenn's upper stage, and it won't it will remain integrated on New Glenn throughout the mission, and they will turn it on about 39 minutes after liftoff. So they will get telemetry back through that, but that is completely different telemetry than the landing views that we're talking about and re-entry views. Then again, going back to these re-entry views, before SpaceX started using Starlink for that, they still were able to downlink video, and we might still be able to see Blue Origin do the same. I believe we've also heard or seen cameras installed on the booster at some point.
And in response to that tweet we saw a little whiles ago from Blue Origin, when they said they had wrapped up propellant loading, we were like, hang on a minute, that's an hour ahead of schedule. You sure about that, Blue? So we reached out, and Blue have confirmed to NSF they are ahead of schedule with the propellant load of New Glenn, which is something we love to hear. And that just means that, you know, they're going to be even more ready for the launch than they would have been if they were on schedule. So they're actually ahead of schedule with New Glenn 2 and ESCAPADE, which is wonderful news. Less wonderful news is that cloud formation now coming in from the west. But we'll be keeping an eye on that, and fingers crossed that won't be a concern in an hour, 41 minutes and 51 seconds time. And we had another bit of support here from TechRun with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for the support there. And they're saying that for them they prefer it if it runs late. Well, fingers crossed. We're broadcasting to the internet, so you can come back and watch it whenever you like. But fingers crossed, the majority of you will be able to join us live. But thank you for the support nonetheless. That rain very much intensifying now at the Kennedy Space Center, which we can hear over our microphone. I'm not sure if it's even spreading to the Cape and the Jetty Park here. I thought I saw a raindrop, but maybe I was just imagining it. We will of course keep an eye on that.
Yeah, there was
Apparently
some
it is spreading.
Yeah, there was some sprinkling over at the port. We have our fleet cam out there at Rusty's. It was starting to get some rain there. It's definitely starting to feel more humid now, and the wind picking up where I am. Again, about 8 miles south of the pad right now. So it's coming.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the radar now. There is a little blob sitting over Port Canaveral. So thoughts and prayers to our field team stationed at Port Canaveral. That rain getting very loud now. Anyways, we will continue to count down.
Yeah, it's supposed to the rocket ASMR.
Yeah, I mean, that rain is sending me to sleep. Anyways. Chat members, if you want an hour of New Glenn rain, let us know. We'll put it in the members area. I'm sure we can pull an hour from that microphone and publish it.
Would you like me to turn it off, Ryan?
I like it. Just don't make it too loud.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it down just a little bit for you.
Okay. Because if it's too loud, it's going to send me to sleep, and then we'll have no one to host the stream. So it's probably not the best outcome.
We definitely don't want you to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Cool.
The voice of God, Kevin Michael Reed, everybody in the background, along with Jay Keegan, producing today's stream of New Glenn 2. And we continue to count down 1 hour, 39 minutes to go. And I think we've been getting a lot of questions, Sawyer, in the background in chat, and similar questions essentially asking, can they delay? How long can they delay? Is there a launch window? So could you just take us through some of the details there is about today's launch window for ESCAPADE and what kind of hold capabilities New Glenn has?
Sure. So for this mission, again, the window opening in about an hour, 38 minutes from now, 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. That continues for quite a while. So they have, I believe, until 4:13 p.m. Eastern time. So there's still a couple of hours away a couple of hours if they need it to be able to go in today's launch window. So plenty of time to be able to find a gap in the weather if needed. And the temperatures in this are not like what we're used to seeing for Falcon 9, where they are super chilled. These are chilled, but not super chilled. So as a result, they can hold a little bit longer. Hence why at this point, they are fully fueled and will likely be able to hold through the window.
Indeed. 1 hour, 37 minutes, 55 seconds. I hope everybody in chat is very, very excited and very, very hyped, because we have a very exciting mission, exciting launch coming up today. It doesn't get much bigger than this, at least on the Space Coast, so we haven't seen a launch of this scale since New Glenn 1 in January. And before that, it was Artemis 1 in 2022. So certainly a occurrence which is becoming less rare these days, and fingers crossed going into 2026 it will be becoming even less rare and even more abundant of this big rocket action, which we love to see. And yeah, it's a very, very exciting time to be a space nerd. I can say that, at least. Let's have a look through here for some more questions, of course. If you are just joining us, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and it brings it into a nice queue here we have running, scrapes up all the questions and comments, and allows us to put them on screen. And we have a very, very good question, which I can throw to everybody here. We have Sard, who's asking, if they stick the landing, when do you expect Flight 3? Marty, I'll toss that one over to you first. If they successfully recover this booster, when do you think Flight 3 will be of New Glenn?
Well, Flight 3 will be Blue Moon Pathfinder, so the uncrewed lunar lander built by Blue Origin, and that is currently in the books for no earlier than January. So if that vehicle is ready, if that lander is ready, and if they stick the landing on this flight, well, we might see the next New Glenn mission as soon as January.
Potentially January. Sawyer, what do you think? If they stick the landing, when do you think Flight 3 will be going off?
I think just to make everything difficult, right around the time of Artemis and Starship version 3. So I'll go with February or March, just to make it more difficult for the team.
Don't do that.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm just being overly optimistic again. Personally, my opinions have been extremely optimistic towards New Glenn. Maybe I'm just too excited about this rocket. I honestly think early next year is on. If they get this booster back, I think they'll do their inspections, assuming they get it back in one piece successfully, right? So, I think they have a good chance. I think they have a good chance of getting another flight off early next year, and you know, it would mean another wintertime launch for New Glenn, which I'm sure the field team will be very happy about. With a January launch and a November launch. Maybe they'd love another January, February, March launch. I don't know. Something that the field team will be less happy about, however, is that unfortunately with this rain coming in, we are going to have to start covering some of the cameras that we have deployed to protect them for launch. So if you see some of the views going away, don't worry, we're not packing up, we're not going home. We're just protecting some of the cameras so they don't, get water damage, and we can use them when it comes time for launch in 1 hour 34 minutes time. So again, don't worry, we're just getting sheltered from the rain, or at least the cameras are getting sheltered from the rain, which is now kind of spreading towards the Port Canaveral area where most of our team is set up. Sawyer, how is the weather where you are? I can see there is some rain forming on the western side of Cocoa Beach, but it doesn't, at least on the radar, it's not directly over Cocoa Beach just yet.
Yeah, where I am right now, again, it's definitely getting darker here. It is starting to shift further eastwards. The clouds are rolling in. So it's getting there. And again, we're a little further south than where Max and D are currently. I expect the rain to start here shortly, but we'll see how long it meanders.
Indeed. And of course, a reminder, even though the launch might be currently targeting 1 hour 33 minutes and 45 seconds from now, there is a 2-hour launch window today, opening at 19:45 UTC, closing at 21:13 UTC. which is about 2 hours long there, just over 2 hours long, which is plenty of time to get this rocket off the ground. As we saw with New Glenn 1, their first ever maiden launch, it took a few attempts, so we'll be, or at least a few shifts of the T0, so we will, of course, be keeping an eye. In the bottom right there, you can see the radar scope for the weather, and you can see those storms forming on the west and kind of drifting to the north, now kind of drifting into Port Canaveral and that sort of southern area there of the Cape. So again, something we're keeping an eye on, but the forecast is leaning favourable compared to unfavourable. But again, that's a forecast from yesterday. So things can change in the blink of an eye in Florida in terms of storms and things like that. Sawyer, you know that all too well. Things can change very, very quickly in terms of the weather patterns.
That is true, as it is now raining on me where I am right now compared to when we were talking 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell by our camera views that there is now rain between the camera and the rocket. So there's a lot of cloud, a lot of storm rolling through. So yeah, that is why the views might be deteriorating. Not only have we had to bag some of the cameras, but there's also now a storm in the way, unfortunately. But stick with us because this should clear in time for launch in 90 minutes' time. Let's continue looking for some questions in here. We have a great question here from Tanish, who's asking, why is Blue Origin's propellant load time so long? And Marty, I'll toss this one over to you. I don't know if there's an actual answer to this or just like a preference. I don't know.
Different rocket companies do things different ways. That is, I think, the very first part of the answer. We're very used to SpaceX starting their prop load very last minute. So essentially, Falcon 9 will be loaded just a few minutes before it's ready to lift off. But Blue Origin starts much earlier. But there is also another reason why that's different. Because SpaceX super chills their propellants. So they are much colder than the propellants that other rocket companies are using. But the propellants being much colder also means that it's much harder to keep them that cold. And New Glenn doesn't use super chilled propellants, as far as I'm aware, or at least not at this time. And therefore, it's also easier to keep a fully fueled rocket on the pad for a couple of hours or so. They can just like keep topping it up, and wait until it's ready to launch or until the launch window opens. Whereas Falcon 9, they just need to start fueling and then propellant loading, and then Falcon 9 has to launch at that moment, or not.
Yeah.
But it can't stay fueled on the pad for a long time, because then the super chilled propellant is heating up, which is degrading the rocket's performance. So they do not want to do that.
Indeed, and we can see the W's and L's. Is that what the kids say of the Florida weather? We can see in the top left, that is a view from the Launch Complex 39 press site, which is now kind of clear skies, and we can now see from Port Canaveral it is very, very rainy, very, very grey, very, very dull. So the weather, of course, spreading throughout the area from our various sites at the Cape. Now you can see all of these cameras on Space Coast Live 24/7, and we're not live with launch coverage. So I saw many of you in chat over there earlier in the day as we were patiently awaiting the live stream to start for New Glenn 2. And I think it's time we can probably introduce another voice to be on today's stream, because joining us with all the facts and probably a way better definition of why electric propulsion works in space and not on the ground, Alex. How you doing, Alex?
Well, yeah, I can probably talk a lot about that, but you guys were talking about super chill propellants, and I was like, wait, that's my territory, because that's a Falcon thing now. But yeah, it's exciting, to see another big rocket like New Glenn. I'm really excited to see today's launch, because it's gonna launch. I'm seeing already chat being doomers about this rain. It's a little bit of rain, and it's like, 88 minutes away from launch? There's plenty of time for the weather to change. This is Florida. So let's not be doomers in chat. Everybody, be positive. There you go.
think happy thoughts about the weather, you know? Think happy thoughts. Anyways, Marty, with Alex now joining us, I will say thank you very much for co-hosting with me and Sawyer for the first couple hours of the stream. You're doing a great job. I mean, everyone, join the Marty fan club. Literally made his live stream debut last week, and has already just done a 2-hour stint on New Glenn 2. So, Marty, thank you very much for joining us, and yeah, fingers crossed.
I'm going to join in
launch.
that praise.
Thank you for letting me be here. It was a lot of fun, and I hope the weather clears up for you, and you'll get to see a beautiful launch in just under 1.5 hours.
Indeed. Thank you very much, and chat already very happy towards Marty there. So there we go. Thank you very much. And it sounds like we have Sawyer back now as well. We're just looking at the radar, a bit more zoomed in this time. You can see the colours are a bit more angry. They're kind of red and orange, Sawyer. I know you've just had to relocate, so yeah, it's definitely looking a bit more. I mean, we can barely see the pad now from our robotic cameras. Yeah, it's definitely a bit grim.
Yeah, it started. I was out on a balcony area, and it started raining sideways. So I am now indoors at this point. As you see, all the other people camping out, trying to stay dry. See the gear all bagged up. That's over at Jetty Park, which is one of the closer sites. And there's a Max Evans as well. So yeah, that's what the weather's kind of looking like right now. The rain is starting to come down hard, but yet I can still see blue skies from where I am because Florida.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, it's you can barely make out the rocket. You can see the lighthouse though, luckily, because they make lighthouses to be easily identifiable through the visual medium. So that kind of makes sense why you can see the lighthouse. The light obviously not on, but they make it stripy, so you can see it. That's kind of the point. 1 hour, 26 minutes and 29 seconds to go until the window opens for New Glenn 2 and Escapade. Alex, we've had a lot of questions in chat over the last couple of hours, which I've just kind of been throwing around to everyone, kind of getting your opinions. So I'll kind of sum up those questions to you. First of all, if they successfully land this booster on Jacklyn, when do you think Flight 3 might happen for New Glenn?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Well, we've seen reports that they want to launch that in Q1, right, on the first quarter of 2026. We'll see if that happens. I'm of the thought that it might slip a little beyond what they are trying to do. Not more about because of the not because of the booster itself, but because of the payload. It's supposed to be carrying Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 lander. Right, it's gonna be the first one that's gonna be launched, and the first times when you do this sort of thing, it takes a little bit longer than you probably hope and expect, right? So that's probably gonna be delayed a little bit. I know at least that some people were trying to sort of comparing it to Falcon 9 reusability and how they were able to turn around their first few boosters and things like that. I wouldn't try to do that. For a simple reason, if the third flight of New Glenn is going to be an internal payload, they probably can take a bit more of that risk and turn it around a little bit quicker. Whereas with Falcon 9, the first time they reused the booster, they essentially launch a payload, right? And so an actual customer payload. So I wouldn't put that much effort into comparing those things. There was also the MO6 explosion in between as well, which delayed things like by a 4-5 month margin, things like that. So yeah, I think a turnaround in the 100 to 150 day period, I think that could be doable for New Glenn. And that's about the same as we've seen, for example, with Super Heavy, right? Starship with SpaceX, they've been able to turn around Booster 14, I think it was in 130 days. So, and that was their first reuse of a Super Heavy booster. So I think, especially with the experience that they have already, Blue has with New Shepard, it's a different environment, yes, but they have also been able to sort of turn around these boosters a little bit faster as well. So that could be in play here.
And there was another question also, which I've completely forgotten, which has just blanked my mind, and I'm going to see if it comes back into my mind and now that I need it to come back into my mind, it isn't coming back into my mind. So I will try and remember what that question was. In the meantime, though, we've had another message in from JVolt in chat, and they're saying, I found another running size. The Titan 4 payload fairing was 5.1 meters diameter, could be 85 feet tall, which would be another big fairing. And we have Cyber Dragon in chat saying that the fairing internal volume for the Skylab Saturn V fairing was 394.58 cubic meters. So it's another fairing in contention there. Alex, earlier on the stream, we were having a discussion about whether these were the biggest fairings in the world, and I completely forgot about the Saturn V when it launched Skylab, because of course those fairings were absolutely huge. I don't know if you know of any that are bigger than New Glenn.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be doing some size measurement contest, I guess I can safely say that at least the second stage, I don't care about the fairing, I care about the second stage. It's larger than the S4B stage of the Saturn V because it's wider and longer. And it's also hydrolox, just like the S4B. So, I don't know. I think the fairings are also here composite, so they are lighter weight, even though they might be maybe a little bit smaller, but they are more efficient, right, than the old fairings of yore of the 1970s and 60s, where they were like aluminum or steel or something like that back in the old days.
Yeah, these carbon composites really, maybe people aren't making, huge rockets out of them. I think Starship was originally going to be carbon fiber, now it's steel, but, there's certainly smaller components which are definitely useful to be made out of that material. And, depending on the scale, you might have an electron-sized rocket made out of carbon, or a neutron-sized rocket made out of carbon. It certainly has its applications as carbon fiber in rocketry.
They have in fact expanded their well, or at least they are in the process of expanding their factory for composite fairings at the Blue Factory, which you can check that out on our latest flyover, by the way. And it's really interesting because that means they are committed to building more of these and being able to have a really good factory and production of these to supply many New Glenn launches coming up soon.
And I must just say, for people just joining us and seeing this poor view and thinking, well, these guys have no cameras, I'm not going to even bother sticking around for this stream. I'm going to go watch something else on YouTube. Don't worry, this is temporary weather. We expect it to be clear very, very soon. Essentially, there's a big group of storms which are formed on the west-hand side, and they are kind of traversing their way to the east out to sea, passing between our cameras and the launch site. So we've had to bag up our proper cameras to make sure they don't get damaged by the wet weather. We're just showing you some of our robotic cameras. But of course, even though we can keep the robotic cameras online, there's a storm between the pad and the camera, so that kind of restricts visibility. And we are showing a tweet on the screen in the bottom right now from our very own Julia Bergeron, who is saying that Jetty Park is at full capacity. If you are there now, do not leave, as there will be no re-entry. The boat ramp outside of Jetty has limited free parking remaining. So that's very good information from Julia. And that is I believe that is part of a thread that she just posted on X. So if you want more information, definitely go and check out that thread for more in-person viewing information at the Cape. You can see there the sign from Jetty Park saying that we are at full capacity. So as we saw from Jerry's drone view a little whiles ago now, there are a lot of people at Jetty Park out on the pier wanting to watch New Glenn 2. So do not leave. Do not leave, or you will lose your spots and you will not be allowed back in. Have a look through here. We have a bit more support, which I'll hit quickly. We have Eisenmond with a $5 super chat. They're saying the New Glenn 7.2 variant is not human rated. Blue will not see a human rated pathway until New Glenn 9.2 or 9.4, 9 BE4 engines and 2 or 4 BE3U engines on the second stage. Alex, I'm not sure if Blue have actually said anything about upgrading the New Glenn. I know there's been rumours about potentially giving it more engines. I haven't heard about a rumour to put 4 engines on the upper stage before. That's new to me, but I don't know if I've just missed that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either. I have heard, at least from, positions in their website for careers and things like that, right? Where they have let's put it in a way that they have suggested that there might be a third stage coming up for New Glenn. Originally, it was supposed to come up with a third stage. Both first and second stages were going to be methane fueled, and then a third stage hydrolox, excuse me. So we'll see if that happens. But I have not heard about 4 engines on Glenn Stage 2 GS2. No idea.
Interesting. We will, of course, keep an eye and see if Blue says anything in the future. And we also have Echo Deal, hello Echo Deal, with a with a $10 super chat saying, "Why did we import the weather from Vandenberg?" Oh dear. Sawyer, what do you feel about Jack leaving NSF and leaving us with his poor Vandenberg weather?
That's just evil, Jack. How dare you? I mean, yeah, there was discussion of would Jack come out for New Glenn, and if he did, then we would have made him feel at home with this. But as we've been saying, it's Florida. If you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. It does change quite frequently. In fact, you could see from the last video we took that it has gone from light rain to much harder rain. So you never know. We'll see if that ends up going back to light rain and hopefully to clearer skies sometime in the course of the next 3 hours from when the window opens, from now until basically the window closes at 4:45-ish. Or 4:15-ish, excuse me.
Indeed. And we have another question for you, Sawyer. We have a Daniel with a 199 super chat saying, what are the houses near the light? Well, first, I think I'll just address that the clock has reappeared at the press site at 39, and that's counting to the opening of the window, which is what we want to see. If I can be naughty and backseat produce, if we can go back to a view which has the lighthouse in it, because we have a question from Daniel who's asking, what are the houses near the lighthouse? I mean, this technically, the weather isn't helping you, but Sawyer, if you want to address this one, what are the houses for near the lighthouse? Because I wouldn't imagine you'd want to live next to Launch Complex 36, really?
No, it's not really an area meant for living. It is part of the historical area that is Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Obviously, the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse, some of the buildings surrounding that. There's a lot of other classic infrastructure all around the Space Force base, especially in that southern area there near the lighthouse over by Pads 9 and that way. So it's kind of a historic sort of reserve there. If you go check out the Sands History Center, of which I believe Julia is a docent over there, it's worth checking out and get a really good history of the area.
Yeah, maybe I should have waited to ask that question when we could actually see the lighthouse, because and as I say, we can just about see it. A raindrop literally splatters right on where the lighthouse is on the lens. So talk about timing. Yeah, you can just about make out the lighthouse, the stripes of the lighthouse, about a third of the way from the right side to the left, just there next to the trees. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. You can see them when the weather clears. You'll be able to see it much easily from our cameras, our proper cameras at Jetty Park. And we have WB Hokey with a $51.54 super chat. Very specific, but thank you very much for the support. Saying, buy Jackson bagels, quote unquote bagels, as a going away gift. And give him a job well done, sir, for everything he's done for NSF over the years. A bit off topic, but I figured I'd message since I missed TFT. Yes, of course. Well, we will make sure to thank Jack. We've been giving Jack a lot of thanks. If you were not aware, our own Jack Byer. Well, I can't say that anymore because he's not our own Jack Byer because he's left. Jack Byer has got in a very cool position at a startup in the Los Angeles area, which he is moving for. So, yeah, unfortunately leaving NSF full time. But yeah, fingers crossed we will see him again doing cool things in the very near future.
Also, Hokey, with the reference from EJ Stream to the 777 wing flex video with the 154. So I believe that's in relation to the number.
I will take your word for it, Sawyer.
The real ones know.
Yeah. And no message, but we also had a Mutabel Dark Wolf. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. With a €6 super chat. Thank you very much for that support as well. No message, but thank you nonetheless. And Sawyer, I'm seeing reports from Julia that even more places are filling up. So it definitely looks like there's a lot of people, despite the poorer weather at the moment, there's a lot of people rolling out because they want to see New Glenn 2 in person.
Yeah. Admittedly, the other spot is as you start going south, that's when you start getting to the public parks. Sherry Down Park would be the next one south if you keep going past Jetty. That one fills up pretty quickly anyway, just because of a recreational area. It's a really nice spot, actually. If you're coming to view a launch and you want somewhere that's kind of close, it's a nice little hidden spot, which obviously not so hidden today. And then as you continue south, as you continue south on A1A, you'll see a lot of these parks pop up all the way down, even towards Patrick Space Force Base. Those are probably going to be the best bets if you want to find a spot to view. In fact, that's kind of near where I am. I'm just a little bit further south than Sherry Down.
And it looks like the weather is improving ever so slightly. I'm starting to see the sunlight bursting through. Finally, the clouds are parting. How's the weather where you are, Sawyer? Our view of the pad improving ever so slightly. As I say that, we can now hit rain on the microphone again. Timing, terrible timing.
That's probably from the 39 press site, which again, even though you would think, oh, this is 36, 39 must be close by, it's really not. They're some of the farthest pads away if you're talking where they are. The numbering is very, very strange. But yeah, it's still raining from what I can tell here. Again, I moved inside to continue broadcasting for now, so I can't give you a view of the rocket kind of sit rep. But yeah, it's not great at the moment, but as we've pointed out, there's still plenty of time. And I will keep saying that until there's no time left.
Exactly. 1 hour, 12 minutes to go until the opening of the window, which again is just about 2.5 hours long. So plenty of time to get this rocket off the ground as we continue to patiently wait for these horrible storms to pass. Look through for some more questions. Blue Game Knight has a question directly targeted towards Alex, asking what is the thrust to weight ratio of the Falcon 9 compared to New Glenn or Falcon Heavy?
Well, Falcon 9 is sort of like 1.35, 36 at liftoff. It quickly goes to 1.4 essentially by the time it clears the towers. And then Falcon Heavy, it's a little bit more because it's got more engines, but it doesn't have more. Like, it's got 3 boosters, but it doesn't have 3 second stages, right? So it's a bit more because it's got more thrust and less weight. Let's put it that way. So I think based on some of the calculations that I may or may not be making right now, it's about 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. And New Glenn, I mean, nominally it should be roughly 1.3, right? Like, but that first flight was definitely not 1.3. It was close to 1.1.
Yeah.
So we don't know what happened on that one. Probably they might have done that on purpose. We talked about this, right? Following that flight where we were like, well, maybe, in order to not stress the engines because it's the first flight, maybe they were throttling down those engines and, making sure that the mission actually went ahead, right? That, and ensuring the mission actually succeeds versus getting to the maximum thrust possible and maximum performance of the rocket on the very first flight. You probably are on the side of let's make it successful, right? And then we'll improve the performance.
Yeah, you just make it work first. You can make it good later. I've seen that trending on X quite a lot as of late. Mostly related to Starship, but we can relate that to New Glenn as well. Because even though they're taking a little bit more of a precautious approach, Blue Origin, they're not just going to launch a rocket and see if it blows up or not. They kind of want to make sure that the rocket will work before they launch it. You can still take things slow and steady. I mean, I think the original emblem for Blue Origin was literally a turtle or a tortoise or something. So, slow and steady wins the race. I don't know if they'll win the race, but, depends how they want to reopen the Artemis 3 contract. Hey, toss that.
But it makes them astronauts.
Oh, yeah, it makes them astronauts, of course. Because, yep, that's how it works. That's how it works. Anyways, let's swiftly move on. We have Alex Vaughan gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for your support, Alex. It is greatly appreciated. If you receive one of them, make sure to put it in chat. And we have just gotten a message from J-Volt with many, many numbers. And they say... Hang on, let's see if it will go in the ticker. There we go. J-Volt says, Vulcan is 305 meters cubed. New Glenn 490, Falcon Heavy 303, SLS Block 1B 988, Starship 1000, Shuttle 300, all approximate. Well, let's assume that the we have SLS Block 1B, I'd say take with a pinch of salt because, well, it hasn't flown yet. Starship is technically not deployable fairings, so I'm going to strike
It's
that
also
one
not
off the list.
1,000.
Yeah. So technically, out of Vulcan, New Glenn, and Falcon Heavy, it's the biggest in the world, technically, kind of.
Yeah, so to put it in perspective, so first of all, Block 1B, that fairing is for the cargo version, and right now we're not even sure the crew version will launch,
Yeah.
let alone the cargo version. Because there are not a lot of payloads out there that are going to need the cargo version, and even if they were to need the cargo version, and Block 1B were to fly and all that, it's going to be very busy. It's going to be very busy with the crew version. I don't think there's going to be any other remaining SLS Block 1Bs to fly the cargo. And then Starship, it's not 1,000. That was the original target. Right now, it's closer to like 600 and something. I think it's in the low 600s cubic meters after many different design changes.
Only 600. Come on, SpaceX, do better. 600? That's a noob number.
For version 4, they are going to be extending the payload bay, but version 3, it's a bit more stubby. It's going to be just a little bit over 600. Still huge.
And I think we should probably mention the views have suddenly improved because now the rain has passed, for now, that the proper cameras are able to open back up again. I just wanted to add dramatic effect, There's the cameras can be unbagged. We can get nice
Maybe
views
let's
again.
not try that again, Ryan.
Was that a bit too close? But
Probably.
yeah, fingers crossed the weather stays away from now on.
And also, it has stopped raining where I am, so I'm going to take a moment and relocate back outside again with a view of the launch pad so I can bring that to you guys. But yeah, it stopped here too, a little further south of the pad.
Fingers crossed we'll hear from you again in a minute, Sawyer. Go ahead, relocate outside so you can actually see the rocket with your Mark 1 eyeballs.
And I know he just left, but I was going to say, because Sawyer is a local for that right now, so he's being out there for a while, right? So he knows what I said earlier when I joined here, that there's still over an hour to go, and the weather can change. It's Florida, and look at this, right? It's getting more clear now. The rain passed, at least in some of the more important areas that we're caring about for visibility. And hopefully soon it's going to clear entirely, the whole thing. So let's see.
Indeed, we will continue watching. We can see that flare stack continuing to burn, all nominal, of course, the vehicle continuing to vent. Wonderful things. And saying, Muta Abul Dark Wolf, again, sorry for completely butchering your name, with another €6, so saying we are ready for it in the Netherlands, making astrophotography from M31. Well, fingers crossed you get some pretty pictures, and yeah, maybe, well, I don't think there's going to be a chance to see this, unfortunately, because it's not going to be sticking around in low Earth orbit too much longer.
I was going to say, from or off M31, because if it's from M31, Are you talking from like a few million years ago?
How are you able to, type in chat if you're from M31? Just saying, because, surely the chat questions should be arriving in a few million years' time.
Exactly.
Anyways, I digress. We know what you meant. Thank you very much for the support, nonetheless.
I just thought it was funny, but yeah, thank you for the support.
Luke is asking, can they static fire in the rain? Hopefully we get more than a static fire
probably.
today.
Yeah,
probably. Oh, let's not talk it up. Let's not talk it up. And Kay Nessel is asking, how is the weather looking for launch? So I'm sure as we can now see the weather clearing up a bit, I can go through the weather forecast once again for anybody just joining us, because of course as we get closer to launch, everyone gets a bit more excited and everybody starts tuning in. Of course, the most exciting time is the launch time, of course. And the weather forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron at the Space Launch Delta 45 of the United States Space Force released yesterday their L-1 day forecast. says 35% probability of violation at the opening of the window, which will be in an hour's time. That transitions to 45% probability of violation at the closing of the window, which is in about 3 hours' time. Their primary concerns are the cumulus cloud rule, the surface electric fields rule, and the anvil clouds rule. And the additional risk criteria lists the solar activity as low to moderate and the offshore landing weather as a low risk. And in the event of a 24-hour delay, that would be 25% POV for liftoff, with the primary concerns being liftoff winds and solar activity remaining low to moderate. However, the offshore landing weather would deteriorate to moderate risk. And I believe we now have Sawyer Rosenstein back in his outside-ish position. Sawyer, you've got Mark 1 eyeballs on the rocket?
I do indeed. And yeah, you can actually see it again, which is nice. And I am not getting rained on here, which is also nice. There's patches of blue sky. I'll tell you that. Of course, over by the pad right now, that sort of shelf cloud that came through is still very visible, but it is moving out to shore. So everything is moving, and it's moving pretty quickly, which in this case, I believe, is a good thing.
Indeed. And as we approach 1 hour to go in the window, Alex, I feel like you deserve your first Alex answer off the stream. So we have Big Mike, who's asking, what is the mission today? So if you'd like to take us through the all the things, New Glenn 2, Escapade, where's it going? How's it getting there? What type of bagels do they have in mission control? All the things.
Yeah, I think for the bagel stuff, and maybe the science part as well, so you can help me out, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, I'll talk rocket and sort of the payload as well. So today's launch is going to be the second launch of New Glenn. It's going to be flying the booster. Never tell me the odds. It's going to be its second launch for New Glenn, but it's also going to be the first for this booster. And of course, just like on the first mission of New Glenn, they're going to be trying to land that booster. If you remember, on the first flight, it was not able to do the re-entry burn through the atmosphere, and so it was lost during that attempt. Hopefully this time around, they have been able to put all the necessary hardware changes and whatnot to be able to make through that re-entry burn, and also the landing burn, and land on the drone ship Jacklyn. It's going to be out there roughly 600 kilometers downrange. Very much what you will see, for example, for a Falcon 9 mission. It's very similar in distance out there. Now, for launch, the rocket will head mostly straight east. It's going to be slightly south. It's like east-southeast, if you will, right? So it's going to head out in over the Atlantic Ocean. The first stage, as I said, it's going to return to Jacklyn, or attempt to do so, and then the second stage will burn into a preliminary parking orbit around low Earth orbit. We don't know the kind of altitudes that it's going to reach at that parking orbit, but a few minutes later in the countdown, or rather in the count up, I guess, in the mission, it's going to perform another relight to send the 2 ESCAPADE spacecraft from NASA into a transfer orbit. Now, that transfer orbit, it is not to Mars. Now, don't get me wrong, though. New Glenn does do a lot of the work to get them there. But what sort of work do they do? Well, in particular, New Glenn will be sending the ESCAPADE spacecraft. There you can see those out there in the clean room at Rocket Lab. These were manufactured by Rocket Lab and were also handled like the shipment and the processing at the Cape as well. That was Rocket Lab's doing out there. So props to them as well. As you can see, 2 big private companies coming together here and helping make a Mars mission possible. So these 2 spacecraft will be sent to a transfer orbit to the Sun-Earth Lagrange 2 point. This is one of those sort of stability points when you take into account the Sun's gravity and the Earth's gravity, and you put it all together. There are like 5 different points of stability. There are some points that are a bit more stable than others, L2 being one of those that is more stable than some of the others. And it's about 1.5 million kilometers away from the sun in the, like, it's 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth, but also away from the sun. It's sort of on the other opposite side where the sun will be. It's essentially the sun, then the Earth, and then the satellites will be there on L2. And from there, they're going to be in what it's called a libration orbit, essentially orbiting the sun along with the Earth for about a year until it is time for them to perform their own burn. That's going to be just on the ESCAPADE spacecraft themselves to go to Mars. So they're going to be waiting out there for the Mars transfer window, which will be coming up later next year. Once they get to Mars, Sawyer, what is their duty? Like, what are they going to be doing, these spacecraft?
That is a great question. Yes. So, in terms of why they're actually doing it, well, this is all about science of the atmosphere of Mars. So, a lot of it is going to be studying the ionosphere, and a couple of concerns that they have is involving radio frequencies, in fact. So, if you're talking about being able to have communications and stuff from Mars back to, say, a satellite up above, they kind of have to figure out, well, will the atmosphere impact the way that the waves travel? If so, are they going to have to change how they build Mars constellations, kind of like the Starlinks, but I guess Red Links or Mars Links, whatever you want to call it, would impact that. In addition, they're also going to be taking a look at the solar wind impact on it, because there's radiation out there. There's still background radiation. There's still solar winds that impact it. So a lot of it's going to be looking at that and going, hey, how is that going to impact things? Because keep in mind, there was the Curiosity rover that actually at one point had a storm that experienced over 100 times the normal background radiation while it was on the surface. So they want to be able to predict that, prevent that, and see how the atmosphere interacts during that. So that is what these two spacecraft are going to be doing in stereo with each other. And I believe this is the first 2 satellite mission that are launching together on an interplanetary mission.
Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, at least to Mars, right? Because I think you can sort of count Cassini with the Huygens capsule.
Well, that traveled on one. That wasn't 2 separate spacecraft.
But
one
it's
deployed
European.
the other. One deployed the other. They weren't both deployed separately like this one will be.
Okay,
These are called blue.
Well,
they're called Blue and Gold, are the names of these 2 satellites, by the way, for the colors of UC Berkeley, who is one of the main scientific backers behind the mission. That is University of California, Berkeley.
Somebody also mentioned ESA JAXA, the Bepi Colombo mission.
But we're talking about planets. I know if you're talking about asteroids and
but
all
no,
of those,
Bepi Colombo is going to Mercury.
Hasn't yet, has it?
Well, ESCAPADE either. Hasn't gone to Mars either yet. So
true. I'm just throwing it out there. They both will be on their way. But
it's at least the first multi-spacecraft mission to Mars. That's for sure. Like that I know for sure. I cannot.
That's what I was trying to say.
Nitpicky about that. Okay.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Also, weather-wise here, the Phase 2 lightning warning is gone, so people can actually go back outside again. It is now just a Phase 1 lightning watch in effect. So still possibility of lightning in the area, but it's not as severe as in active lightning within, I believe, a 12-mile radius. So that's good. Of course, the other concern being the weather downrange, which from here, at least, the seas look pretty calm. In terms of the booster recovery itself, though, the drone ship landing a platform vessel 1, also known as Jacklyn, named after Jeff Bezos' mother, I believe, is about 600 kilometers downrange. And for that, from what we've seen from the 45th Weather Squadron, the weather for booster recovery seems okay for right now. So we will hopefully see the recovery, and we will hopefully see that beautiful launch, entry, and landing profile, which is the 7, then 3, then 1. I think it's 731, right? Isn't there a graphic that could tell us that, Alex?
Maybe we can get some help here.
If only we had some merch or something that showed the launch, entry, landing for New Glenn. Oh, wait, we do. And there it is at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So yes, we have the launch, entry, landing version for Falcon, but this is what we will expect to see here. The 7 BE-4 engines, then the 3 igniting to help slow it down, very similar to what Falcon 9 does, and then the single engine for landing. Of course, you see the extra landing legs on it because it has 6 landing legs on this, and there are 6 ROVs that will help clamp it down once it does land, hopefully lands, on the drone ship. So you can check out all of the New Glenn merch that we have. If you love the BE-4s in general, we have all of the merch specifically for those BE-4s. Show your love for the engines and the blue that they do. So there is from Flight 1 of this rocket. It was amazing how blue it is. I'm excited to see if we can see it that blue during the day, and I'm sure there will be plenty of photos from today if it does go. And if not, we already have photos of this particular rocket, Max and Dee, hopping out on a boat yesterday right at golden hour to take a view of New
Blue and
Glenn
gold,
and
you
this
mean?
particular. Oh, very good. Blue and gold hour for the satellites. These are all shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Yeah, and you know what? So you were saying, I wonder what that would look like in daylight versus when it launched during nighttime conditions. And I just say there's only one way to find out. 53 and a half minutes to go. Let's do this.
Send it.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Under an hour until we should see those 7 BE4s igniting.
I thought you meant under an hour for that Alex answer, but yes, that too.
Oh, come on. Hey, it was a co-answer here between Alex and Sawyer, okay?
Fair. Very fair.
Those are
Therefore,
the best answers.
Therefore, I will divide its duration in 2 and equally distribute it among you both. You're
And there
equally
is
responsible.
The longest
There's-
Sawyer answer, yes.
There's the graphic, by the way, for the landing leg you're talking about. The 6 landing legs on it. It will have then the little ROVs that roll out, clamp it down. It will come back to Port Canaveral here, where we'll be able to see it on our fleet cam that we have located at Rusty's at the port. And then Blue has their own cranes already out there. Again, you know they are for Blue because they are Blue. And then they will lift it off and roll it back to their exploration park facilities, I would assume, or to LC-36. And this is what the drone ship looks like, by the way. It's quite different from the SpaceX ones, which are a lot more flat. And there's a little garage for the Octograbber, which holds on to Falcon 9 for the return. This looks like a giant building on each side of it. It is quite massive if you see it in person, and it is you can't miss it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and ironically, both of the decks are very similar in size, though. And you know why? Let's see.
Why, Alex?
There we go.
Why, Alex?
I wanted that answer. So the reason is because of those 6 legs. So even though New Glenn is larger than Falcon 9 because it's got the 6 legs, the span of the legs, because they are shorter a little bit, and so the span of the legs is pretty much similar to the span of the landing legs on Falcon 9. It's got 4 instead of 6, right, on Falcon 9. So they are longer. And when you take that into account and you do a little bit of the math, they are very similar. And so that means the decks of both drone ships can also be very similar, even though New Glenn is a lot bigger. So there you go.
And something else I just realized from that graphic we were showing earlier is that if the graphic is correct, I know it's an artistic representation, but are the landing legs not symmetrical? Like, it's like there's 3 on one side and 3 on the other. I thought each 6 was like equidistant apart, but
I mean,
they're not on the graphic.
if they were symmetrical, there will also be 3 on one side and 3 on the other.
Yes, but I mean, like, it's more. Okay, this is only going to make sense if you play KSP, right? But it's almost as if they went to the 8 symmetry and then removed symmetry from the 2 of the middle landing legs, and then just left the remaining 6. That's what the symmetry looked like on the graphic. It doesn't look like they used 6 symmetry to have them the same amount of degrees apart on the booster.
Yeah, I don't know.
Incredible silence. Incredible silence.
I didn't see that. Maybe it's just my eyes. I guess we'll figure it out in under an hour when it lands, because it's gonna land.
Hang on,
Let's
I've
go.
just done a crude,
Confidence.
I've done a crude little drawing. I'll put it in the back channel for you to look at. But that's what I mean. Like, there's 3 on one side and 3 on the other with a big gap in the middle. That's at least what I saw on the graphic. Again, that graphic might not be representative of the actual design of New Glenn. You know, it's not exactly a schematic. It's more of an artistic representation, but it's just something I noticed.
Symmetrical to each other as opposed to symmetrical all the way around.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Blue Game Night says they haven't played KSP, so I think the last 5 minutes have just made note. Thanks for putting that on screen, Kevin. Really great. Really appreciate.
You have a copy of the game for free. You still haven't accepted, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, go on. Get KSP.
Anyway, yeah. It's hopefully that makes sense to people. Someone's saying asymmetrical is the word, but no, it's slightly different than that. And for the person asking, is the landing platform autonomous? Yes, it does get towed out by Harvey Stone, is the Blue Origin kind of support vehicle. So it will get towed out. That will then kind of hang out of the way with all of the support people, which I believe is a crew of 29-ish people. And then that will stay out there It will hopefully land. The robots will do their thing, and then the people will come back on and help tow it back.
Harvey
Indeed.
Stone.
So
Oh.
just so you know, I do know I'm really afraid of KSP because I got sent all these subway maps and all this physics and stuff that I need to learn.
Subway maps?
I know video, I don't know physics.
I can teach you.
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean,
With
It'll
Alex
just take
answers.
about 5 years.
And if
It's very
Alex
easy.
teaches me, it will literally take forever because Alex answers and explanations take forever.
I can just let you explode rockets. It's the SpaceX way, right?
By
is
the
the
way, we
Kerbal
just
way.
saw the KSC clock hold, and then it started back up again, and it looks like it's changed by a couple seconds. So we might have a new T0 within a couple seconds.
Well,
What,
good for
2 sec-
them.
a 2
they could
seconds
share
later,
it.
T0.
Yeah, they could share that. Hi, Blue Origin. We welcome that for next space flight. Hi.
And again, you don't know exactly. It could be in relation to, say, there's a slight cutout needed because of something flying overhead, something with the performance that they decided, hey, we'll wait a couple extra seconds, whatever the case may be. This isn't unheard of. There are plenty of times where other launch providers like SpaceX will just randomly go ahead and say, hey, here's we're going to change it by 10 seconds. Have fun.
Why? Nobody knows. The birds seem to be enjoying the current weather. It looks like there's a big cloud rolling in overhead now over Launch Complex 36, unless it's just perspective and it's not, and it's actually really far away, which would also be a possibility. But nonetheless, we are, as it stands, continuing to count down to the opening of the window for New Glenn 2. And it looks like Kevin has pulled up a video here of their landing leg testing. And yeah,
Okay,
it definitely seems like the...
So I was going to say, the
Oh,
cloud
sorry.
seems a little bit behind the rocket right now, kind of, from what I'm seeing here. So I think it's okay. So I'm taking out the binoculars. I do have a pair of binoculars with me because
Oh my
I'm
goodness,
a nerd.
of course you do.
Yeah.
Are you going to watch the launch through your binoculars?
No, I have a camera.
Oh, okay. I guess that's a little bit better. But yeah, we could see that video showing that I was making things up and it was just a graphical representation with the landing legs, and you can forego the last 15 minutes of this live stream from your memory. Anyways, here's a look at the radar as it currently stands. Those reds and oranges are definitely dispersing. It's only little bits of yellow left and some greens, which is kind of the lighter rain, and some blue as well. So looking like the weather is getting better and better for a launch in 45 minutes and 50 seconds time. Fingers crossed, and we will continue counting down towards that time. Got a little bit more support. We have Flippers79 from our own McGregor team with a $5 super chat. They're saying that they may have missed the question, but would the landing conditions factor in as it does for Falcon 9 with waves and such? Alex, I'm not sure if we have actual numbers from Blue or SpaceX for that matter on what their restrictions are or like what their tolerances are when it comes to the drone ship landings, but we definitely saw on New Glenn 1 they had to delay a couple of attempts because the waves were just too wavy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's into any of the different probabilities. I don't think that's part of the probabilities. The probabilities are usually just for launch. They don't even include like upper level winds and booster recovery and things like that. Those are usually marked as an aside risk criteria, right? But it's often not part of that. I don't know what sort of criteria they work with. Every rocket must be different, of course, because it's different conditions, different they're just different rockets, right? Like different size, different weights, etc., etc. So obviously it all comes down to just that. I have no idea, to be honest. We have no data from either Blue or even SpaceX for that matter, or you know the Space Launch Delta 45. We have no idea what sort of conditions they are good with when it comes to landing out there on the drone ship. So we'll see what happens. But let's hope it's good for today. Knock on wood. And hopefully in about 55 minutes we get a booster on the deck of Jacklyn.
And it looks like we've changed our channel. We are now boat spotters. Oh, is that the blue? Is that one of Blue's boats, or is that just like a tourist boat? I know they have a
I
little
think
boat.
it's the
I can't tell.
dolphins that we're talking about in the background. that
Oh, the
keep jumping.
dolphins. Okay, we are no longer NASA Spaceflight. We are NASA Dolphin Swim.
I'm sorry. What's your username, by the way?
Deepa Dolphin.
Depod Dolphin Pro is on with the Depod Dolphins at the entry to the port.
Moving swiftly on.
He got you here.
Yeah, sorry. It was difficult to see the dolphins because when the water comes into frame, because it changes a lot, it makes the bitrate go a bit dodgy on our preview here. So it's kind of like whatever half of 144p is for me right now. Like I can see each pixel. It's like half a centimeter wide, each of them on my screen. But yeah, dolphins in the channel into Port Canaveral, and a rocket. It looks like both flare stacks are now going. Both of the flare stacks next to the water tower, Alex.
Yeah, those two are for the boil off. So you can see some venting from the rocket. When you see that venting, that's definitely not from the hydrogen or methane tanks. That's for sure. That's the liquid oxygen tank on the first stage and the liquid oxygen tank on the second stage. Those two can vent because liquid oxygen, well, you've got oxygen in the air, right? But hydrogen and methane are not only quite dangerous substances because they can, I mean, hydrogen can even explode in very low concentrations even. But, you know, they are fire hazards and things like that. So what they do is they reclaim those and then they burn them on the flare stacks that you see sort of. You don't see it here because we're looking at dolphins again. I don't know why. But we were able to see it before on the other feed to the left of the water tower. There are another set of flare stacks, by the way, for the tank farm itself. So the tank farm also holds hydrogen and methane. So they also have specific flare stacks for the tank farm tanks themselves. Because of course, you know, those are holding that hydrogen and methane. The hydrogen and methane boil off on those tanks, right? And that boil off needs to go to the flare stacks and be disposed of efficiently and
By the way,
safely.
if I could just point out, you mentioned the water towers. We haven't talked about those yet. That big water tower is quite massive. It's bigger than it seems. So the actual tank part itself can hold 750,000 gallons of water. So 750,000 gallons. The piping itself can hold another 250,000 gallons. So that is 1 million gallons of water to be used for the sound dampening as well as just, you know, protecting the pad.
1 million US gallons equates to 3,785,412 litres. About the Windows 10 calculator says it's about equal to 3,785 meters cubed, or 1.01 swimming pools.
1.01, huh?
The 0.01 very important, apparently, that Microsoft had to include it in there.
The equivalent of the thrust to weight ratio from Flight 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's where they got that number from for the thrust to weight ratio. Got inspiration from the amount of water they have for the deluge system. Anyways, we've got a bit more support in the chat. Daniel, thank you very much for the $2. They're asking, what are the structures on the landing platform? Alex, if you want to go through that again very briefly, because unlike the SpaceX drone ships, Jacklyn has it kind of looks like it has two buildings, one at each end.
Yeah. So those are obviously part of the service structures, right? That they use. They hold a lot of the commodities and different hardware that they need for the post landing process of New Glenn. So things like, for example, the parking garage for the robotic operating vehicle or something like that, ROV essentially. They have this sort of robotic thingy that rolls over the deck and goes out and attaches to the quick disconnect port, and it saves the booster and things like that. Technically, Falcon 9 does not need that, right? They have other methods to save the booster, but once they roll out, for example, the octograbber, they are able to hold it in place and also have other mechanisms to save the vehicle. So yeah, they have that. They have multiple other equipment as well to keep the landing legs in place, and so there's multiple different pieces of hardware there for supporting the operations of the landing.
And we had Space Coast 321 in chat with a 4.99 super chat saying rain stopped here in the stands at the Kennedy Space Center. Let's go. That's good news. As we can see, the weather is clear. The sun is shining on New Glenn. There's some clouds in the background, but this camera is facing towards inland, isn't it, Sawyer? So cloudy inland, but is it still blue skies out to sea?
The blue skies are lessening a bit. If you go further south, the skies are very blue. But yeah, that big shelf that was rolling through, that big cloud, is kind of moving towards the southeast. Although I will say it is bringing clearer skies behind it over the launch pad.
Well, fingers crossed those skies continue to clear so we can track this thing uphill in 38 minutes time. Dare I say, 38 minutes time. Things are about to get extremely exciting. So let's answer some more questions. Fun speculation from... Oh, it looks like they're showing a... Never mind. We have Luke asking, when do you think the next booster... What do you think the next booster will be called? Alex, they've been kind of going with these funner names for their boosters. They've been naming their boosters. Do you have any suggestions for Blue?
Oh boy. I mean, it's the third booster. I will call it 1, 2, 3 blast off or something like that. I don't know. But I have no idea. They'll probably have some cheeky name for it. I don't know what to. I'm really terrible at naming things. If you can imagine, but yeah, I have no idea.
Sawyer, no pressure, but you are the pump master of NSF.
Ooh.
What do you think they would call the next booster? If you had to name the next booster, what do you think they'd call it?
Third time's the charm?
Well,
let's hope not.
I would agree with that name if today was unsuccessful, but I really want today to be successful. So
You, me, and do 3. Three's Company.
that's not too bad.
Yeah, something like that.
Risa Crowd or something like that.
I think they should just call it Ryan Caton. You know, no reason, but you know, I think that'd be a cool name for a booster. You know, Ryan Caton has just landed on Jacklyn.
D-Pod Dolphin Pro, yes.
Anyways, moving on. Joshua is asking, is Blue Origin getting paid for the NASA ESCAPADE mission? And Alex, I believe Blue actually bid for the ESCAPADE mission with all the delays and such.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this mission was actually supposed to launch first on a medium class rocket and as a ride share into low Earth orbit, which is why they have so much Delta V to be able to do all the Mars injection and then going around Mars and all that. But then also after that, they were supposed to go along on a Falcon Heavy because there was a Falcon Heavy already going to Mars. That was the Psyche mission. And they said, yeah, let's put it as a ride share on that mission. And then Psyche delayed, not because of Falcon Heavy, just saying. It was because of the payload itself. So they had to reschedule that. And Blue Origin said, hey, we've got New Glenn here. We can have a very steep discount, right? And it can launch it to Mars. In this case, because they are a little bit later, they are off window. As we explained before, technically today, it's not going to be launched directly, but in theory, New Glenn, if it were during the window to go to Mars, it will be able to throw these 2 spacecraft all the way to Mars. In this case, instead, what they're going to be doing is launching it to a Lagrange 2 point, and then they're going to be waiting out there to go themselves to trans-Martian injection. But yeah, so it's getting paid. They're getting paid. It's just going to be at a really, really heavy discount. I believe it's in the order of $20 million or something like that, which I'm going to say New Glenn doesn't cost $20 million for any customer mission. That's a really heavy discount.
Indeed. And it's less of a fact that New Glenn, it's not like New Glenn can't launch these to Mars, it's just the launch windows don't match up, which is why they're doing this mission profile.
Mm-hmm. They need to do this whole, weird thing of let's launch it to L2 and then wait around for the Mars window. But at least it gets them out there. They're going to be probably tested during that year of waiting, right? And so they're going to take some really nice data out of them already off the bat. So great for them.
Indeed. We've got some suggestions in chat. John, my choice, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I guess that only works if they land today, though.
Ooh, yes, good Meatloaf reference.
Blue Game Night says The Three Amigos.
Another good movie reference.
And I'm not sure whether this was a name suggestion, but I'm going to count it as one. River Dave Kenny says, Here we go again.
Ooh, that's a good one too.
I'm sure you can forward those to the Blue Origin PR department, whatever their email address may be. And we have an interesting question here from Astropreneurs. I assume that's how I meant to pronounce that, with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for the support. And they're asking, what mission risks exist for ESCAPADE hanging out in the Lagrange point for a year? Why has NASA not tried this before? Do we know, Alex? Does adding this kind of chill out period for the next year or so until the end of 2026, does this increase mission risk for ESCAPADE?
I'll take that one, actually.
Oh, go on, Sawyer.
I don't think it's that much of a risk. Again, it's far enough out that it's not really worrying about drag from the atmosphere. It's not really worrying about a lot of the conditions that you would see with sort of a low or even medium Earth orbit going out to the Lagrange point instead. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But again, this is the first time they are trying it. That is part of this mission, is testing out this sort of Lagrange point hangout. Because if so, that would allow for so many more Mars missions to launch outside of Mars windows, and then be able to basically say, hey, let's roll a whole bunch of spacecraft out there and create a caravan that will make its way out during the next launch window every 2 years or so.
Interesting. And let's have a look through here. As the microphone rain getting louder again, but again, that is our microphone a few miles away at the Launch Complex 39 press site. It's really picking up now, isn't it? But yeah, we will pray that weather stays north and does not drift south towards the launch pad, which is, of course, even though Launch Complex 39 and Launch Complex 36 might just be 3 numbers apart, they are very much further apart than the numbers might suggest. Yeah, they are 10 miles away. So 10 miles is a long distance for a cloud to cover. Fingers crossed the weather stays clear for the launch window, which opens in just over 30 minutes time. Time to get excited. New Glenn 2 getting ready for launch. Big rocket action. They might land it. I mean, things don't get much better than this. And it's going to be a sunny launch once they get through the clouds, at least. And we actually have onboard views from Jacklyn. That's the drone ship, everybody. We will have live views from the sea, and it definitely looks like the weather is much better, as the forecast suggested, the weather much better out at sea than it is out at the press site at the moment.
Yeah. I know a few people are concerned about the kind of views that we might get. Just remember that it was also the first flight of the rocket, and so first time using all of the comms, all of the communications and everything, right? All of those links. And well, if you go back to certain first rocket launches, Starship, the views were also not great, and some of the camera feeds were dropping. We were not able to see certain things. So yeah, this one being the second launch, maybe they have been able to solve some of that issue, right? And also the first stage did not get anywhere close to the barge, so that was also part of the reason.
And speaking of communications, quickly, Alex, WG Mojo is asking, do we know if they're going to be using Kuiper for communications from the drone ship and or the rocket? Because, of course, Kuiper, not actually a Blue Origin product, it's an Amazon product, but, you know, they're both owned by Jeff Bezos, so Blue, Amazon, they're good friends.
Maybe in the future, but for now, what we've spotted is Starlink antennas. So they're using Starlink. many antennas, actually, on the drone ship. We're not sure on the booster, or the second stage. They will probably need special permits for that, and also from SpaceX as well, because those will be their antennas. For Kuiper, that will be Amazon, right? And I have not seen any paperwork for that, and they will need special paperwork for that. Believe me, we've seen that for Starship on Starlink on Starship, for example. So yeah, we'll see if that ever comes up in the future. I'm sure they'll probably do those upgrades in the future.
We're now under half an hour to go, 29 minutes exactly. counting down towards the launch of New Glenn 2 very, very quickly. Turtle Sanctuary, thank you very much for your support, and we hope you for the best with your with your new job opportunity there. And Rick says 3 shall be the number. Thanks for the $10 support.
Good reference.
And with that, we would like to thank everybody joining us on the Popular Science channel. We are watching NSF's live launch coverage of New Glenn 2 and ESCAPADE with a launch time just 28.5 minutes away. Weather isn't looking too good at the press site right now. This is about 10 miles away from the launch pad, but the clock continues to count down. Live in the air with our drone from Jerry. We can see more boats heading out to watch the launch from Port Canaveral. And thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Ryan Caton. Alongside me, Alex, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and we can see here a nice aerial view from Jerry of the launch pad in the distance, but also the boats out there at the channel to Port Canaveral. Nice views. Hopefully the weather clears for launch.
Also in the field, we have the full Cape team out in force. One of those people is Sawyer Rosenstein, who is also on commentary with us. How you doing, Sawyer?
I am doing great. There's a dark gray cloud that is rolling right over where I am, about 8 miles south of the pad, but it is moving quickly. I will say the clouds that are moving at a rapid pace, which is a good thing. So fingers crossed that in 27 minutes and 24 seconds, all is still clear.
And also we have D Wise, Max Evans, Jerry Pike on the drone, and Julia Bergeron out in the field. Fingers crossed to bring us the best views possible, even though it's looking a little bit cloudy for the time being. Anyways, Alex, I'll toss it over to you if you'd like to bring us through some of the mission milestones we are expecting for today's launch. ESCAPADE, mission to Mars.
Yeah, the main goal for the New Glenn side of things, right, is going to try and get that booster back on the Jacklyn drone ship. That booster name, Never Tell Me the Odds. Good reference, right? And that's going to be landing offshore in the Atlantic Ocean, roughly 600 kilometers downrange. And you can see there that flight profile for today's mission. You can see the booster, that booster landing attempt offshore. Meanwhile, the second stage will go into a parking orbit first around low Earth orbit, and then we'll do a second burn a little bit after that to put the 2 ESCAPADE spacecraft from NASA all the way to the Lagrange 2 point out there, about 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth, and also away in the direction of the sun. So sort of you will have the sun, and then in the middle will be the Earth, and then L2 will be on the other side. So those 2 spacecraft, in about a year from now, after they arrive to L2 and they wait around for like a year or so, they're going to be thrusting themselves and getting all the way to Mars once the Mars window gets to it's in the time of the Mars window. They're going to be doing that, and so they're going to be heading all the way out to Mars. But there you can see some views of the Jacklyn barge staged out there. This obviously it's not live, but it is currently out there on the Atlantic Ocean and waiting for the booster landing attempt, which should be happening roughly 8 minutes after launch, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting if they actually achieve that. That's one of the goals compared to last launch of New Glenn. They tried it, but it was not the main goal. That was getting to orbit on that first launch. They already confirmed that, yes, New Glenn gets to orbit and can relight the second stage and all that. Now they actually need to ensure that it is reusable. If they don't land the booster, it's okay. They have more in the pipeline, right, at the production site. But it's one of the main goals, of course, the primary one being launching ESCAPADE to that transfer orbit to L2 so they can go to Mars.
Indeed. And something we are keeping an eye on, of course, is the weather. You can hear it on the microphones. Sawyer, how is the weather looking from your position? Our microphone, of course, is a bit further north than you are, but how are things currently tracking with the storms and such?
Yeah, the microphone is about 10 miles north of the pad. I'm about 8 miles south of the pad, and there are patchy blue skies. There's a bunch of clouds that are moving their way south, but there are some patches of blue. Again, at the pad, you can see right there, it's quite gray in the background, but there are some spots above the pad. So things are looking better than it seemed on that radar. You could see there some of that blue sky mixed in from our camera over down at the port at Rusty's versus the press site to the north. You can see the downpours there. But right now, the weather is improving from what it was just an hour ago, that's for sure.
Luckily, they are not launching from the vehicle assembly building, because the view from there clearly a little bit poorer than the view from Launch Complex 36, which we can now see. Anyways, under 24 minutes to go until that launch window opens. Alex, as things stand, Blue Origin continuing to count down to the opening of the window. I don't believe we have heard anything differently. And yeah, at least, I don't want to jinx it, but as things stand, things are looking good for a launch in 23 minutes' time.
Yeah, so far so good. We have not had any updates on the clock or, whether they're working anything or something like that. So far, it's still proceeding.
Indeed, and we can see the rocket venting, we can see the flare stacks burning, and Sawyer, we have some numbers here, courtesy of Blue Origin. We were joking earlier on how they like to use anything but the metric system to measure their rocket. So would you like to take us through some of the different things you can measure New Glenn by?
Sure, yeah. So the grid fins that will help it steer on its way down, each one is about the size of a car, as you can see there. In terms of the amount that it can carry into space, you see 13 metric tons to geostationary transfer orbit, or 6 standard pickup trucks versus the 20 standard pickup trucks to low Earth orbit. In terms of the lift provided by each of those streaks on the side, that is the equivalent to the wing of an F-16. And that's it for the funky comparisons. Oh, and the amount of force pushing against the rocket during flight is about the equivalent of a 737.
There we go. Again, they won't use anything but the metric system in their public relations there. Hopefully they use the metric system when designing the rocket, because we don't want any, well, let's just say things have gone poorly in the past with space missions when you do not know which units of measurement you are using. Also surrounding a Mars mission. I think we should stop that one there. 21 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Standing by for the launch of NASA's ESCAPADE mission, which Alex is going to be hanging around at L2 for a little while. There's also some other spacecraft at L2, and this is something that I'm really interested in. These are kind of Lagrange points, are kind of points of equilibrium, and as someone who has physics in their username, I was wondering if you could give us just like a summarized version of how Lagrange points actually work.
Yeah, in a very very simple term, you add up the gravity of Earth with the gravity of the Sun, and you get these sort of stability points, sort of points where the gravities sort of cancel out, if you will. Again, I'm simplifying this so much. I'm even hating myself for this. But it sort of works out. So you add up all of the gravities and things like that, and then you've got 5 different locations on Earth's orbit, where you've got different locations where the gravities cancel out. 2 of them are 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth. The L1 point is sort of in between the Earth and the Sun, and the L2 point is away from the Sun. Then you've got L3 and L4, and then L5 as well, different points in the orbit of the Earth where also this gravity cancels out. In the case of L2, the place where this ESCAPADE spacecraft will be staying for about a year, that is, as I said, 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth in the direction of the Sun. So that will be, again, the Earth will be in between the L2 Lagrange point and the Sun.
And of course, we were also talking earlier about how it looks like, and it appears we have had a slip in the launch time.
Ooh.
The countdown clock at the press site now says 52 minutes and 35 seconds. We will stand by for official confirmation from Blue Origin on their countdown clock and the actual launch time.
Yeah, it held for a little bit, and then it recycled to this same T0 that we're seeing on the clock at KSC.
So that would result in a launch time 52 minutes from now, which would be 2017 Coordinated Universal Time I believe, doing rough maths on the stream, which is never a great idea, but there you
Which
go,
will be
52 minutes from now.
3:17
There we go, local
p.m.
time.
Eastern. Yeah.
Okay, so, and their window continues for about an hour's after that. So they've just pushed they've essentially pushed the time kind of halfway through the window, Alex.
Yep, it was originally at 2:45 p.m. Eastern, and with it being roughly 3:17 p.m., it looks like, right? We may get an actual, more precise time because we're sort of eyeballing here the time. But yeah, that would be roughly halfway through, maybe like a third of the window through. The window goes all the way to 4:13 p.m. Eastern, at least according to Blue Origin and also according to the weather forecast by the Space Launch Delta 45. So we still have almost an hour left in the window. That's plenty of time for them to wait for the weather to clear.
Exactly. Nothing to be concerned about. Just, yeah, we will keep counting. The launch very much still on at this point. Of course, I'm sure the field team are going to be very happy about having another launch during less than favourable conditions. Of course, New Glenn 1 occurred in January, New Glenn 2 in November, and if things continue on track, maybe we'll have New Glenn 3 at the start of next year as well, maybe January, February, March. And something else that comes around this time of year, which New Glenn always seems to be perfectly in time with, is of course the holidays. And we have some new products available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, perfect for the holidays. 1,000-piece puzzles available of some of your favourite prints. So if you are a puzzle enjoyer and also a spaceflight enjoyer and also an enjoyer of the work of our incredible field team getting these awesome images, these puzzles now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And look at them there. Looks like we've got 5 available at the moment. I mean, the very on-topic one for today is the business end picture. I think this is from Max, of the 7 BE4s on the bottom of New Glenn. And you can see this beautiful image here. And I guess if you want to assemble your own aft end of New Glenn in a way, you can.
Well, I gotta say one thing. Ryan, Kevin, it's been a pleasure being here. And I'm going to go play with these puzzles because I'm a really fan of puzzles. I don't know, like, don't expect any scripts from me next week. I don't know.
I got one as a preview, and it's a bit challenging because it's 1,000 pieces, but that's just me. I'm not as great, but it's really nice. Their picture quality on them is really good. It's an awesome gift. I have a lot of family members that are puzzle people, and I'm genuinely considering getting one as a gift. Christmas
so you
and
can say
Hanukkah
you're
are coming
puzzled?
up. I am indeed puzzled. Yes, very puzzled.
Yeah, I know you like the puns, so that's
I do.
But yeah, I'm a fan of puzzles. So yeah, if you don't see me around for another week, you know why.
Space Cheese Eater in chat just said, "Oh, pause, my god, the puzzles, there goes my wallet." Yeah, I mean, great reference. Oh, pause, my god. Yeah, available, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Fingers crossed. I mean, chat already seems to be loving them, so fingers crossed those go down well for the holidays.
Can we have a puzzle of Ship 36 blowing up?
Oh my god. Yeah, then you just throw the pieces around the room and then you have Ship 36.
Exactly.
Easiest puzzle to solve in the world.
Yeah, Lindsay, if you're watching, hi.
Anyway, so it appears the rain has at least slowed at the Launch Complex 39 press site, which is a long ways away, 10 miles away from Launch Complex 36, which is what we're looking at right now. And we are counting L- 48 minutes because of a slight push to the launch time. Again, if you are just joining us, we have also now had official confirmation from Blue Origin on this as well. The liftoff time, 20:18:00 seconds, coordinated universal time. That is just shy of halfway through their 2-hour launch window, or 2 and a bit hour launch window, which opens at 19:45 and closes at 21:13 UTC today. So that is, of course, we don't like to see delays, but they must obviously be working on something in the background. Maybe they're also pausing for the weather, because as we can see, it's not doing too great at the moment with all of the rain, but fingers crossed they push through the storms. And once again, the rain has gone into a point where we are going to have to, unfortunately, bag up some of our cameras. So if you see some of the cool views going away, don't worry, we're not going home. We're just protecting the cameras from the rain until the time of launch. We get a bit of support quickly. Bill's become a Pad Rep member. Thomas become a Red Team member. Hopefully you all enjoy the new photos coming into the back, membership area rather, on the YouTube channel. I've got a $5 super chat from Mans on Mars saying thank you very much. Or Go Rocket Lab. Shout out to Peter Beck and the team for this Photon spacecraft. To Mars we go. Can't wait for Neutron. Yep. Again, Escapade might be a NASA mission, might be launching on a Blue Origin rocket. It's a Rocket Lab spacecraft. And then we had an anonymous person in the shop already buying up the puzzles, the Raptor engine puzzle, the shuttle puzzle, and they also got, let's see which puzzle this one is, if it will load. If it will load, let's have a look, and the VAB at Sunset puzzle. There we go. So puzzles already selling very quickly at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And the clock continues to count down. And the rain appears to have ceased. I thought the frame had frozen for a second there, but no, the trees are moving, so the frame has not frozen, but the rain seems to have decreased, on this bot camera at least. That rhymed! And we can see the clock there at the Kennedy Space Center continuing to count down.
And again, that's north of the launch pad, so it's a little hard to judge from that, but at least the rain stopped there. It looks like we're seeing more of the gray clouds starting to move over the pad again and out towards the east, so that might be what it is.
Yeah, Blue Origin confirms that it is indeed because of the weather that they have moved the T0. And as you can see, while the KSC press site is clearing out, the launch site is getting more cloudy and more rainy. So yeah, and we will be, if we were actually to be right now counting down to the opening of that window, we will be essentially like 13 minutes away, so you can see why they delayed, right? They're waiting for clear weather.
Indeed, but there's still folks heading out on boats in the allowed areas. Don't go in the restricted areas, please. You don't need any wayward boats or any wayward planes. Yeah, still people heading out to see this launch. And once again, fingers crossed the storms pass soon. Let's have a look in here for some more questions whilst we have a few extra minutes to talk with you guys. Let's have a look through here. Resistojet is asking how long can they hold New Glenn when it is fully fueled? Now, Alex, it's actually had all of its fuel for quite some time at this point, and with this push, this is a pretty pertinent question.
Yeah, it's just, replenishment. It's what it's called stable replenishment. What they do is once the fuel and the oxygen that is loaded on New Glenn, then they just keep it refreshing it and replenishing it on the rocket, sort of, to just keep it in there. It's just like old style rockets, right? And we've grown used to Falcon 9 and Starship and being like, okay, once it's fully loaded, Falcon 9 cannot hold. In the case of Starship, it can hold, but only for a few minutes. There's an actual time limit as to how long it can hold. In the case of New Glenn and the majority of the vehicles out there, they load the propellant well ahead of time. They wait around. They are in this, as I said, what it's called stable replenishment, where they keep loading the propellants as they boil off. It's a much lower rate because the boil off rate is quite low compared to what they need to load the rocket, right? It's not fast fill. We've heard these terms in past instances where we hear fast fill, slow fill, etc. But as you can see there, New Glenn is fully loaded with propellant. It's been like that for a couple of hours now, and so it is pretty much ready to go and just being replenished. Normally, this stable replenishment means that it can be held with this propellant for a long while. It's not that they have to waste too much of it during this process. So usually it's like a much longer window than the actual launch window, so they don't really have a constraint there. But yeah.
I think in that top-down view from Blue Origin, you could see like a pool of water that had formed in the flame trench. I don't know if that's from the rain or if that's from like the deluge system leaking or something. But fingers crossed that assists in the acoustic energy rather than hindering. I don't recall seeing that from the last attempt, or maybe just because the last attempt was at night time, it was less apparent. I don't know. It's very interesting nonetheless.
Yep.
At least at the launch pad at the moment, it's kind of clear, but you can see there from the rain. Yeah, the rain is between the cameras and the launch site at the moment, so we literally can't see the rocket. Oh dear. But the clock continues to count down as we pray for better weather in the near future in today's launch window. Let's see if we can answer some more questions whilst we have the extended opportunity for heliosphere physics. Oh, we can see the BE4s. BE4s
Wow.
chilling down. Beautiful
Oh.
view of the BE4s looking up from the flame trench. Oh, look at
Yeah.
that. That is beautiful, beautiful engines.
You can see the bleed lines on those engines, venting, indicating they are chilled down for flight. That's
They
so
might
cool.
have to be chilling for a little while longer.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can see the venting continuing, or the vapor kind of coming off the booster there with all of its liquid oxygen and liquid methane inside. Of course, the booster isn't really insulated like the second stage is. The second stage has that spray-on foam. So yeah, that's what keeps it insulated, but the booster doesn't. So I suppose the booster doesn't really need that. We obviously have SLS, which has the foam. We saw the Space Shuttle has the foam. Delta IV had the foam. They don't really use it on New Glenn, though.
No, I mean, they do have their sort of thermal protection system, so to speak, on it that they call Comet. So that's kind of meant to help with some of those reentry forces, in addition to the supersonic retropropulsion, the fighting fire with fire, so to speak, of helping it slow itself down. But yeah, so that is it's sort of a fabric thermal protection, at least, over the aluminum on the first stage.
I suppose the ice forming or the frost forming also kind of acts as an insulator, at least whilst they're on the ground, waiting
There's-
for things to catch up, waiting for things to fuel.
Yeah, there's also a big component here on the second stage being hydrolox, and hydrogen really likes to boil off really fast. And if you have that insulation, that sort of helps you to keep it in there for a little longer. And so that's why the second stage gets its insulation. Now, you might be wondering, wait, but the upper stage also has an oxygen tank. The oxygen tank on the first stage doesn't have any insulation. Why does the one on the second stage have an insulation? I will say it's because it's just a ring. It's like this little tiny thing. Because hydrogen, you see that second stage is really huge. Hydrogen tank it's like 90% of the volume or 95%. It's really huge compared to the volume of the liquid oxygen tank, and yet the liquid oxygen tank makes up like 90% of the mass of the second stage, even though it's much shorter and much smaller. And that's all to do with the mixture ratios of the engines and things like that. They need about 6 times more liquid oxygen than liquid hydrogen. And if you do the math, that roughly translates to 85 to 90% of the propellant of the second stage is oxygen instead of hydrogen. But hydrogen is so undense, I guess it will be the way to say it, right? It's so dispersed that it takes up a lot of room to be able to store that.
Hydrogen is just incredibly. It's essentially got no density whatsoever. It's the amount of room hydrogen takes up in rockets is baffling at times. And there we go. Oh, nice
Yeah, you
timing
can
for
see there.
Origin.
You see that venting from the very bottom there? That's the oxygen tank. The rest is the hydrogen. Because those two tubes that are on the side are precisely the transfer lines from the hydrogen tank down to the engines, and sort of bypass. They go around the oxygen tank. So that venting that you see is from those pipes, and yeah, that is where the oxygen tank is. It's like that tiny bit at the bottom of the second stage.
If you look closely on this view, you can also see where some chunks of frost have broken off there, just above the Blue Origin logo. It's covering the N, but you can see just, I was going to say just south, just underneath the N there by the I in the second I in Origin, you can see where the frost line is kind of broken off there. but that is, of course, something that can happen. So nothing of concern with that there. Everything continuing, at least from what we are hearing and what we can see, it looks good, apart from the weather. The weather appears to have pulled a Florida on us, and Sawyer, things are still looking pretty grey between our cameras and Launch Complex 36.
Yeah, I mean, there's a gorgeous rainbow right above the pad. It would be a great shot with the rocket in it, but you can't see it. So, yeah.
And we have had, as you can see in the top right, some more shop orders. Matthew has been on the store, and they have, let's see what they've gotten. Looks like they've gotten the end of the beginning for Starship. Nice little print there from the shop. And another diamond ring medal print from the solar eclipse a few years ago, saying thanks Jack for your completely bonkies contribution to NSF. It's been very meaningful to me. And yes, another thank you to Jack. So it looks like they might have gotten some Jack prints potentially. I can't actually remember who took those prints, but again, thank you very much for the support there. And if you get a print on the store, a portion of the or like a bit of the revenue goes actually towards the photographer who took that photograph. So you get to help NSF, you get to help the photographer, and get to help your wall. You get to put a cool picture on the wall. So, you know, win-win-win all around. We also, of course, have our membership area on YouTube, so you can watch our live behind-the-scenes members multi-view of every single camera we have right now. Look at that. How many cameras do you want? Sneak preview. How many cameras do you want?
That was really sneak.
Yeah, it was very sneak. There we go. Quick preview. There we go. Look at that. So many cameras. Do you want to see all those cameras? We've got all of those cameras and many more. That's just a small selection of cameras available to you. And you can also hear Kevin talking if that's something you're interested in. That's available for all the members on the membership area. Just go to the YouTube channel homepage and then click on memberships, I think, or membership, and it should pop up there as well. With that there, so you can support the show. Look at that.
I loved the Kevinception in the top right there with all of the monitors showing the program feed, showing the program, showing program.
Yeah, he's brought in so many feeds that, yeah, you put the multi-view in the program, you see the program in the multi-view, in the multi-view, in the program, in the multi-view, in the program, in the multi-view, in the program, in the multi-view,
Streamception.
On and on forever. Streamception indeed. But there you go. You can become a member on YouTube today. And things continuing to count down. The clock hasn't pushed back any further as of yet. Still counting down to that new launch time. If you are just joining us now, expecting a launch in 1 minute. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in 1 minute because they have pushed the launch time from the opening of the window, 1945 Universal Time, to 2018 Universal Time, which is, of course, as you can see in the top left, 34 minutes away. So we have had a 33-minute push there, and Blue has said that's because of weather, I believe, Alex. So that is that push which we have seen there.
Yep.
Also noting that, sorry, that's 3:18 p.m. Eastern time for all the locals trying to watch the launch here.
Yep. 3:18 p.m. Eastern. That will be roughly like a little bit over a third, in between a third and the middle of the window, if you will. But yeah, still a little bit under 1 hour to go in that window. So if they need a bit more time for the weather to clear, they have the time. No rush. The rocket is good so far. At least we have not heard anything related to the rocket, right? So if it's good to go, they can take their time. They can hold here. Ooh, we can see there the ESCAPADE spacecraft inside the payload fairing.
And we can see how small they are compared to the size of that payload fairing. That payload fairing is huge, all above them.
Yeah.
We've got these two itty-bitty satellites in the payload fairing there on New Glenn. But of course, we're sending small things really, really far away, which is why you need the big rocket.
Yep. And I think this is actually live from them, so
yeah,
that's really nice view.
You can also see the inside of the fairing there, kind of rippling. I wonder if that's from the kind of the air conditioning they pump into the fairing there to keep the satellites happy.
Yeah, somebody was asking about why do they put an umbilical on the fairing, and that's a very standard thing for many rockets, including Falcon 9 as well. And that's to provide that air conditioning, because some payloads do need that. the humidity, the salty air of the Florida Space Coast, that's not great for some of the instruments, right? So you need a clean environment. Very dry, cool air is usually the way to go for these satellites. So yeah, air conditioning.
Another view of
Speaking
the
of getting
BE4s.
cool,
Yeah. Engine chill underway still. They're going to, as I said earlier, they're going to be chilling for a little while longer. They're currently, if they stick to this T0, they've got 31 minutes left, and they need to remain in the correct thermal regime for that. Sawyer, and we're getting a live onboard view from Jacklyn, the drone ship as well. I mean, the weather looks wonderful at Jacklyn, less so
yeah.
at the Cape. Alex, this is just shy of 400 miles downrange, I believe.
600 kilometers. I don't know how many miles that is.
Oh, okay.
I'm terrible at Imperial.
Well, the only reason I used the miles is because I saw Blue did a poster with the miles, so I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
But yeah, I really wish this was the weather out there at the launch site right now, because it
Same.
looks gorgeous.
372.823 miles. Kevin Michael Reed tells me in the back channel. But there we go. Anyway.
So yeah, they probably rounded up to 400 miles.
Yep. Before I was rudely interrupted by the drone ship, Sawyer, we saw those engines chilling down. Would you mind reminding us why on earth do they need to make the engines cold when they're about to throw very, very hot fire at the back?
It's good question. It's thermally conditioning the engines for the environmental change that they are about to experience. So basically, you don't want to have to start running all these cold propellants through it all of the sudden and then introduce heat right after and create this thermal shock that could damage the engine. So what you do is you basically start running the propellants through it a little bit early, keep those lines filled, keep the engines cooled down, so it's less of a shock when you start flowing the propellants through them, and all of a sudden it's, oh my gosh, where did all this cold come from when I was at room temperature?
I think Blue Origin just used the slowest possible fade in history between those shots there. I mean, that lasted like 5 seconds. I think someone needs to check their transition button there.
It also looks like it's now raining at the launch site, if I saw that view correctly.
So that would make total sense why they pushed the launch then, because if it's raining now, they were meant to launch 3 minutes ago. So that would make sense if they were seeing this storm on the way, the conditions potentially would not have been feasible in order for a launch at that time, which is why they have pushed halfway nearly through the window.
I do wonder though, Ryan, because we're talking about the weather, and at T-minus 30 minutes, they do have that weather check. And so I wonder if that's where they are right now in the countdown, because we know they have planned holds here and there, right?
Yep.
So perhaps they're waiting there for that. Yeah, some parts of the launch pad seem to be rain on. Some other parts you can see a bit of blue skies. So weather, it's a bit patchy.
And yeah, we're talking for 30 minutes from now, so that's also worth noting that we're not looking at the forecast for right now. We're trying to figure out 30 minutes from now, so it's okay that it's raining at the pad at the moment. Not ideal, but okay.
Exactly. And as a reminder, Blue very happy. We can see there, and the forecast released by the United States Space Force yesterday for today said at the opening of the window it was a 35% of probability of violating those weather constraints, decreasing deteriorating rather. Very, very, very happy Blue employees there. It's a 45% at the end of the window. Primary concerns being the cumulus Canaveral, the surface electric fields rule, and the anvil Canaverals. Offshore landing weather, low risk. Of course, we've seen from onboard Jacklyn. Beautiful sunny skies in the Atlantic Ocean, less so in Cape Canaveral, and in the bottom right there, that is the radar. We can see the rain kind of coming in between Port Canaveral and New Slick, Launch Complex 36, where New Glenn is currently stationed, preparing for launch in 27 minutes and 55 seconds time.
Also worth noting
we can't see it on our fleet cams in the top left.
I was just about to say, where I am right now, 8 miles to the south, it is blue skies and clear. And then the second you look north towards the pad from where I am, you don't see anything.
Yeah.
Well,
so about that.
About those launch dates.
Don't even. Especially because I know who said that line.
Yep.
You.
Yeah. Yeah. Me.
So we're going to stick around for a few minutes longer because we are counting down to the launch of ESCAPADE on New Glenn 2, and the vehicle propellants continue to be replenished, the engines continue to be chilled down, the flare stack continues to flare, and everything kind of pauses for a little while as we adjust the... Oh, we're going to talk about the Mars Telecommunications Orbiter. Of course we are, because no one else is doing a Mars Telecommunications Orbiter. Breaking news, everybody.
Oh my
Blue Origin
gosh.
is making a Mars Telecommunications Orbiter. Literally nobody knew that before today.
No,
Of course,
really?
I wonder if somebody else might be doing that.
I mean, they better pipe up and let us know. I wonder if somebody else has an intent to make a Mars Telecommunications Orbiter, and they're going to be actually launching something to Mars on today's launch. How convenient would that be? Of course, the ongoing joke is that there was appropriations put towards a Mars Telecommunications Orbiter in the quote-unquote Big Beautiful Bill earlier this year, and then suddenly Rocket Lab and Blue Origin have both been very, very public on social media saying, hey, we would like to build your Mars Telecommunications Orbiter, NASA, and yeah, they've kind of been banging on about it ever since. But that's the ongoing joke there. Every time they say something about it, we're like, oh my goodness, we didn't know this before now. Anyways, moving on to a bit more support we've been getting from Brodingjet with a $2 super chat saying, I've had my membership a month, totally worth it. Well, that's great to hear. We're glad to hear you are enjoying it. Nicholas with a message from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Let's see what they got. They got the original launch mount t-shirt. Of course, it's not the orbital launch mount because they never launched to orbit from there. Let's see what else you got from the store. Looks like a print, yep, Godspeed Block 2, the print from the final launch of Starship Block 2 last month. Oh my goodness, it's nearly been a month since that launch. I can barely believe it. At least New Glenn is turning us over for the big rocket action. And we can see the weather vastly improving at the Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39 press site, with the flag waving in the breeze, clear skies, and the weather not so clear skies at the pad, now raining on New Glenn. Sawyer, can they static fire in the rain?
Yeah, probably. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not like they typically will not launch in the rain. It's not the rain itself, it's the clouds that are producing the rain. Although flight through precipitation is, of course, one of the rules. A lot of it is to do with also the clouds that produce the rain can also produce lightning, and you don't want to fry the electronics on the rocket with lightning by flying through a cloud and creating your own, in a term known as triboelectrification.
You definitely know what I was saying with that flame trench, right? It's definitely full of water. There's definitely a pool of water in that flame trench.
Unless that's pool of oxygen from dripping down off the engines, maybe?
I hope not. That'd be a lot of oxygen.
No, I don't know. But it is now raining where I am as well, south of the pad, again with blue skies because Florida.
Yeah. Florida weather doing Florida weather things. Of course, another gorgeous view of the BE-4s on the bottom of New Glenn, 24 minutes away from the current launch time, and fingers crossed it'll hold. We'll just have to wait and see. But of course, since that last update from Blue Origin a little whiles ago announcing the delay, we have not heard anything else. So I'm going to remain optimistic that this rain will be forecast to clear in time and that they will stick with this launch time and we can get New Glenn 2 off the ground in 23 minutes and 30 seconds. Alex, you're the physics person, so I'm going to throw this physics question to the physics person from Heliosphere Physics. How much additional delta V would be needed for a direct 6 months transfer if launching today, including a TMI and trans-Mars insertion? I think they're essentially asking if they wanted to launch these things on a trajectory to Mars right now, how costly would that be in terms of delta V?
Right now, I'm literally pulling up the ISO on solar system from NASA, and I think Mars is on the other side of the sun, so yeah, it will be very prohibitively expensive in terms of delta V. Delta V is sort of our currency in space, right? It's sort of, you know, like money, but for space to go to other places. I call it like that because it literally is something like that, right? You know, you need a certain amount of delta V, a certain amount of energy to get you out there to different places. And depending on what you have, you can get there or not, right? And so yeah, that's sort of the currency, if you will, of orbital mechanics, and it will be right now very, very unaffordable. Let's put it that way, right? It's like trying to buy, I don't know, an SLS rocket in terms of being unaffordable. It's very,
Deary
very
me.
complicated right now. I mean, you could launch it, but not on a direct 6 months transfer right now. Not feasible, at least not in a feasible amount of time, or rather on a feasible amount of energy on these two spacecraft. Yeah.
And we get a wonderful view up the rocket there. And it looks like we're getting another replay of the last flight, potentially. Yep, replay of the last flight. And we can see where they've sped up the footage. Just joking. Well, kind of joking, but not really. Because it's funny. But yeah, if you are interested in what today's mission will look like, fingers crossed it's a bit faster than that. Yeah, there's the speed increase in the footage. As we have joked about so many times on the Flame Trench. But yeah, if you want to know what this might look like in 20 minutes time, it will look something like that, just daytime, and maybe the sky's a bit more grey. But yeah, we are looking forward to seeing that beautiful blue plume, very on brand for Blue Origin, with the 7. Look at that. Just look how gorgeous that burn was from the 7 BE4s on the last flight. I mean, I'm so glad that we're getting a nighttime launch and a daytime launch in succession between the two missions. That not a live view on the left-hand side. That pre-recorded. They're definitely not there right now. I can confirm that. But anyways, in the replay box, you can see those are the BE3Us on the second stage doing their thing. Everyone at Blue Origin, including Jeff Bezos, very happy with the result of New Glenn 1 back in January. I do have to say, I'm a big fan of their mission control room with all the blue LED accents there. And this is our live view. We can barely see the rocket, but it does look a lot better than earlier, because earlier on, we couldn't see nothing, and now we can barely see the rocket, which is a sizable improvement over not being able to see anything at all.
It is emerging from the haze here, it looks like. You can definitely start to see the lightning towers now coming into frame, or the lightning tower and the crew access tower for access that doesn't exist
I'm
yet.
going to interrupt you because we have a hold on the clock at the Kennedy Space Center. It has stopped ticking at 19 minutes and 58 seconds to go. So this is indicating that another hold is in place right now for New Glenn 2. We will stand by for information from New Glenn, whether this count will continue ticking down with a new T0, and or if it will just, I don't know, turn off like it did earlier, which wasn't incredibly helpful. But there you go. That is holding 19 minutes and 58 seconds. So it is, at least according to that clock, we are not launching at 2018 Coordinated Universal Time.
And they have another hour after that, by the way. So it goes until 4:13 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and it's not very surprising given the point in the countdown. They're supposed to have a go, no go poll for terminal count at T-minus 17 minutes, right? So, yeah, being about 2-3 minutes ahead of that makes sense that they might keep that hold in place. So hopefully Blue Origin will be able to tell us if there's a new T0, and of course, it doesn't take that long to realize that it's probably due to weather.
Apparently I said New Glenn will give us information. The rocket will definitely not be giving us information. It will be Blue Origin providing us information. I apologise for that slip of the tongue. That was clearly, in the heat of the moment, not intentional. But there you go. Rockets cannot talk. I can confirm that.
I just something else like stage 1. Come on, stage 1 says I'm frosty.
Just you wait until they put Grog on Starship.
Oh dear, dearie me.
No.
Something else I want to say, of course, is that Delta V not an acceptable currency at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Oh, boo.
I thought I'd at least get a chuckle from Alex out of that one, considering he was the one who said it was like money in space, but turns out, no. Yep, still nothing. Okay.
It's kind of like money, I guess, yeah. But
have a look through here. As we continue to wait in this hold period for New Glenn 2, you can see the clock paused from the Kennedy Space Center. We have Ian, who is asking, if the booster isn't feeling 100%, the booster can talk, will they divert to a water landing, or will they go for a barge landing and just hope for the best? Alex, don't know if we've heard anything official, but I would assume they do something similar to SpaceX, which is where they kind of aim next to the barge and then only go over the barge when they're feeling confident.
Yeah, in fact, the landing burn is quite long. It's like over 40 seconds long, so it's actually going to hover. I think it's sort of the plan for New Glenn. So my guess is that they're probably going to target like off to the side, and then it's going to translate to the barge. But yeah, it probably has that into the coding and software and guidance and whatnot.
And we've had further confirmation from Blue Origin that the hold is because of the poor weather. Blue wants to give the weather more time to clear the pad and get out of the way, and they will announce a new launch time very soon. So we will stand by for that extra information from Blue Origin confirming this hold is because of the poor weather. I don't think anybody's surprised by that, and we will wait for a new T0, which should be coming very soon from the company, holding at T-minus 19 minutes 58 seconds on the clock, according to the Kennedy Space Center press site. Sure, we've got even more time now to do some more questions. Let's have a look through here. Let's see. We have Stephen, who's asking, why doesn't New Glenn use hot staging? So I suppose it's just a matter of different rockets do different things.
Yeah, I'm sure part of it is also necessity. It's very different from Falcon 9, or Starship, where you kind of want that extra momentum boost as it's going out. There are a couple other rockets that do it. Obviously, Starship isn't the only one. It's not the first. Probably won't be the last. But given the power that they have from those BE-3Us, the upper stage engines that are hydrolox, in addition to the methane engines, I guess they don't need it. Because again, as mentioned, hydrolox for that second stage using hydrogen, it gets a little more efficiency out of it than using methane for the second stage like Starship does.
And there on your screen is the confirmation from Blue Origin a couple of minutes ago. We have also got a lot more support, many more store messages. Ethan has got a puzzle. And let's see what else they got. They got another thing. They got another puzzle. Puzzles are very popular, Lindsay, on the shop team. Puzzles are very popular. Good idea. We have David also getting something from the store. Thank you for the support. Getting a Max print. Let's see what else you got. Getting a... Oh, looks like an astrophotography print as well. Let's see what else you got in here. A Hot Summer Nights print, I think. Is that a print? Yes, that's a print. Oh, and the lightning behind the VAB. And you also got the Godspeed Block 2 print. Thank you for your support, David. Turtle Sanctuary with a $5 super chat saying, no, wait, no, 20-minute best vent? What's going on? This isn't super green. Oh, Blue, you had me at... Well, no T-minus 20-minute vent from New Glenn, like we see with Falcon 9. It's kind of a Falcon thing. New Glenn kind of vents on and off throughout the countdown. And a $10 super chat from Norm Wrightsall. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much for your support as well. Yes, I think we need some nuclear-powered rockets in space. Nothing wrong with that. I think it would be very advantageous at least. And somebody else getting the VAB at Sunset puzzle piece saying your guides are the best, your broadcasts are never boring. Well, considering the kind of topics we were discussing earlier, from me trying to describe physics in Kerbal Space Program and dolphins, it's good to know that we're entertaining at least, even if we're not staying on topic 100% of the time. But thank you for the support nonetheless. As we stand by for more information from Blue Origin, hoping we get a new launch time soon, because the weather, of course, at least it looks a little bit better than it was. At least the sun is now shining on the rocket again, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, there's a lot more sun all the way around now. There's a gorgeous rainbow going all the way over the pad from where I am right now. It is absolutely spectacular. The weather is improving, so we'll have to see what that weather is. Hopefully it moves out quickly and is good, because it very much looks like it's improving here.
John Seidman is in chat and he asks, do you take space bucks? Unfortunately, no. That is another currency which is not permitted at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I'm sorry to inform you. I will say, though, I've been doing a new KSP career mode, and I've been making up a lot of money from those contracts. So if I could spend my contract money from Kerbal Space Program in the shop, I certainly would do, but unfortunately that is not a valid currency. Take a look through here. Of course, we have a little bit more time to talk than we would have had previously, so if you have any questions or comments, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF, and we have Vakiro saying Gator Trench ? Sawyer, we just saw a view of the flame trench there. It doesn't look like there's any alligators in the trench. It looks like it's pretty much full of water.
Yeah, no alligators to be seen, whether that was a real one, a fake one, or just a tall tale of Florida man. It's not quite clear. But no, what is clear is there's no gator in said trench.
Okay. And we have another interesting question here from Bumbly, who is asking, how far is the maximum distance that New Glenn can launch a satellite to? Now, Alex, I'll throw this one over to you, and I will ask this question by saying, technically anywhere if they refuel? I don't know if we have Alex.
Well, this satellite, I mean, can launch a satellite to, it depends on the mass of the satellite. I'm not fully sure what they're trying to ask here. It's a very generic question, but if they're meaning the two ESCAPADE spacecraft, they can probably launch them very, very far. I mean, they can launch them directly to Mars, although today it's not the case, right? Like we've talked about this multiple times in the broadcast, where it's like, because we are in between Mars windows to launch to Mars, they are launching in a different way, and it's not directly to Mars. And so, but yeah, in theory, it can, if it were the right time, and it probably could launch these even further away. It's a very lightweight payload. It's like about 1 metric ton or so, both spacecraft. So, yeah, it can probably launch it very far away. I wouldn't be able to tell you the specifics because, again, maths and lots of proprietary numbers.
And we can see there a view on the left from our field team looking on from Jetty Park. On the right-hand side, a view from Blue Origin from the pad itself, looking up at the rocket. Sawyer, weather conditions looking much better than they were a few moments ago, so not quite sure whether they're holding for weather, but maybe there's something else that we're just not privy to.
No idea, but again, they did say waiting for weather to improve. It does look like it's improving, so hopefully that means that they will release the hold sooner than later, because again, yeah, there's that red stuff up to the north. That's all right for now, but we'll see what happens over the next hour or so. But yeah, the sky conditions much better now. Even as I was mentioning earlier, I managed to catch a photo of a rainbow over the launch pad right now. It's that pretty.
Indeed. Weather conditions definitely almost looks like it's a different season compared to 15 minutes ago.
Welcome to Florida.
And Alex, if you want to go through the mission profile for ESCAPADE once again, of course we might have some new people joining us. Nikki is asking, how long will it take for the payload to reach Mars? And I guess you can also explain the scenic route ESCAPADE is taking to get to the red planet.
Yeah, so it's going to take a while because first they need to get to the L2 Lagrange point. As we were mentioning, that is about 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth. And so it's going to take a while to get there. No, not that one. Kevin, the other one. Sorry, I'm trying to guide here. Backseat producing, I guess. The graphics that we should show. But yeah, they are going to be staying out there at the L2 Lagrange point for about 12 months in what it's called libration or libration loitering orbit, essentially just co-orbiting the sun along with the Earth for about a year, and then it's going to take another 11 months to get to Mars once they start their cruise to the red planet. So it's going to be about 2 years until they reach Mars. So yeah, it's not going to be that quick of a trip. Yeah, it's also on the top right, but it doesn't give the timelines, which is what we were asked. I'm sort of responding to Kevin in the back channel saying that there's a graphic on the top right. But that only shows the orbit. If it's supposed to be there, but the ticker is in the way. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I'm sure the members multi-view is fun right now, listening to Kevin call all of this in the shots. Which we have a members multi-view, by the way, so go check that out, and you can see all the different views that Kevin's working with, and all of the graphics that Alex is trying to call for.
Oh dear. Anyways, the things that we get up to when we're in a hold period, eh?
Yeah, I can see the rocket again, and there is sunlight on it.
Yeah. I mean, everything looks good. They were meant to be launching in 6 minutes, you know? Just, yeah?
Unless there's something we don't see, the weather would have been, looks really good. I'll say that.
Yeah, certainly. But obviously Blue, I don't think they would have held for no reason, so Blue obviously is privy to information that we are not at this time, so we will stand by and see if they tweet something again in the near future.
Again, that's all we're working off of is the X post.
Yeah, again, the previous information we have from Blue Origin is the original push. As we can see, some very happy Blue employees. The original push was for weather. They delayed to 2018 Coordinated Universal Time. And then they were counting down to that time. And then they paused again. And they haven't given us a new time. Very happy Blue Origin employees. Also very happy Blue Origin employees on the roof. Waving the Blue Origin flag. Very happy. Yeah. Anyways, we're standing by, waiting for new information, but the window closes in 1 hour's time. Nearly exactly. So, well, in 15 seconds, it'll be 1 hour's time exactly. So there's plenty of room, plenty of wiggle room, nothing to be worried about just yet. So stick with us, stay tuned, because there is plenty of time to get the New Glenn, as we can see there, on the flag, off the ground. I think our arms might be tired because she's been waving it so much. Anyways, let's look at the actual rocket itself. Continuing to hold. And again, Alex, there is no concerns like we have with Falcon, for example. They can essentially hold with the New Glenn as long as they have propellants to replenish it, right?
Yeah, they can stay here. They have until 4:13 p.m. Eastern, so they still have about. So that will be essentially an hour from now, for that end of the window. So they could pick up the count right now and say we're 1 hour away and we're at the end of the window and we will be waiting here for an hour and things like that, and that will still be okay, right? We're seeing a lot bluer skies. I don't know about you, but I do see that the weather seems to have improved. So I'm really wondering what's going on now with the weather. Maybe upper level winds, things that non-cloud related. I have no idea, but definitely still in that hold at the very least.
Skies are a lot bluer. The clouds that are here are much thinner now. So hopefully they'll just re-pick up the count very soon. Because, I mean, the weather now is great. If it holds throughout the window, awesome. Because I'm okay with it waiting a couple more minutes. Let some of these thinner clouds wisp away. That'll be better for photography and video. But, yeah, right now this is... I just want it to go.
And we have an interesting question here from Eddie. They're asking, how does the money saved from taking the scenic route outweigh the 1+ year delay on research if they sent it directly to Mars? Well, Sawyer, as Alex was saying earlier, it's not a money-saving thing. It's a physics thing, right? Mars is literally in the wrong place right now for a direct transfer, which is why they're having to take this scenic route.
Exactly. It doesn't make a difference whether they launch now or wait a year. They're going to arrive to Mars at basically the same time. So at this point, might as well get your ride is ready. Why not take it? Have it drop you off at L2 instead of a Mars insertion and just hang out. Plus, this is the first time that we're really seeing this done. So it's sort of a proving ground, a testing ground. Because if so, then that opens up the ability to send Mars missions at any time and opens up the amount of mass that can be sent to the red planet dramatically.
And of course, the bid that Blue Origin won was only $20 million, which is a steep discount on how much a New Glenn actually launches. I don't think we have an actual number on how expensive New Glenn is to launch, but it's certainly much more than $20 million. So, if anything, NASA got a pretty good deal on launching ESCAPADE into space. And we have a bit of support here very quickly. Jorge, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, become a PadRap member. Eggman with a $5 super chat saying these KSP mods are getting out of hand. This looks like real life. I can assure you the rocket is real. Rebel, thank you very much for the support there. And they're saying, can Blue and SpaceX launch to Mars at the same time in the future? I mean, sure, there's plenty of room between Earth and Mars for you to do a Mars transfer window. Lords of Random is saying, stop saying that word. We won't say that word. I apologize. Ennis with becoming a PadRap member. Pablo becoming a PadRap member. And James with a $20 super chat saying, I love Max Evans. I hope you agree. Max does great work. I'm sure he'll appreciate that very much. Max, one of our field team members out there in force, supporting today's live stream, making sure we have all the beautiful views when it's not raining of the New Glenn on the pad at Slick Launch Complex 36. I caught myself. I didn't say it, Harry Stranger. I didn't say it.
Good catch. I made the same mistake earlier, but fixed it.
Good catch. They're landing on Jacklyn, Sawyer.
Also
Look,
beautiful as an animation, apparently. Yeah.
Good timing, Blue. Good timing.
Yeah, exactly. The weather from what we've seen on Jacklyn also seems very nice out there, too. But yeah, this is that re-entry that we'll hopefully be seeing. I would love if they had that kind of onboard view and a ground view of it like this. With the 1 and the 3, you can see in a line there that is the entry burn, and then it will be down to the single engine for the landing itself. So there will be an entry and a landing burn.
Yeah, of course, this is not live. This is an animation of what it will maybe look like when they launch, when that hold is released. But fingers crossed that hold is released soon. And there we go, an animation of it landing, bingo, right in the center of the Jacklyn March.
Oh, no. For those who remember.
Yeah, and the little robot coming out to plug itself in. Oh, it looks like we're getting the whole mission as well. We can see there the huge payloads getting deployed. Of course, the Kármán line. Look, they measure it in feet. It's 100 kilometers. The whole point of the Kármán line is that it's 100 kilometers, and yet they still measure it in feet. I don't understand. That's definitely not ESCAPADE. This is probably something... Oh, it's just kind of like a general New Glenn promo, I suppose. Are those Kuiper satellites, maybe?
First thing we can see that actually looks like Kuiper. We never see them.
Of course, many different things you can launch on New Glenn. This is what we're actually launching today. ESCAPADE, twin spacecraft. They won't actually deploy like that. ESCAPADE, the first satellite is going to be deployed, and then the second one is going to be deployed. Or the first one is ESCAPADE Blue. That'll deploy at T plus 33 minutes and 18 seconds. The second one is ESCAPADE Gold. That'll deploy at T plus 33 minutes and 48 seconds. So the actual deployment is 30 seconds apart, not simultaneously like it shows in the animation. But that gives you an idea of what we are expecting today, if the weather cooperates, which, at least from our cameras, Sawyer, and from your position, the weather looks good. So I'm not exactly sure what they're waiting for.
I don't either. And by the way, it's not unlike Blue to speed things up for viewing purposes. So that's probably why we saw them launch simultaneously, just like the liftoff. Sorry. But yeah, again, weather here is absolutely spectacular right now. The rain's gone away. The clouds are super thin, so cumulus cloud rule not an issue. Blue skies much further south here. I'm barely any wind. I'm with you guys right now on confusion as to the weather at this point.
A view from one of our robots looking south from the north of Launch Complex 36 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where New Glenn is vertical. We've got GS1 number 2, GS2 number 2, and of course the ESCAPADE spacecraft encapsulated inside the payload fairing at the top. You can see the venting still ongoing, which is completely normal for this kind of hold pattern. We've got the flare stack still doing flare stack things on the right hand side. The water towers still there, and yeah, just kind of in a paused position right now as we stand by for more information from Blue Origin, who are conducting today's launch. And we are beyond the intended second T0 they published for the day, and we still do not have any more information as it stands. So, of course, we will bring that to you as soon as we know. So we will wait to see if there's any official word, I will say, on why the launch is currently not going ahead.
Again, we are waiting for official word on anything. So anything else is pure speculation at this point. What we saw is that the X post and that they're going to update us further, hopefully soon. So as soon as we hear anything, we will of course let you know right away.
Yeah, the official confirmation from Blue a few minutes ago said that the weather was the reason for the hold, but the weather has since cleared up. So fingers crossed we hear some official information shortly. In the meantime, why don't we go have a look at some more questions? Spacey Plum, Sawyer, is asking how many New Glenn launches next year. How many do you think, Sawyer? I'll go after you, but what do you think first? I'll make you go first.
Ooh, I think, let's see, how many did Starship have in its second year? That was what, 4?
3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, so 4 launches.
I think it'll be the same. I think we'll see something very similar to Starship's architecture, because they started off with 2, then worked their way up to 4. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing here. Of course, a lot of that is going to be assuming that all goes well with the flight, because as we saw from Flight 1, if they do not actually land the booster, that is considered an anomaly, even if the payload makes it into its perfect orbit. So it's all pending that as well, but I think we could see 4.
DOS Addict says, can they hold in the rain?
Yeah, probably. Which, by the way, you didn't give your answer.
I know, but I just saw that in chat, so I thought I'd bring it up. So I'm going to be more optimistic. I'm going to say 6. Because I think if they land this booster, I think, well, depending how long it takes them to turn it around, they don't have to build another booster. They can just go straight ahead. Those 4 flights of Starship, they had to build a brand new booster. So, just saying. That's my reasoning.
That's fair. Yeah, and again, a lot of it, like I said, is going to come down to if they're able to get this booster back, because A, that avoids the anomaly, and B, yeah, they can work on reuse.
Birds seem to be very happy. Again, blue skies. I'm not a launch weather officer, but my eyes, this is a very pretty view. We can see the blue and the green and the very happy birds, and I'm not seeing any rain. So, again, that official reasoning for the weather, I'm starting to doubt it a little bit. But of course, I'm not. I do not work for the Space Force. I'm not on the range.
Yeah,
So,
I don't have any. I don't have weather balloons, but I can lick my finger and tell you which direction the wind is going. Does that help?
I mean, you're on a balcony high up, which means you're closer to the upper level winds, right? Does that count?
Yeah, I'm on the 5th story. That should totally count. Yes, of the building that I'm on. But yeah, no, the breeze is not great. Apparently, we are hearing that it is related to not weather, but boat in the range per the Blue Origin comment. So yeah, it's boat in the range.
Okay, that does make a little bit more sense why there is not a new T0 and why they're kind of in a continuous hold. But we have been in a hold for, what, nearly half an hour now? So it's a little bit worrying that they are holding for such a prolonged period of time. But luckily, hopefully, rather, that wayward boat can get out of the way. That would be very much appreciated. Sincerely, every space fan in the world.
That would be very nice. And by the way, it's worth noting that per the Florida statutes, that if you do knowingly operate a vessel in violation of restrictions, in this case, it is a misdemeanor of the 1st degree. If you then continue to operate in such zone, it can be upgraded to a felony of the 3rd degree. So, yeah, it would be a misdemeanor 1st degree for just being, oops, sorry, I didn't know. But if you then decide, you know what, I'm going to keep doing it, or I'm not getting out of here, or, you know, anything like that, or they do it, this isn't their first offense kind of deal, that's when they would face a felony charge here in the state of Florida.
Do they like go to prison for that or something, or just get a fine?
Probably a fine if I had to guess, but I would hope that they would slap some cuffs on people if that's the case. Just out of personal, I want this to launch.
Oh, I figured out what boat is in the range, guys.
What,
Jacklyn?
Jacklyn?
That was funny. Get it? Jacklyn's in the range. Never mind. Of course, that vessel is supposed to be there. That is the landing platform for New Glenn. But yeah, I wonder if the Navy will send up a battleship or something to scare them off. That's what I would do if I was in charge. But yeah.
Yep.
So we are continuing to hold with blue skies, but a boat in the range, which is what Blue has just confirmed we are waiting for. So yeah, unfortunately, there's not really anything we can do to kind of predict when that will be clear, except hope that the boat driver gets out of the way as soon as they can. I mean, it's not like these things are published days before launch, indicating that you can't go in a certain area predefined through official means, right?
No, not at all. It's not like they close boat ramps at certain times to try and prevent this from happening. It's not like they have all the notices to mariners out. It's not like anything like that. Or you should, check your equipment before you roll out in case it's, you break down or have extra fuel or whatever. Just prepare for every scenario. And, how about just not be in that zone?
And
I wonder if
believe we have... Go on, Alex.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I believe we have Alex back with us now, and you proved my point immediately.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. We talked about it a little whiles ago, but we, of course, have some new people joining us all the time, and we have been in this prolonged hold period, so we need something to talk about. And Blue Game Night has a brilliant question, which is, what is the Lagrange point? So if you'd like to do your wonderful explanation that even caused you physical pain, a simplified explanation of what a Lagrange point is.
Yeah, because there's more involved. I said, the whole thing about adding up the gravity of Earth and the gravity of the Sun. Somebody mentioned in chat, you forgot about the angular momentum. Yeah, you also have to take into account all of that. You have to take into account multiple things based on, the Earth rotates around the Sun, etc., etc. There's a bunch of things that you have to take into account, but simplifying a lot, you add up the two gravities, you get these sort of stability points. Some are more stable than others. It sounds weird to say that there are unstable, stable points, but you can think about, for example, when you've got a pencil and you try to hold it in equilibrium on its tippy point, right? Like that is, you could probably hold it there for a microsecond, but as soon as there's like a breeze of air pushing it, it just falls down. That's called an unstable equilibrium. So a very similar thing happens with some of these Lagrange points. L2, however, it's a stable one, so you need very little propellant to keep you out there. So in this case, these two spacecraft are going to be going to the Lagrange 2 point. And as I said before, if you can imagine, it is about 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth, but also in the direction away from the Sun. So you will have the Earth in between the L2 Lagrange point and the Sun.
And we've gotten a bit of support in the last few minutes. I think we should probably read that out as well. Thanks, some people. SW Movie Buff, thank you for becoming a Padrap member. Miller Fisher with the $2 super chat saying it's a boat in the range. Yep, now we have that official confirmation from Blue Origin. Of course, we're not going to say anything that isn't official until we actually know for certain, because we obviously don't want to tell you something that could potentially not be true. Unplugged Lamp with a $5 super chat saying the nefarious Blue Origin launch prevention watercraft. We have Pink Puppy Paws becoming a Padrap member. We have Turtle Sanctuary again with a $5 super chat saying, where's everybody watching from? You're doing my job for me. Thank you very much, Turtle Sanctuary. Chat, let us know where you're watching from. Turtle Sanctuary again gifting 10 Red Team memberships. If you receive one of them, make sure to thank Turtle Sanctuary. And Mohamed, thank you for your support there. They say hi Tim. I think you might have gotten the wrong stream, but we could. Alex, I'll toss this question to you anyways. They're asking if you could use 2 Falcon 9 boosters, kind of Falcon Heavy style, on Starship.
I mean, sure, you could do that, and you can probably carry more propellant into orbit. But then again, like. It really increases the propellant by a little bit, and you're using a lot more propellant on the boosters themselves to be able to do all of this. It's more expensive in general to do this sort of profile, and a lot more complicated. The operations get much more complex.
Well, fingers crossed that is an answer, even though it might have not come from the person you were expecting. Anyways, let's have a look through here, see if we can get some more questions. If you're just joining us, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. We are an independent space news media organisation trying to bring you all the best coverage possible from around the world. Today, of course, we are focusing on Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral, where New Glenn is vertical, patiently waiting in a hold for the launch of ESCAPADE to Mars. And we can see a boat coming in. I'm going to hazard a guess that's not the boat we were waiting for. But there is currently a wayward boat in the range, which we are waiting to no longer be in the range because it is preventing the launch from taking place at this moment in time. The weather looking much better, but unfortunately that boat is in the way. And looks like a little cheeky view inside the factory there.
Yeah,
We can
talking
see,
to the principal investigator of the ESCAPADE mission.
And I mean, Sawyer, beautiful blue skies. I'll say it again. We've got a very clear view to the pad. Can you see the pad through your binoculars?
I could see it with the Mark 1 eyeballs too. Yeah, not even just the binoculars. That's how clear it is at the moment. There's definitely a lot more people out at the beach right now. I'm right by the Cocoa Beach Pier where there's a bunch of people gathered now. You could see from Jerry's drone video a lot more people out and about at the beach, both because it is gorgeous now with the rain gone and also hopefully trying to see this vehicle launch. But right now, again, it's beautiful skies, make it a little bit of it punching through clouds here, but it should provide a spectacular view, maybe some vapor cone action. We'll have to see, assuming they actually get it off.
I know we just asked in chat where you're watching from. I hope nobody answered on the boat in the range, because if you are on that boat in the range, please get out of the way, because you are currently holding this launch up for everybody, and you are making a lot of people's moods very unhappy. So I would recommend, if you are driving that boat, please move out of the range. That is the official Ryan Caton recommendation. Don't block the range. And yeah, as we can see, I mean, at least it's looking much better than it was earlier on. Wonderful aerial views, of course, as always, from Jerry Pike out in the field as part of our awesome field team. Also, Sawyer, you are in the field. We have Max in the field, Dee in the field, and Julia in the field.
Yeah, this is the clearest skies we've had, by the way, since we started on the air about 4 hours ago.
Thanks for letting us know, Sawyer. That's really improved my mood to know that the weather is perfect and we can't launch because there's a boat in the way.
Tell me about it. I've been biting my tongue here quite a bunch and muting
Yep.
on the stream. So, yeah, we're keeping this family friendly.
Indeed, of course. Lots of Random says I'm on the boat in the range. I have a guess that maybe maybe you're not, but if you are, get out the way. Ah, dear. Let's have a look through here for some more questions. I think whilst we have the opportunity, Alex, if you want to give us a little bit of a rundown, because Joshua is asking, what did New Glenn do on its first flight? If you want to just give us a little recap of what we've seen from New Glenn so far and maybe what they're trying to improve upon today?
Yeah, so on the first flight, they got into orbit, right? First stage, second stage, the ascent portion of those went well. The second stage even did another relight in space and was able to put itself in what it's called a medium Earth orbit. And once they got to there, they sort of activated their, they had like an internal pathfinder for their blue ring, sort of own internal tug / satellite bus, if you will. That orbit in particular was 2,400 by 19,300 kilometers. So it was well out there in medium Earth orbit and about 30 degrees of inclination relative to the equator. So it was not just like a teeny tiny low Earth orbit or anything like that. It was out there. This mission is going to be putting ESCAPADE, those twin spacecraft from NASA built by Rocket Lab, out there to the Lagrange 2 point, way farther out than that first mission. Unfortunately, on that first mission, they were trying to attempt landing the booster on the Jacklyn barge, and that did not work. they had an issue during the reentry. The engines did not properly lit up for that entry burn, and so the first stage just broke up because it didn't slow down in time for the entry. Now, for today's mission, they're trying to actually get through that reentry and do the landing this time around. But if they don't succeed, they do have another booster in the pipeline out there at the production site getting ready for launch. They also have second stages already lined up. They have already tested, in fact, the second stage for the third flight, and it's out there at the launch site waiting to be, for everything else to just be ready for that third flight. And so, yeah, main goal for the rocket today, apart from launching the ESCAPADE spacecraft, is to land that booster. So they're going to try it again. But as the booster name says, never tell me the odds.
I think they static fired the second stage for this flight like May time or something, and then they static
April,
fired the
yeah.
third stage in
August.
September.
Or September,
August?
yeah. I don't.
Oh,
I think it
thought
was
September.
August.
Well, it's around
I
around
don't
that,
remember now.
around that time nonetheless.
Exactly,
One of us
yeah.
will be correct. So, they've static fired 2 stage 2s in the time it's taken them to do 1 stage 1. So that just goes to show that by that rate, the first stage is like takes double the time to produce as the second stage, but that's probably not exactly how it works because, as we just saw from Blue's cheeky behind-the-scenes factory camera, there's a lot of pieces under construction right now at the production site at Exploration Park for Blue Origin, so there's probably many more things, even beyond that we can't even see.
Yeah, I think also around late September, we saw a shot of one of the pictures. They had like some kind of people going out there, and we saw in one of those shots in the background the second stage for the fourth flight already mostly completed. It was nearly ready to go, and I think that they've been showing some of those views as well in some of the shots from today's coverage. So it seems like they have even the second stage for the fourth flight ready to go whenever this flight happens.
I think I should also note that isn't the boat that's in the range. Don't blame that Carnival boat. That's not the boat that's in the range. Disregard. That's just passing by our fleet cams as we speak. An interesting question, Sawyer, which I'll toss to you. You were talking earlier about some of the things boat people can get in trouble with for blocking launches, but Zetharian, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, they're asking if there is a scrub due to the boat making them miss the window, is there any responsibility on that boat owner? I guess they're asking if they can no longer launch because they missed like a planetary window or something, which isn't the case this time around, but I guess theoretically, is there any implications for the boat owner?
I mean, again, they would face all of the local laws that they deal with here in Florida. We had seen this before with a cruise ship in the past for a Falcon 9 launch a while back, where everything was going well until right as they were getting into the critical part of the count, it entered the range. That one, I believe there was a lot of stern talking to with the cruise company on that. I'm not sure what the fines in particular were, but yeah, they would definitely have to face the legal ramifications. I don't think there's anything that specifically says, here are the ramifications if you delay, that you have to pay back NASA or Blue Origin or the Space Force or whatever.
Maybe you just have to send Jeff Bezos a card that says, I'm sorry for blocking the rocket. I won't do it again. Sincerely, the Wayward Boat.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anytime they enter the incursion zone is its own offense. And yeah, first offense, misdemeanor, second offense, third-degree felony.
Anyways, as we stand by for more information, as I've said that many times at this point, we are still in a hold with no confirmed launch time. But again, the launch window continues until 21:13 Coordinated Universal Time, 16:13 Eastern Standard Time. So that would result in the window remaining open for another 33 minutes from now, bang on time. So it's got 33 minutes left, which is, we paused at minus 19 minutes. So there's still plenty of wiggle room to get this thing off the ground if they can get that boat out of the way in time. So we will stand by and hope that the range is doing everything they can to the best of their ability to convince that boat to get out of the way in time for a launch today. and we can see this rocket lift off and, do cool things such as, I don't know, becoming the third rocket from the second company ever to land an orbital class rocket booster, which would be pretty sweet. Something else that's pretty sweet is some of the support that we've been getting over the last few minutes. Sam Morgan saying if we can say hello to your girlfriend Taylor. Hello, welcome to the stream. We have James, we're becoming a PadRap member. We have Mergs gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Turtle Sanctuary says, I might not be Space Pope, but bless this launch. Thank you very much for the $10 support, Turtle Sanctuary. You've been doing a lot of support today. It is greatly appreciated. Sking is doing a Canadian $5 super chat, saying, how big is the L2 point and how close will the satellites be to the KWST? I think they mean the James Webb Space Telescope. Alex, space is quite big, so I don't think there's any concerns with the spacecraft getting too close to each other.
Yeah, it's a very, I mean, we say a point in space, but as I said, it's stable, right? Which means you can sort of actually, it's called a halo orbit. It's sort of like you orbit around that point instead of actually staying there. But it's a very stable location there, and you don't need that much propellant to keep yourself in that area. It's rather big in terms of, comparing to the size in kilometers. Compared to the size of the solar system, is a very tiny location, right? But compared to the size of even the Earth and things like that, it's quite a big area. It's usually 10 to 20,000 kilometers in width. These orbits tend to be like that. There's James Webb, but there's also other spacecraft like Euclid, for example. It's another telescope, this one by ESA, by the European Space Agency. So there are many other spacecraft out there, not just James Webb. But yeah, they're probably going to be close, but not close in the sense of, I'll be able to see it. It's going to be quite far away from each other.
And during that answer, we've got an official update from Blue Origin. But they're still holding. They have said the weather is now clear, but the launch team is now looking into information, or rather looking into an issue with the ground support equipment at the launch pad. So that's not exactly what we wanted to hear. But again, I will reiterate, there's half an hour left in this window. There's plenty of time for them to do things. And fingers crossed, they can clear that just in time. Again, Blue Origin confirming with another social media post. The clock remains in the hold, but the weather is now clear, as we can see from our cameras.
I see it.
If we go
clock running.
The clock is counting. Yeah.
If we go, there we go. The clock is now running. So the clock is running. Yay! There we go. Looks like our clock is a little bit off in the top left, but Blue, the official Kennedy Space Center clock is at least rolling for 29 minutes time, which would be like basically the end of the window. And Blue Origin confirms. 21:12 Universal Time, 16:12 Eastern Standard Time, and Alex, that would be 1 minute before the window closes. So this is essentially all or nothing if they can get that ground support issue resolved.
Yep, 4:12 p.m. Eastern. That is 1 minute before the end of the window. So pretty much the end of the window by all means, right? They have this one chance, or they probably won't go today. So let's hope it does. Everybody in chat say go, go, go. Okay, it's gonna go. I'm go. I'm ready to.
Alex is go. Sawyer, are you go? I hope you go, Sawyer.
Very go.
Chat better be go as well. And if you are go, there's somewhere where you can express your love for New Glenn. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We have BE4 engine designs. We have the launch entry landing designs. We also, of course, have that beautiful picture of the BE4s on that brand new puzzle, which is a great holiday gift, by the way, if you know someone who likes puzzles. Of course, we've got lots of other pictures of the puzzles as well, of the VAB, of the Raptors, of the shuttle. Oh my goodness, a cube zoom on an official launch stream.
My birthday's coming up if you want to gift me that as well.
No, I think I'll pass. But there you go, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get the BE4s, beautiful. If you want to build your own BE4, I guess this is a roundabout way of being able to do that. 1,000-piece puzzle. There you go. You can buy it for yourself if you want, Alex.
But I like being gifted things and getting
presents. You can buy it for yourself and pretend someone else gave it to you.
What you could do is keep it around, and when you're in one of these big long launch delays, just keep working on the puzzle.
Yeah, see how much of a puzzle you can complete whilst waiting for New Glenn to launch.
Yep, there you go.
We should do that for the next launch or something like that. For the next big stream, we should do that. And like I have like a behind the scenes camera, and we put it in the multi-view or something.
Just building a puzzle.
Alex, how are you going? Well, I'm on piece number 5 still.
Yeah.
Anyways, for those of you just joining us, if you were expecting us to be covering a rocket in space right now, unfortunately, that is not the case because we have had a couple of holds in today's count. First, for the weather to clear up. Secondly, for a wayward boat to get out of the way in the range. But Blue Origin has now set a launch time 1 minute before the window closes. So that time in the top left-hand corner, L-26 minutes and 15 seconds, that is all or nothing for today's liftoff. It's targeting 1 minute before the window closes. Blue did report that they were suffering some issues with their ground support infrastructure at the launch pad. I don't believe they have confirmed whether that has been resolved or not, but maybe that is something they will continue to work on whilst counting down to this time. But fingers crossed that is a minor issue that they can fix remotely, because of course if they cannot fix it remotely, then I'm not going to say the word, but it wouldn't be a happy day for all of us covering this thing.
Is that a bird on the deck?
Is that a seagull? Yeah. Oh, B1059 vibes here.
You beat me to it.
Yeah.
No thanks. No thanks.
Oh boy.
Alex, if you would just like to, I don't want to say, maybe like is not the right word, but if you just want to remind us of that story, for those who might not be familiar with what happened to B1059.
So, back in my day, no, but yeah. So a while ago, 4 years ago, back in February 2021, seems like a whole decade
Nearly
ago.
5 years ago.
Nearly 5 years, yeah. It seems more. But yeah, there was a certain landing attempt of a certain booster, Falcon 9 booster B1059, on, of course, I Still Love You, out there in the Atlantic Ocean, and there were seagulls. But that was not the cause of the landing failure. The landing failure was due to a sort of like this protection around the engines. It's called an engine boot. It had a hole there in there, and during ascent there were flames sort of being sucked up into the hole, and well, that engine went out essentially right at the end of the ascent burn, and then also during the entry burn as well. So the landing was not successful, unfortunately. But it was very funny because, all that we saw was the seagulls on the drone ship, and then like a big orange ball to the side of the view on the drone ship, and then the seagulls sort of flying away. So yeah, seeing that seagull there on Jacklyn, it brings back memories. Put it that way.
Indeed. But at least the hearts can start racing again, and we can start getting very excited again, because this is kind of like, as a launch commentator, this is kind of your worst nightmare, because we go live for the opening of the window, and then they delay all the way to the end of the window during the stream. This is literally a worst case scenario that we discussed, but don't worry, we're going to stay live, we're going to stick with it, because in 23.5 minutes time, fingers crossed, we will have the ignition of all of those BE4 engines and the liftoff, fingers crossed a bit faster, of New Glenn Flight 2 with Escapade on board, headed to Mars. Chat, you better be go. I better be seeing them goes in chat, because we are getting hyped. You guys are better be getting hyped. Don't worry about that siren. And we should be, that's not even sarcastic. I'm literally saying don't worry about that siren, because that is from our microphone up at the Kennedy Space Center, which is about 10 miles north of the pad here at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Oh, it's starting to feel real. Maybe I'm being optimistic, Sawyer, but it's starting to feel real.
I mean, you said earlier that your hearts can start racing again. You're assuming that mine has stopped racing at all for the for the duration of the actual window so far. It has been nonstop. High heart rates. I'm sure it's like a mental exercise here, trying to will this thing to go in a way. So right now, though, everything appears to feel good weather-wise, looks good weather-wise. Again, that siren thing could be a no factor, so don't worry about that. But yeah, right now from our views, this is the drone view right now, very similar to what I see with my own eyes. Gorgeous. We should hopefully have spectacular views 22 minutes and 10 seconds from now.
And of course, one of those beautiful views as well was looking up at the BE4 engines just a moment ago. Those engine chills are continuing as we see, maybe that's the same cruise ship leaving right now. That's not in the range, don't worry. That's not the boat we're complaining about, at least not today. But there you go, you can see the frost still on the outside of Glen Stage 1, Alex. They've been holding for quite a long time. All on board with the BE3U upper stage engines. Look at that, and you can see the tank dome there as well of the top of the
And the feed
first
line
stage.
there for the
Yep.
pressurization. It's frosty.
Fingers crossed things are looking good, and we will see a launch in 21.5 minutes time. I don't want to jinx it, but again, it would be great if it launched today, just saying. Oh.
Now we just need for these camera feeds to hold.
Yeah.
Not the count.
Yeah.
The camera feeds and the connections and communications and everything to be good for all that. And we can get that view of those P3U engines igniting right after stage separation.
Yeah, Flight 1, they kind of had the engine cam cutting in and out.
Yeah.
And we've that warning we just heard was an announcement that a Phase 2 lightning warning has gone into effect for the Kennedy Space Center, but for the Kennedy Space Center only. Sawyer, if you would like to just quickly explain what a Phase 2 lightning warning is for those who might not be familiar.
Sure. Phase 1 lightning watch means there could be lightning in the area, so keep an eye out and be ready to run to shelter. Phase 2 lightning warning means there is lightning within, I believe it's about a 12-mile envelope, and that they need to get inside into protection for incoming lightning. But again, that is for the north. People don't realize how big Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center is. It is 10 miles from Blue's launch pad to LC-39A. 39A is on Kennedy Space Center property. This is on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station property. So that is not an issue that we need to worry about currently.
And we can see here with the live radar, those are the storms heading to the north of the Cape. So that's why they can be impacting Launch Complex 39, but not Launch Complex 36, because LC-39 right at the north, LC-36 right at the south. So less of a concern here. And it looks like there's a pretty clear patch lining up in terms of those storms for a launch in under 20 minutes time. Continuing to count down. Resisto Jet is asking if this is a possibility of getting towards a jellyfish. Sawyer, we are very much still in the daylight hours, aren't we, with this launch time in 19.5 minutes?
Yeah, it's still too bright out for that. It's getting towards dusk, so maybe more towards up the East Coast, but sunset's still not for another hour. And typically for the evening jellyfishes, it is after the sun sets, whereas in the morning, it's right around when the sun rises. And for those who don't know, jellyfish is basically when the plume expansion gets hit by the light of the setting or rising sun, and as a result, it glows kind of like bioluminescent, and that is when you get what looks like the top of a jellyfish.
Okay, we're now under 19 minutes. Oh, I think DYs might have just got their telescope online, because that is a very close-up view of the base of the launch vehicle. I said we were deploying all of the assets, and I wasn't lying, because we are deploying all of the assets. We've got the telescope on the robotic tracker, if I dare leak that, so fingers crossed we get some stunning tracking views as we ride uphill in 18.5 minutes. Speaking of 18.5 minutes, Alex, at T-minus 17 minutes on the timeline, Blue should be conducting a go-no-go poll for terminal count. I'm not sure if we will hear that, but fingers crossed in just over a minute's time we get a good report from that polling.
Yeah, at the very least, I hope we get some kind of confirmation from Blue that said poll has been conducted and that they are go for terminal count. And that terminal count, there's just so many things going on in those last 4 minutes. Of course, as you can see there, the main things are the tank pressurization, getting those tanks pressurized for flight, moving the vehicle from the ground power to the internal power, enabling the autopilot, and of course, getting the deluge system activated, the engine ignition sequence starting, and then hopefully a liftoff at T0. So let's stay tuned for whatever they may say, if they really say anything.
Indeed. 17.5 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep an eye on the vehicle. We can see those flare stacks still running. The vehicle continuing to vent. Starting to feel real. Waiting for that call from Blue Origin, which fingers crossed will come through momentarily, but we will stand by and bear with, because remember, 17 minutes, they don't really have the wiggle room in the window anymore, unfortunately, but we should, fingers crossed, hear any information, go or no go. Fingers crossed it is go, however. Under 17 minutes now. Just going to sit in a holding pattern for a little while longer here to see if we get any official word from Blue. As a reminder, T-minus 17 minutes is that go, no-go poll.
GME final configurations and LVHD retraction, also pending weather. This is the go poll for final configs and terminal count. GC.
GC is go pending retraction of LVHD10.
LC1.
LC1 is no go pending day of launch PDI load.
Understand you are a go pending the load. LC2.
LC2 is go.
LSO. Go. OSM.
Go with the exception of weather.
RC.
Go.
ESR.
ESR go pending LVHT and PDI.
AC.
Go pending LVHT retraction.
Recovery.
Go.
GLI.
Go.
BMD.
Go.
GC, LC1, LC2. Perform final configurations for terminal count. Report when ready for terminal count gate checks.
LC2 copy.
Oh, this is RC and count 1.
GC copy.
Go ahead, RC.
A lot of potential sea surveillance violation with a cruise ship. We're still working on Coast Guard to make contact. I'll give you an update as soon as I have it.
LD copies.
So you just...
I've never heard a go, no-go poll with so many pendings, and if I heard that correct, Alex, there is a cruise ship in the range, and they are awaiting contact from the Coast Guard to clear the range. A cruise ship. A cruise ship, for crying out loud. You're a professional shipping company. Get out of the way.
Is that the one that we saw earlier leaving? Because it's like, there are more obviously out there, but it's like, oh my goodness.
If that is the cruise ship which is in the way, we don't know for certain, there was no specification, but if that is the cruise ship that is out of the way, that is in the way, get out of the way! What are you doing?
You also mentioned... So
you can see the rocket from your cruise ship window!
The one that we literally said won't be an issue?
Yes, the one I said wouldn't be an issue.
Maybe I can get this in before we go into the terminal count.
Go on, Alex. Sorry.
Apart from that, we also heard LVHD pin. So if I'm not mistaken, they're talking about launch vehicle hold down pin. So apparently they might have had some kind of issue there. That is also part of, pending this. They have mentioned, go pending this, pending that. One of them was LVHD pin. And if I'm not mistaken, that stands for launch vehicle hold down pin. So maybe that's on one of these pins that hold on the vehicle that are a little bit dodgy. So yeah, speaking of which, I guess they were showing a video of the rocket going up vertical earlier. But yeah, there's two of those things, the cruise and the hold on pin, in the way of today's launch.
Despite those pendings, the countdown clock continues to count. 13 minutes, 13 seconds, and that cruise ship that we saw on Jerry's drone view is not the one that is the impact. There is another Carnival cruise ship, which is way offshore, which is heading north to Jacksonville, which could potentially be the one that was being mentioned by Blue Origin Mission Control, which we were hearing just a few minutes ago. That from Gav Cornwell, who very much knows what's up when it comes to do with boat tracking, of course, space offshore on X. That's not the one. Not the one. So yeah. I apologize for complaining to this one. That's not the one.
Yeah, that's why I said, there are other cruise ships, Florida in general, it's a very... natural vacation for cruise ships. They go there in the winter, if you will. It kind of sounds like they are animals or something like that. But it's true, right? It's a place where you see a lot of these cruise ships. They go to Jacksonville, they go to Port Canaveral, they go down to Miami. So you've got many of this downrange, and they should do a better job of avoiding the not Mars. Just saying.
Yeah, these are professional shipping companies. They have all of the information. I mean, these things are like computer controlled, right? They have so much information. They have so many communications. They have live tracking. They should know better than to block a hazard area. There is a reason why these notices to mariners are put out. It's because there is a flaming rocket that is about to be heading your way, and you are currently causing a disruption. And, you know, cruise ship companies should really know better than blocking the range. There's an honest mistake from a local mariner, and then there's a cruise ship company going into a range which is being violated. So fingers crossed that cruise ship gets out of the way in time.
Yeah, this is not a little boat out there with a guy on a fishing rod or something like that, right? It's not that sort of boat. This is a really huge cruise ship out there, so not great.
Indeed.
It wouldn't be the first time though that a cruise ship scrubs a launch. Oh, I said the word.
Well, if it happens, we can all blame Alex.
I mean, we talked about the mission earlier.
You have to blame the cruise ship.
We literally just talked about that mission earlier, so it's not like, you know, we hadn't mentioned this before. The previous SpaceX launch that was not launched because of a cruise ship in the range.
That vessel there is also not the vessel which is of concern. I think that's a dredging ship that's been out there for quite some time.
Yeah,
so
that's
do
parked
not worry
there.
about that boat either.
That's parked.
Yeah. Anyways, T-minus 10 minutes. Things are getting exciting. Rub your hands together, get your heart racing. Time to hype things up because we're 6 minutes away, Alex, from the terminal count beginning. Oh, starting to feel real.
This is getting exciting. That's for sure. I mean, it has been exciting this whole time, but it's extra exciting now because we know that this is the last chance that they have to go. The window closes at 4:13. Their T0 is 4:12. So, yeah, we're really in that tight window. And this is the farthest we've gotten in the count today. Under 10 minutes to go until launch.
Indeed. I'm going to quickly run through a bit more support we've been getting. James with the 5 gifted Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Chromatic gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you very much. Thomas gifting 20. Oh my goodness, 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for all of that support. Thomas with the equivalent $10 super chat saying, "Go away, boat." Fingers crossed they hear your message. And we also have Brian with super chat here as well. Thank you very much for your support. And yeah, fingers crossed we get some beautiful views as the rocket lifts off. Rebel, thank you for the super chat as well. I think New Glenn, New Glenn technically is the biggest commercial rocket in operation right now, because remember, Starship is still doing test flights, so New Glenn definitely in the mix. We have TMC becoming a PADRAP member, and we have Andy with a store message saying hoping for a good launch with the Starship Flight 11 patch. A few of those still available while stocks last if you want one of them. And oh my goodness, Thomas again with a 1,000 Swedish krona super chat saying go Blue Origin, go Starship, go the evolution of mankind, and go NSF. The future is bright. I could not agree more. And oh my goodness, that is an incredible amount of support. That is, yeah, extremely significant. Thank you so much for that support. It will go, that kind of support goes a very long way, and we are so grateful to everybody who helps to keep the show going, who helps to keep the lights on, who helps to keep the cameras fed, the robots fed, and the humans fed, of course. But yeah, seriously, Thomas, thank you so much for that support, because that is considerable. That sort of stuff doesn't go unnoticed, and that is really, really appreciated from everybody on the stream and at NSF. And we are continuing to watch on from the Cocoa Beach area. Sawyer, 7 minutes, 50 seconds. How are you feeling?
My heart rate is through the roof right now. I am definitely feeling on the nervous but anxious but excited side. Again, we're about 3.5 minutes away from the terminal count beginning when the onboard computers take control of the countdown at that point. So we're getting close to the really exciting point here. I hope we make it into that terminal count, and I hope we proceed through it.
Indeed, we are approaching the point where things get even more realer than they were before, because they're definitely real right now, but they're about to get even more realer. I promise, that's how it works.
Yes, and realer is definitely a word.
Realer, definitely a word. Realer is definitely a word. I am coining that for the dictionary right now. So, as we
Great
continue...
if we had an update.
Yeah, it would be great if we had an update, but unfortunately it's not sounding like... I think, Alex, you went to listen in, but they're playing an interview or something, so might have to wait a moment to get an update from Blue.
I also tried and like go back to listen a bit more carefully to the go no go poll, and was trying to see if I could, get some more information out of it instead of having to react to it live in the moment. I didn't, because one of the things that we're thinking about is like maybe the cruise ship is not directly on the area, right? But it's maybe approaching the area and they are concerned that it might get there by the time this thing is launching. So maybe that is the risk here, right? I did not hear anything in the chatter. Like I went back again and checked it out, and I didn't hear anything whether it's one or the other. They were just trying to contact the cruise ship. So we'll see what happens. But about 2 minutes away from terminal count.
Indeed, and we continue to hope for the best in terms of clearing the range and making sure everybody is happy, everybody is go. Counting now through 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
By the way, we have a full-on double rainbow all the way across the sky here currently. It is double rainbows with a little bit of cloud cover, but clear blue skies for the rest of the trajectory. So right now, at least from visual weather, it looks okay. But I don't know for the surrounding area.
Indeed. 5.5 minutes to clear that range. Just saying.
Okay, it seems like the cruise ship might be out of the way by the time of launch.
Okay. Well, we saw the Blue Origin people. They look quite happy there. So, fingers crossed that continues to be happy. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. The cruise ship might be out the way. There's only one way to find out, and that is to see if those 7 BE-4s ignite and that rocket lifts off. Because if they're not go, that obviously will not happen, and they will not launch into a red range, because that is, of course, obviously strictly prohibited. So fingers crossed that cruise ship stays out of the way. Sawyer, before we have to send you off for the terminal count and you can watch this thing with your Mark 1 eyeballs, any final thoughts from you for New Glenn 2 and Escapade?
I mean, it's a beautiful vehicle. Hopefully we get a beautiful launch and to beautiful blue skies with some blue engines. Fingers crossed.
Blue skies, blue engines, blue rocket, blue Glenn? No, sorry, that's cursed. But look at that, the sun shining behind New Glenn. Go on, Alex.
I see a hold in the clock.
At the Kennedy Space Center?
On the official feed.
Okay, well, we will continue to stand by and see if we
Please
get
let
any
it
more
be some
information.
error. Yeah.
I doubt it, but... And again, we were at the end of the window, so there's 1 minute of wiggle room.
Indeed. So we will stand by for more information. The official clock has stopped on the Blue Origin feed, and it has also stopped at the Kennedy Space Center press site at 4 minutes and 33 seconds and holding. And I believe that is probably a strong indication we unfortunately will not be going to Mars today.
Yeah, we just crossed 4 minutes to the end of the window. So that means likely the S word for today.
Yeah, there has been no official call just yet, but we are at 21:09:30 UTC and the window closes in 3.5 minutes. So we will most likely not be seeing a launch today. We will stand by, but again, this is looking incredibly unlikely at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, just by pure maths, right? Like, there's this many amount of minutes in the window, and there's just no possibility to do the terminal count. So Although it's not being officially called, I can say this is probably a scrub for today. Unfortunately.
Yeah. We, of course, will stand by for that official confirmation, but if the maths don't match, then, yeah, we are 2 minutes 40 seconds to the end of the window, paused at 4 minutes and 33 seconds to go. So the numbers simply do not add up, which means, unfortunately, yeah, I think it's safe to call it at this point, the launch of New Glenn 2 is going to be scrubbed for today's launch window. So yeah, that is unfortunate, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And yeah, it's rather annoying that we will have what sounded like a potential red range for launch with that cruise ship being mentioned on the Blue Origin, excuse me, mission control feed we were listening into about 17 minutes ago.
Better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground.
Well, personally, I prefer to be wishing that there wasn't a cruise ship in the range, but, you know, each to their own.
Fair.
And we will continue watching, because, of course, this is still a fully fueled rocket, but we are 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the end of that window, and with a hold in place, that is looking pretty much unofficial to be a scrub for today.
And I don't know if we have the official confirmation of what, if any of individually or combination of the factors it was, because it sounded like, again, in the countdown, there was different pendings for the launch vehicle hold down, pin, bolt, clamp thing, the weather, the range with the cruise ship. So there was a lot of different potentials.
And we are now past the time of launch, which means we are most definitely not launching today. And that's pretty safe to call. That is a scrub today of New Glenn 2 and Escapade. We are not going to be launching today, unfortunately. And yeah, that is the end of the day with an outcome which is not exactly what we wanted, but I think it's pretty fair to say this outcome is better than a more explosive outcome in the event of something going wrong. So yeah, as Sawyer said, better to be safe than sorry, and we will stand by to see if we get an official reason for the scrub from Blue. Of course, earlier in the window, we had weather considerations which were delayed for, and then we also had a mention of ground service equipment from Blue Origin on their social media channels. And then on the go no-go poll, we heard there were some considerations for a cruise ship which was in the range, and that Blue was attempting to contact, I think they said the Coast Guard, but yeah, we will stand by to see if Blue says exactly why today's launch attempt had to be scrubbed at pretty much the last second. If I had to hazard a guess, I would imagine it was because the range was still red.
And don't forget, we had an additional boat that entered the range earlier in the countdown as well. After the weather hold, they had mentioned that there was also a boat in the range at that point, which then cleared. From the sounds of it, different from whatever this other cruise ship was. Which, again, we don't know which it was. We don't know if it was on a trajectory that would have placed it into the restricted area or not. But you know what that means when we get a scrub.
I watched
Scrub
the
merch.
entire stream. All I got was a New Glenn scrub. That's not fair. I commentated on a whole New Glenn stream, and all I got was a New Glenn scrub. That's not fair. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com, available for the next... How long is it available for? Let me look on the website. Is there a countdown yet? 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 48 seconds. This merchandise is available for exclusive scrub merch. And again, New Glenn has only launched twice so far. This stuff is a little bit... I don't even know if we had this scrub merch on the last flight of New Glenn, so this could be a debut merch for the debut for this merchandise. So if you want some, you've got 6 hours to do it. 6 hours to do it, and then it's gone until they scrub again.
Technically, it's only launched once even. It hasn't even launched the second time yet. This is the second flight.
I will concede on technicality.
Yeah. I wish we would have had the second launch today, but alas, we don't, which means it's the only chance to get the scrub merch when this happens. So it's the only time that we're okay, comfortable saying the word, and when we're not policing chat to tell everyone to stop saying the word.
Yeah, I'm It does seem like, at least today, they were going a little bit smoother. They had that hold down vehicle.
All right, friends,
pin
we appreciate you
issue.
patiently waiting. So I have an update
And
for you.
so-
Today's NG2 launch is scrubbed due to weather, specifically the cumulus cloud rule. We're reviewing opportunities for our next launch attempt based on forecasted weather.
Cumulus
I know
clouds,
we were all really excited to watch
Oh, we
NG2
got
take to the skies today. We came down to the wire, and then there you have it. But
I blame that first boat in the range when the weather looked beautiful.
Yep, me too.
After all of that, it was the cumulus cloud rule, like the most basic cloud rule there is. The cumulus cloud rule comes into play right at the end of the window, getting in the way of a launch. I mean, they threw everything at Blue. They threw bad weather, GSE issues, one boat in the range, two boats in the range, and the second boat was a cruise ship, for crying out loud. And at the end of the day, at the last minute of the window, the thing that calls off the launch is a cloud.
Gotta love what we do, don't you?
It's incredible.
So precisely what I was saying, it was like, the countdown seemed to be running smoothly. We didn't hear anything other than that hold down pin issue, right? And then the weather, the cruise ship, the other boat as well in the area earlier in the countdown. Like, we had two boats, two different ships in the... Oh my goodness. What are the odds, right? And so...
Never tell me the odds.
Obviously high today. Yeah. Very clever, right?
We got all of them today. So I'm sure people are going to be wondering, what next?
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
the official word from Blue Origin is we are reviewing opportunities for our next launch attempt based on forecasted weather. The weather forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station yesterday was saying that a 24-hour delay would result in 25% POV, probability of violating those weather constraints, with the primary concern being liftoff winds. However, the offshore landing weather would deteriorate to a moderate risk. Alex, what are some of the opportunities they could have? Because there's also this interesting new curfew in place from the Federal Aviation Administration. Things could get a little bit spicy if they need to delay beyond, or if they need to delay into a time which is theoretically prohibited to launch from.
Yeah, it's one of those things. So today a lot of people were confused. Why are they going with this if there's the curfew thing, right? And the fact is they were able to do this today because that doesn't enter into effect until tomorrow. So what happens during tomorrow's potential second attempt, right? If everything looks great, I have no idea. I'm going to be honest with you. We've been discussing this for the last couple of days where it was like, well, it's a NASA mission, so of course it gets an exception, but then it's also the fact that in the eyes of the FAA, it's actually a commercial launch because it's FAA licensed. It's not the kind of contract that you see, for example, with bigger missions such as Europa Clipper, for example. That one was licensed by NASA, not by the FAA. So things like that, for example, could get an exception in that sense. There's also the fact that the National Aerospace System, right, all of that is just inherently, it just doesn't care that it's a government launch, a non-government launch. It doesn't really care about that, right? ATC, after all, gets impacted equally. So we'll see if they do get an exception. They seem to have been working with the FAA. Blue Origin talked about this in recent times, that they have been working with them to see if they can get an exception. And I'm sure that NASA Acting Administrator Sean Duffy will talk and have a few words with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy to have a clear out there and an exception for this launch.
I can't believe you actually said the thing. You actually said the thing.
I did.
But yeah. Fingers crossed. NASA Acting Administrator Sean Duffy has a speed dial to Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy to try and get this thing figured out. Oh my goodness. The times we live in, eh? The times we live in. And we can see there in the left picture, I think some people are getting the word. Those that weren't here for a beach day, those that were here for New Glenn 2, are certainly making their way out of Jetty Park and Cocoa Beach.
Mass
some
exodus.
other people, Exactly. It looks like some other people might be taking pictures for Instagram, but the majority of people are now leaving for New Glenn 2, which of course has scrubbed for the day, unfortunately.
And a reminder that Jetty Park was completely full. They were at capacity there, so that is a lot of people that are going to be leaving that area. Sherry Downs Park was full. Julia Bergeron on X doing a great job of sharing up as viewers piled into the Space Coast for their launch opportunities. So the social is a good place to always check if you're wondering, hey, where's a good place for me to launch or to watch a launch? So yeah, it's going to be rough getting out of here with traffic, but it's again even more rough when you have the scrub to go with it. I'll say that.
Yes, indeed, it is.
The drive homes always feel longer after a scrub. I don't know why. There's no science to it. It just always is the case.
Yep. Just, leaving on a bit of a bummer. But nonetheless, I'm sure we'd all rather see the launch at a later date than something horrific happening with the launch vehicle. So I'm sure we can all agree on that. Or at least the majority of us can agree on that. Alex, James Atkinson has an interesting question here. And they're asking, do you ever expect rockets to progress to be able to fly through clouds like aircraft do? What do we think? Because obviously rockets go a bit faster than planes, but on the other side of the coin, they're only dealing with clouds at relatively lower levels. They're not dealing with clouds in low Earth orbit, are they?
Yeah, that's true. Once you clear the clouds, it's a smooth ride. And we have another cruise ship here leaving Port Canaveral, apparently.
Old man waves fist at cruise ship.
It's not this one, folks. It's not this one.
Hey, it doesn't matter. The range is cleared for that anyway.
It's true. It's clear anyways. Yeah. So who cares now, right? But it's true that, man, now I forgot completely what I was going to answer.
Do you ever expect rockets to progress to be able to fly through clouds like aircraft do?
Yeah, so it's true that you clear the clouds and things like that. Technically, aircraft kind of do, unless you're dealing with really high clouds or your aircraft is like flying low. Because, they go through the clouds and then once you get to like 35,000 feet, 40,000 feet or something like that, you mostly out of the big weather patches, right? In the world. There are some clouds that do get that high up, but you kind of can fly over some of these weather patterns. But I will say that not all aircraft can fly through all kinds of weather. And so the same deal happens with rockets. And I think there's just not going to be a point where you can fly through every single kind of weather, just like aircraft cannot fly through every single kind of weather. And even those that can fly through really rough weather, they have really skilled pilots at the front, right? That, can deal with eventualities and things like that. I'm sure most of you have seen some of the views of the recent recon aircraft going out there to the Melissa hurricane a few weeks ago. And it is really rough out there. I'm sure passenger planes, unless maybe you're flying Spirit, don't go through any hurricanes or anything like that. It's not the kind of weather that you will fly an aircraft through. But the same thing, as I said, can apply to rockets. Sometimes airports are closed because the winds are too bad for planes to fly, or the rains and thunderstorms and things like that. So it just happens, and we have to just launch around those things, just like planes fly around these things that divert, go around, etc., etc. It's part of the deal.
Spirit would charge you extra to fly through the hurricane, but that's another thing. But yeah, it's basically what we're doing is the planes fly around the clouds. They go a little bit slower, so they have more time to kind of meander around it. These go around the clouds too, technically. They just have to wait for the clouds to move because they punch through them in a matter of seconds. So I get where we're coming from. If they were to have a larger window, I think it would be less of a concern for people. But given that you do have to share the airspace with planes as well, and with boats, that's kind of why.
Other airlines are, of course, available.
Yep.
Okay, we've been getting so much support throughout those last few minutes of the countdown leading up to the scrub. So, I think we should probably go through. I mean, this is 33 minutes old. There's not Jack Byer bad, but for me, I still count that as pretty poor. Harvey, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. We have Celeste, who says, "Go New Glenn, go Escapade." Unfortunately, you might have to hold those sentiments for a future date. Thank you very much for purchasing these items off the shop. Let's see here. Turtle Sanctuary with another bit of support. $5 super chat. Way to go, Alex. Again. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I mean, Alex is the person who said scrub the last on the stream. So I think that counts as Alex causing the scrub.
It's not me. It's the cruise ship. If we went on the way, the weather was clear at some point in the count, they could have launched.
I think I'm the only one. I'm the only one on air that didn't say the S word of the three of us. Yeah, and Marty. So 2 out of 4.
Anyways, Max, thank you for becoming a Pad Rap member. Chris, thank you for becoming a Pad Rap member. We have Aviation Scott also becoming a Pad Rap member. Wow, loads of Pad Rap memberships going out the door today. Wonderful to see. Hopefully you enjoy all your perks, including that behind the scenes members every single camera multi-view. We have a pop where you can listen to Kevin Michael Reed if you so desire. We have a Popiter with a £5 super chat, and they were listing out some different cruise ships which are in the area. Of course, we don't actually know which one caused it because obviously Blue aren't going to go on the live stream and saying, "Oh, boo, Ryan Case and Cruise Lines, they're in the way." Anonymous has been on the store saying sad nerd noises, but hopefully you enjoy your Flight 11 patch nonetheless, of course, whilst stocks last. Tommy D says, "Ryan, get those ships some maps. If they need them, I will be happy to distribute the hazard warning maps to all of the popular cruise line companies, free of charge, so they don't get in the way of the rocket launches. Thank you very much." Can you tell I'm a little bit annoyed? Jeremy has been on the shop as well, saying adding to the scrub collection. It is going to be a bit weird when we're going to have so many scrubs that there's just going to be a group of space nerds around the world wishing that launches don't happen. I think that's going to be a little bit weird, but nonetheless available for the next 5 and a bit hours at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Eric has also been on the shop saying, "You're going to bankrupt me with this merch." Please, if you are in a financial situation, please do not spend it on NSF. Please do spend it on important things. But we appreciate the support nonetheless. And we also have a final store message here from saying, "All the best, Jack. Keep going, NSF." We will pass that message along. And of course, thank you for getting the New Glenn Scrub merch available for a limited time only, because we, of course, had a scrub. Alex, over to you.
And Ryan, yeah, you were talking about, if you feel the need to support us, you don't need to do it that monetarily. You can just share the live stream. Look, we've been here for 3.5 hours, 4 hours covering this launch well before any mainstream media or anything like that. We covered anything to the detail. We answer your questions. That is, I think, in my opinion, very valuable. We also have a fun time. We talk about, me scrubbing launches and whatnot. So share it with other people that might be interested, right? That helps us to be able to spread the word. And of course, tickle the algorithm, as I usually say. Likes and subscribes and all that. All of that is free, and you can do all of that and be able to support what we do, because it goes a long way. Trust me.
3 hours. We've been on air for 5.
5.
You've been here for 3 hours because you abandoned us until 2 hours
here
in.
for 3 hours. I did the math wrong. Okay.
Thanks, Alex.
I scrubbed the launch and I also did the math wrong. Sure.
Anyways, the kind of crash you get from the adrenaline. There's nothing to watch now. Well, Alex, if you would like to just bring us through what the next steps will be. Of course, Blue has not confirmed a new launch date yet, but the theoretical earliest they could go for, I believe, is tomorrow, pending weather, pending the FAA.
Yeah, pending many things, right? Maybe that hold down pin, they might have a look at that as well.
Pending cruise ships.
Pending cruise ships, pending weather, right? Pending a lot of things. The earliest that they could go will be tomorrow. The launch window moves 5 minutes back, so it will be very similar to today, but it will be from 2:40 p.m. Eastern to 4:08 p.m. Eastern, so essentially 5 minutes earlier. Now you can see you can grab that scrub merch for today's scrub. It's only going to be available for the next 5 hours and 43 minutes until that. After that, it's gone. It goes away. So grab it while you can. But as I said, the earliest will be tomorrow, 2:40 p.m. Eastern, 4:08 p.m. Eastern. That will be 1940 UTC to 08 UTC. And we don't know any other backup windows, unfortunately. We only know the first backup window that will be tomorrow. But of course, I'm sure they have many other alternatives as well next week, which they might be able to announce. And as usual, if they do move to another launch time, that'll be on next spaceflight. We'll also have it on our socials, on X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, many different places, as you can imagine. If you look up for NASA spaceflight, you probably find us out there on the socials. So I know, our social team will like that shout out because it's very important. Sometimes we put a lot of these updates out there on launch streams and new T0s and new launch times. But of course, I'm already here in the outro, so I'm getting outroed here.
Your answer was so long, we're literally going to cut you off. Alex, thank you so much for sharing all the knowledge on the stream today, even though it was a scrub. Thank you very much for being on.
It's been a pleasure as usual, and hopefully we get it next week, whenever
next
it is.
week. Oh, I guess it's Sunday. That counts. Sorry,
It's
I was like,
Sunday.
wait, you want this to happen in 7 days? I forgot it was
sorry,
Sunday.
but here the week begins on Monday. I'm sorry, but
Yes, that is correct.
just-
The week begins on Monday. It does not begin on
No.
Sunday
Exactly.
because Sunday is one of 2 days of the weekend. The weekend. It's the end of the
about
week,
this?
okay?
How about this? In the next week. How about that?
I agree with that.
Within
I
the
agree
next
with that.
week. Everybody can agree with that, right? Whether
Fair.
your week begins on Sunday or on Monday within the next week. Hopefully we get that launch.
Sawyer, of course, thank you so much for literally rolling out to the field. You were in person able to watch this rocket with your Mark 1 eyeballs. It didn't launch, but you got to see it nonetheless. Thank you very much for being on.
Always a pleasure to be here. Happy to roll out. All of us here in the Space Coast team love what we do. There's nowhere else we'd rather be. Again, I pinch myself every time that I'm just looking out at one of the largest commercial rockets in the world on the pad right now, and hopefully we'll see it lift off soon.
Yeah, I mean, literally the largest commercial rocket to ever grace Florida. So, one of those things. We also had Marty on the show earlier. Thank you very much to Marty for doing commentary for the first couple of hours alongside me. Of course, in the field alongside Sawyer, we had Jerry Pike on the drone. We had DYs on the telescope and the other cool cameras. We had Max Evans also on the other cameras. And we also had Julia Bergeron out in the field keeping us informed about all the different viewing locations as well. And in the background, we had Jay Keegan producing the stream. We had Kevin Michael Reed producing the stream. I'm trying to make sure I haven't forgotten everybody because we have a lot of people involved with these very long shows, and I'm going to
Some
make sure
support that just coming to the panel.
Okay. I guess I should hit this quick $5 super chat from Charles.
People
They're
are
saying,
already doing the thing.
love you guys. It was great to meet DYs out at Jetty Pier and ride out the rain with everybody. Thank you very much for watching the stream, Charles. And until we get any more support, I think I might just say, I've been Ryan Caton for NSF.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at this! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting the flare, correct?